If you want to know about the importance of JavaScript, try disabling it in your browser and your web pages will not work properly. In fact, sites like Facebook, Google, Netflix, and YouTube will not work without JavaScript. Hello everyone and welcome to Simplicode's YouTube channel. I hope you guys are doing well. So today we'll be taking you through part 3 of this Java training program. I hope you guys must have understood all the topics from part 1 and part 2. I'll suggest you to go through them if you haven't watched those videos yet. We'll cover some more interesting topics in today's video. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from the viewers if we are clearly audible and the screen is clearly visible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if there are any changes required from our end, please do let us know in the chat section. Alright, I see a lot of positive responses in the chat section, so let's wait for some more minutes so that some more people can join us. Until then, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and if you want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplicode. Also, if you have any queries related to today's topics, please feel free to drop them down in the comment section only, and we'll address them as soon as possible. I think we can get started now. Let's go through the agenda for today's video. We'll start this video with regular expressions in JavaScript. Regular expression is quite an important topic regarding validation in JavaScript. We'll get to know about it in this particular tutorial. Following that, we'll cover some advanced level topics like animations in JavaScript, generators and iterators in JavaScript, maps in JavaScript, sets in JavaScript, destructuring and debugging in JavaScript. In this video tutorial, we'll also see how we can drag and drop elements with the help of JavaScript. Someone rightly said that you can master a programming language only by programming in it. So, we have a couple of hands-on projects for you guys to end this video. We'll create 3 different games, which are Flappy Bird game using JavaScript, car racing game using JavaScript, Wordle game using JavaScript, and we'll end this video by creating a fully functional website with the help of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I hope you guys are ready to learn something new. Once again, I'm mentioning here about the JavaScript Development Training Program, under which we'll be taking you through some important JavaScript topics. Do watch all the 3 parts from the JavaScript Training Program together to have a good understanding of JavaScript basic and advanced level topics. So without any further delay, let's get started. Over to our training experts. Have you guys ever heard about validation or pattern matching in JavaScript? We come across these terms when we hear about passwords mostly, right? So we say that we can use the if-else statement to match if the user's password matches with the one we already have. For that, we write if password is equals to some sort of string or characters. And then we see if the password matches, we'll let the user enter, otherwise the entry will be denied. So we are discussing all that because regular expressions are objects used to perform pattern matching. Or if we want to search for something in a string, or even if we want to replace something from a string, we can do it all with regular expressions. So we'll go through the syntax for regular expressions and some more important things about regular expressions in JavaScript. So regular expressions are present in almost every programming language. It's not limited to JavaScript only. And the concept remains the same everywhere. The syntax may differ a bit between different languages, but the logic behind them will always be the same. The name might be a little bit confusing, but the reality is entirely different. They are pretty easy to use, and if you understand the basics clearly, you'll face no problem while working on advanced topics. So let's go through the regular expressions before we move on to validations using regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's understand the concept entirely so that it will be easy for you guys in further videos. So consider a scenario where we have a string and we want to find a particular word in that string. or we can say we are in a static website. I hope you guys are aware of the term static, where we have the search option to find some word in the entire HTML document. We have to write the word in the search box and it will return us the location of that word in the HTML file or in the website, right? What we'll do now is we'll use a word and we'll find that word in a string. We'll make some changes to that word with the help of several functions used along with regular expressions in JavaScript. So the syntax for regular expressions goes like this. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll take a variable here. So let's say the variable is var regex, and we use 2 forward slashes for it. Generally we use the double slash for comments, but it will be recognized as a regular expression in JavaScript if we write something inside these double slashes. So let's say we are writing something here. Let's say we write here hello. Now this word hello is present inside the variable regex, and this word needs to be searched in a string. So let's use a string as well. So for that we'll write here where, let's say the string name is str1. Let's say we are writing here welcome to a YouTube channel, full stop. Say hello if you are new here. Fine. So let's say this is the string we have. Now this string contains the word hello in it. All we have to keep in mind is to add the main keyword in the string for now. Moving ahead, what we want to do is we want to find this word in the string, right? We want to find this hello word in the string. So next up we'll go through certain essential functions which we use with regular expressions, and we'll see the functioning of these essential functions. The first function is the exec function. So let me write here, guys. This is the first function, exec function. Now this function returns an array if the word is present in the string. Otherwise it will return null if the word is not present in the string. The syntax is pretty straightforward. All we have to do is to use the exec function with the variable that contains the regular expression. Now in this case the word regex contains the regular expression. We have to use it with the function, and the string name will be passed as a parameter to this function. So let's write the syntax here and it will be easy for you guys. So let's comment it out and we'll write here, let's say we are taking another variable var output. We'll write here the variable name dot function name. We'll write here exec, and the string will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is the syntax. Now this output variable over here will have an array, and the array will return the index number of the word hello in the string. Fine. So let's print this array on the console and we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Save it and open the console. So we'll move to a browser and we'll open console here. See here we have an array, and if we click on this array we can see that we have the word hello at index 36. So if we count from here, and the counting should start from 0 because array index always starts from 0. So at index 36 we can find that hello is over here, and so it will return the index of this particular word. Now if we write here something else other than hello, let's say we are writing here 2. Save it now, and you can see here we have 2 present at index 8. So if we count from here we can see that 2 is present at index 8. So this is working totally fine. Now another scenario is if we write here 2 with a capital T. Save it now, and you can see here the output is null. Why so? Because regular expressions in JavaScript are case sensitive. Case sensitive means it differentiates between the capital letters and small letters. Fine. But the good part is we can make them in case sensitive as well. So all we have to do is we have to use a modifier. A modifier is actually used to make modifications in the search. So what we have to do is we have to write here in the beginning, we have to write a single letter, and in this case we'll write here I, because this modifier will tell the system that there will be no problem with the case sensitivity of the word now. It will work fine, and if we save this program we can see we have the output as index 8. Now if we change this string and we'll write here something other than this, so we'll write here HELLO, but the three letters of this word are capital letters. So save it now, and you can see we have the output as index 36. So this is working fine. Now one last situation is if we write here more than one hello in a single string. So if we write here hello and welcome to our YouTube channel. Now there are two hello words present in a single string. Save it, and you can see we have the word hello at index 0. So it will return the first hello word in the string. Now if we want to get access of the second hello, and if we write here this piece of code again, what we are expecting is we are expecting it to give us the index of second hello as well, but it will not happen. Save it, and you can see it will give the index of first hello twice. You can see here we have index as 0 in both the arrays, right? So it will not work. Now the solution to this problem is modifiers again. What we have to do is we have to use another modifier here. Now we have to write here the letter G and save it. Now this is returning null because we have the string wrong here. So we have to write here hello because we have removed the in case sensitive modifier. Save it now, and you can see we have both the hello words with indexes as 0 and 46 respectively. So this global modifier tells the system that the word is now global, and if you find the word once and the user tries the exec function again, then the second time you should return the index value of the second word. So this is how it actually works. Now the following function we are going to discuss is a pretty simple one, the test function. Now this function returns either true or false, nothing else. This function checks for a particular word that if the word exists in a string, then it will return true, otherwise false. It will not return the index value or some sort of other things. It deals with the boolean value only, that is true or false. So that's it for the function. Let's see how this function works actually. So what we'll do is we'll mention here this test function and we'll comment this piece of code so that there will be no confusion. We'll comment it out. Now we'll go through the syntax of this test function. The syntax is pretty easy. We'll use the output variable again, and we'll write here variable name dot function name, and the string name will be passed as a parameter. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on a console. Fine. So this is the syntax for test function. Save it, and here you can see in the console that for the word hello it returns true. If we change this word here to something else, like if we write here hi instead of hello, save it, and you can see the output is changed to false because hi is not there inside a string, right? Because hi does not exist according to this string. So this is how the test function actually works. Now one more thing I want to mention here about the test function is if we write here some part of a word, not the whole word but some part. So let's say if we write here ELL, now this is the part of hello word. Now what if we save this? You can see the output here is true. That's because the test function checks for every letter, and if it finds these three letters in any word, it will return true in that case as well. Fine. Next up, we have another function to use with the regular expressions in JavaScript. Now the next function's name is match function. I'll write it here. First I'll comment these two statements, and then I'll write here the name of this function. So the name is match. Now this match function returns an array of results, otherwise null. The syntax for this function is exactly opposite from the previous functions, because we'll pass the regular expression as a parameter to this function now, and the function will be used along with the string. So it is completely opposite to the syntax we used for the previous two functions. So we'll write here for this, we'll use the output variable again. We'll write here where output, and instead of regex we'll use it with the string. So we'll write here str1.match, and the variable name will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is how the syntax for match function looks like. It's exactly opposite to the syntax we used for previous two functions. The next line will remain the same. We'll write here console.log and we'll print output on a screen. Fine. Now we have to do one more thing here. What's that is, we have to remove this modifier from here and we have to write here hello. So save it, and you can see we have an array over here. Now what if we want to find both the words in a string? If we want to check if there's more than one word with the similar name. So what we have to do is we have to write here G, and if you save it now, you can see the output is completely changed, and now we have an array with two similar words. What if we add another hello here? So let's say we have another hello here. Save it, and you can see here the array size is increased to 3 now. Now we are left with one more method, and the method we are going to discuss now is pretty important because we'll use this method in future as well. So the last method is the replace method, which is used to replace something from a string. We can either replace the first matching word or all the matching words from a string. If we are using the global modifier, then all the words will be replaced. Otherwise the first matching word will be replaced. So the syntax for this method goes like this. What we have to do is, so let's comment it out first and we'll go through the syntax of final method. So the final method is replace method. Fine. So the syntax goes like this. We'll use the output variable again and we'll write here str1 dot replace because we want to replace something in that particular string. The first parameter will be the variable name. We'll write here regex, comma, and then we'll pass the word we want to change. So hello will be changed with, let's say in this case, hi. Fine. Now check over here that if we are using any modifier, so we are using global modifier here. Now if we print this on our console, if we write a console.log and we are writing here output, if we save it now, we'll get to know that all the hello words in the string are replaced with the word hi. Save it, and you can see over here that hi and welcome to a YouTube channel. Say hi if you are new here, and then we have a hi. You can see that all the hello words are replaced with the word hi. Now if we remove this global modifier from here and if we save it now, you can see only the first hello word is replaced. The other hello words are here and there will be no change in them because we are not using the global modifier now. In the previous video where we came across regular expressions in JavaScript, we saw different predefined functions that we use for finding a particular expression present inside a string, right? Like the predefined functions, we also have some JavaScript characters that make the searching part easy. So these characters are used within the expressions and help us in different ways. For example, let's consider a scenario where we have a regular expression and we want to find a particular word within the string. But we don't remember the whole word. Let's say we forgot the word with time. And now we remember only a part of that word. So let's do the same side by side, and what we'll do is we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll take three variables. We'll write here let regex is equals to, then we'll write here let str1 is equals to, and then finally we'll write where output is equals to. Fine. Now here we have three variables. The variable regex will store a regular expression within it. We haven't returned the word yet. Next up we have a variable str1 to store the string and a variable output to store the output returned by a function. The function we'll use will be any one of the ones we used in the previous video. So let's do it here. The word, let's say the word will be welcome. Fine. You can take any word you want. Now moving on to the string, let's write the string as well. We'll write here welcome to our YouTube channel, and then we'll write another welcome here. Fine. We'll discuss the reason why we wrote welcome twice. Now if you guys remember from the previous video where we have used the test function to check the availability of a word present in a string or not, we'll use the same function again. So we'll write here variable name dot function name. So the function name is test, and then we'll pass the string name as a parameter. So we'll write here str1. That's fine. And finally what we'll do is we'll print this on our console. So we'll write here console.log
output. Fine. Now we already know the output for this piece of code, right? The output will be true. That's obvious because we have the word welcome present in our string, not once but twice. The output will remain true if we remove the first welcome from this string. Let's do it here. Let's save the program first and then we'll move to the console. And you can see here the output says true for the word welcome present in the string str1. That's true, right? And now if we remove this welcome word from here and if we save it, you can see the output still remains true because we have another welcome word present in the string, right? So this is how the test function actually works. We'll put the welcome word here again. We already know the functioning of this test function. The main point of discussion here is the meta characters. So meta characters are characters with special meanings, like the dot character. If we write this regular expression, like we can remove any one character from this word and put a dot in its place. Let's do it. We'll remove a random character and write dot here. So let's say we are removing L. Fine. And instead of L, we are putting a dot here. Now the dot character here will replace this character and the system will not throw any error. It will still find the word. We can also use exec function here to check the index number of the word. So what we'll do is we'll take another variable and we'll do the same. We'll write here regex dot exec and then we'll pass the string name as parameters. Fine. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste it here. The variable name is op. Save it and here you can see we have the output as true for the test function, and for the exec function it returns the index number 0 of the word in the string. Now the system automatically puts a L in place of the dot character. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for more than one character, we have another meta character for that. It's not that we can't use this dot operator, but we can use it for a limited time. Like we can use it for a single character. But if we want to put more than one character and we don't know the number of the characters, so then we have another meta character for that. The meta character is asterisk. Now this asterisk allows us to put multiple characters within a particular expression. For example, if we write here, let's remove all this and we'll put star or asterisk in place of all the characters in between. So save it and you can see the output returns true for test function, and for the exec function the index is 0. Now if we write here something like that, and we don't know what it is, but let's assume it. So if we save it now, you can still see the output returns true for this as well, because now we can put any number of characters in between W and E. The only thing that matters is the first and the last character of the word welcome. Now the next character we'll be looking at does not work the same way as these characters. The caret character works upon a whole string. Let's go through the syntax, and what we'll do is we'll remove this unwanted piece of code and then we'll come here, we'll write here welcome again, and now we'll put this caret character. Now the caret character is this character. So what this character returns is, this character returns true only if the whole string starts with the word welcome. The second welcome word does not even exist for this meta character. If we save this program now, it will return true because welcome is present at the start of this string, right? So save it and you can see the output is true. Now if we remove this welcome from here and if we save this program now, we know that we have another welcome present in the string, but this character does not work that way and it will return false because the string starts with 2 now, right? Save it and here you can see the output is false for test function, and for exec function the output is null. It will not return any index number of the second welcome or some sort of thing. So this is how the caret character works in JavaScript. The next meta character does the same thing but for the end of the string. The symbol is $, and it checks for the end part of the string. This meta character is placed at the end of a regular expression, and it checks if the string ends with characters present in the expression. The syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove this caret character and we'll put a $U. Now this statement now will check if the string ends with the word welcome or not. In this case, the last word of the string is back, right? Not welcome. So the output will be false. Save it. Save it. And you can see here the output is false and null. Suppose we write here back in place of welcome. Now what we'll do is we'll write here back in place of welcome. And if we save this program now, the output will change to true because back is the last word present in a string, right? So this character checks for the end of the string. Save it, and you can see the output is changed to true and the index number is 32. And the exec function will return the index number of the word back. The last meta character we will discuss in this video is the optional meta character. The question mark symbol represents this meta character, and the functioning be like any character before this symbol is treated as optional. This means that it doesn't matter if the character is present in the string or not. For example, if we write here, let's say we'll write here welcome again because welcome has more characters than back, and we'll write here welcome as well. Fine. Now let's make some changes in this particular regex expression. So what we'll do is we'll put a question mark here, and let's say we'll put another question mark here. Fine. Now if we remove C and E from the string or any one of them, then also the function will work fine and the output will be true. Let's do it. And what we'll do is we'll make some changes in this particular string, and we are going to remove some characters from this string. So we have two welcome words here, and what we'll do is we'll remove C from this one, and we have two optional characters, right? Both C and E are optional, but for now we are removing C only. So the string looks like this. We have the word vellum. It doesn't mean anything, but for understanding purposes we have done it. So save it, and you can see the output remains true for vellum. Now what if we put any other word in place of this character? Let's say we are writing here B. Fine. The output will change. We have to put an O as well because O is not an optional character. Now the output will change. As we were discussing, if we save this program, you can see it says true for now, but it is saying true because of this welcome. Now if we remove this welcome from here and if we save it now, you can see the output is changed to null. Yes, these characters are optional, but we can't put any character in place of them. We have two options only. Either we can put C in its place or we can leave it. So there's no other option with the optional characters. So these are the few meta characters present in regular expressions, which helps in validation a lot. We came across meta characters in regex in the previous video, where we saw how to check the availability of a particular word or expression within a string. We know about functions as well. So today we will combine all these things to some extent, and we'll see how basic validation actually works in JavaScript. We'll see an example wherein we'll go through the character sets and ranges and check for some specific type of validation in this video. Now, the topic character sets and ranges itself is a pretty explanatory topic, and we can get an idea of what's coming just by going through the words. Characters in layman term refers to alphabets and numbers, right? We see a character on a daily basis and we know a lot about them. Now, if I write here A, we can say that this is a character in JavaScript. Now, we can use one single character or a group of characters at a time with regular expressions in JavaScript. We have a particular syntax for it. We'll go through the syntax first, and the syntax is like we have to use square brackets and we have to write characters in between these brackets or inside these brackets. Here we have three characters A, B and C. What we can do is we can give instructions to the system to use any one of them in a regular expression. So let's take a small example of how this actually works with regular expressions. And what we'll do is we'll do the same thing we have been doing till now. We'll search a word within a string. We'll check that if a word exists within a string or not. So we'll do it like we'll take a variable regex that will contain the regular expression. So this is the syntax for regular expression, and this is our regular expression which says def. So in actual this is not a word, but assume it as a word for now. And what we have to do is we have to include character sets with this regular expression, right? So we'll write here inside square brackets ABC. Now the next thing is we'll define the string. Let's say the string name is tr1, and the string says this string contains ADEF. So DEF, or we can say ADEF, is what matters the most for now. So anything else you can write on the string. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the test function to check if this particular regular expression is available in the string or not. So we'll write here regex.test, and inside this we'll pass the string as a parameter. Now the last thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and we'll print this on our console. Fine. We are done with it. So what we are doing here is we want to search the string for a word which contains the letter DEF compulsory. But before DEF, we can have a character. That character can either be A, B or C. No other character will be taken in front of DEF because we have defined a character set as well, right? And that character set contains only 3 characters, A, B and C. So here you can see we have ADEF present in the string, and we have A along with DEF. So what we are expecting is this test function should return true, right? So save it and check for the output in the console. So we'll go to our console, and here you can see the output says true because we have ADEF only. Now if we write here anything else, like if we replace this A with the character R, save it, and you can see the output is false because R is not present inside this character set. Now what if we write here something like, let's say we are writing here Kaushal DEF. Now this will check for this letter only, for this L only. Other letters don't actually matters in this case. In the case of character sets, the only character that matters is the character right before the regular expression. So if we save it, you can see the output is changed to false. And if we write here, let's say Kaushal ADEF, save it, and you can see the output is true because it checks for this character only. Fine. Talking about ranges, let's say we want to add any character in the string between A to Z. Now we have 2 options to do so. First one is we can write A, B, C till Z here, like we'll write here DEF, GHI and so on and so forth till Z. But this task is a little bit lengthy, right? And we have to spend a lot of time in that process. So the alternate to this process is to define a range of characters. To define a range of characters, it's quite an easy task. All you have to do is write A hyphen Z. So this is how you can define a range of characters. Now this range will consist every character from A till Z. A and Z will also be included. Keep this thing in mind. If we write here Kaushal DEF again, so we have seen in the previous example that it returned false for this, right? Save it now, and you can see the output is still true. That's because now we have a range from A till Z. If we write here 5 now it will return false because 5 does not lies in between this range, in between A to Z. So it will return true for any character between A till Z. Fine. Now let's say we want to exclude some particular characters from this range, like we don't want the user to include DEF again, no character from D, E or F. So the syntax for that is also pretty easy. We have to use the caret operator, and we have to write here but we don't want to include. So let's say in this case we don't want to include DEF. Fine. So if we write here DDEF now and save it, you can see it will return false because we have included DDEF. And if we write here ADEF, save it, and you can see the output is true. Now we can't include characters D, E and F in front of this regular expression because we have defined this character set to not include these characters in the regular expression. So these are characters and ranges in regular expressions. So the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be going through a basic validation example and we'll see how actually basic validation works in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a small HTML form that will take the employee ID from the user and it will check if the employee belongs to the organization or not. So let's say the employee ID of the organization has some unique characters present in it and the character remains there in each employee ID. The idea is simple. We'll take the ID from the user and we'll use the if-else control statement to check if it belongs to the organization or not. So let's move on to the HTML file and we'll create a placeholder and a button. So let's do it. We'll write here form and inside this form tag let input ID is equals to EID and placeholder is equals to employee ID and type is equals to text. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to include a button as well, and we are going to call a function on clicking. So we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click and let's say the function name is employee. And the button name is, let's say, submit. Save it and you can see over the browser that we have a placeholder along with the button. So let me give a space here, save it now, and you can see we have a placeholder and a button. So that's all what we have to do in HTML part. Now the rest of the thing we'll be doing in the JavaScript file. So let's move to a JavaScript file and comment this piece of code first. Now what we want is we want to call a function employee on clicking the submit button. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define a function employee and inside the body of this function the first thing we will be doing is we'll be taking the user's ID, right? So we need a variable for that. So let's say the variable is empid and we'll write here document dot get element by ID. The ID is EID dot value. Fine. Now this empid variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So like if we write here something like D2386, so let's say this is the ID, this will be stored, the value for this ID will be stored inside this empid variable. Fine. Now we'll use the regular expression to check for some special characters. So we'll write here inside the function, we'll write here where check is equals to, inside the regular expression we'll write something. So let's say we want to start the employee ID for the development team with the alphabets D and E, and each ID will have a similar numeric code like 253 which represents the code for a particular team. Fine. So we'll write here inside the character sets we want DE to be there before a similar numeric code, right? So 253 is the numeric code and we want to include either D or E before that, right? And after 253, let's say we have a range of numbers that each employee ID has a unique 2-digit number. The ID should look like either D25311 or either E25361, something like that, right? Now, so for that what we have to do is we have to include here another range, and this range will be from 10 till 99. Fine. This looks a bit complex now, but if you try to do it by yourself, believe me guys, you'll find it out that this is an easy task but a little lengthy, we can say. Now the next part is we have to validate the ID entered. For that we have to use the if-else control statement along with the test function. So we have to write here if check dot test, and inside this we'll write empid, because empid is the variable which is holding the value entered by the user, right? So if it's true, then it will return an alert box with the message that says valid employee ID. Fine. Else it will return a message in the pop-up which will say invalid ID. Fine. So this if-else statement will check the value returned by the test function. If the value returned is true, it will return a message valid employee ID. Otherwise, the else statement will run and the user will get a pop-up with the message invalid email ID. Fine. Let's check the output, and in the browser here, we'll write the employee ID in the given placeholder. So let's say the employee ID is D25319. Submit it and you can see it says valid employee ID. We can do it for some more, like if we write here E25398. Submit it and you can see it still says valid employee ID. Now what if we want to include any character between this range and the unique number, right? So let's try to do it. We'll write here D253K89. Fine. So let's say this is the ID we want to enter. Submit it and you can see it says invalid employee ID. Fine. Now one more thing we want to do here is, like if we write here D253 89. In this case, it will return false or invalid employee ID. Why? Because we haven't included any modifier here and it will differentiate between uppercase and lowercase character. So to overcome this problem, what we can do is we can include the in case sensitive modifier and we are clearly good to go. Now if we write here D25398 and save it. If we write here now D25398, submit it and you can see here the output says valid employee ID. So this is how we can use validation along with regular expressions. In the last video, we came across character sets and ranges. We saw how we could use them with regular expressions, and we also saw how to validate a user's input with the help of character sets and ranges along with regular expressions. Now in this video, we'll look at the shorthand character classes present within regular expressions and we'll see how they are helpful in JavaScript. If you guys remember, the regular expression we used became a bit confusing and lengthy because we have used so many ranges and character sets all in one, right? A character class can be used to overcome this particular problem, and we have several character classes present in JavaScript. So today we will go through them in this particular video. Now the syntax is not too much complicated. All we have to do is to write a single character with a backslash and we are good to go. For example, if we go to a JavaScript file and if we write here \d. Now if we write this character before any regular expression in JavaScript, it means that we have added a character class to a regular expression. This \d is a character class used for finding a digit within a string. Let's go through an example for this character class. And we'll do the same thing. We'll take a string and try to find a regular expression within that string. So what we'll do is we'll write here where regex is equals to, and here we'll write a regular expression. First we'll take up a string and use some functions to check the output. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll take another variable. Let's say the variable name is str1 and the string says user's phone number is 987654321. Now let's say this is the string we are using for today's program. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the exec function to find the regular expression within the string. So we have already gone through this exec function in JavaScript. Today we'll use that function only. Now we'll write here where output is equals to regex.exec, and inside this we'll pass a string as a parameter. The next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this output on a console. Now we are good to go. So we are done with it, and the next thing we want to do is to find a particular pattern along with the number present before that pattern in the string.
So let's suppose if we write here inside these slashes, if we write here, let's say 3 to 1. Now, this statement here asks the computer to find a pattern 3 to 1 in the string. Save it and go to the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll press Ctrl plus Shift plus I. And here you can see we have a console here, and here we have an array as well. So here you can see it says, let me zoom it out a bit. Here you can see it says 3 to 1 is present at index 28. Now, the system finds out that this particular string or this particular regular expression is present here in the string at index number 28. Obviously the indexes will start from 0, and the moment it will find this 3 to 1 regular expression, it will show the index number in an array in a console. Now if we add \d here, let's say we are adding here \d in front of this expression and check the output here, save it, you'll notice that we have a number present here right before that expression, right? We have 4 3 2 1 here instead of just 3 2 1. The output here gives us the number 4. This means that this \d represents this number 4 in this string. Now, what if we put an alphabet before this expression now? Let's do it. What we'll do is we'll write here A, and let's say we are adding only a single alphabet here. Let's say we are adding A before 3 to 1. Now, the expected output is A 3 to 1. But the moment we'll save it, you can see it says null. That's because this particular character class works for digits only. If it finds anything other than a numeric digit, it will return an error or it will return null in that case. Now, if we want to find all the numbers before this pattern, then we have to add a plus operator in the regular expression. All we have to do is we have to write here plus and we are good to go. Now, it will return everything until it finds a space or any character other than a digit. Now let's suppose if you are writing here A after 987. Now this particular statement will return all the numbers till 6. The moment it will encounter A here, it will return all the numbers after A. It will stop at A and it will not go further. Now save it and you can see it says 654321. That's because this \d works for digits only. Now if we write here nothing, like we have a number 9876543210, save it and it will return the whole number 9876543221, not 0 because we haven't included any number here. Now if we write here again \d after this as well, save it, and here you can see we have the output as 0 as well. We have the whole number here. Fine. So this is how this \d actually works in JavaScript. So this is a character class. Now the next thing is, what if we want to find a non-digit character before a particular pattern? If we write here before 3 to 1, let's say we are writing here A, and we want the system to return the non-digit character before 3 to 1. In that case, we use capital D instead of small d. Always remember guys, every shorthand character class in regex have an inverse that does precisely the opposite of that particular class. Like if we have small d here that works for digits only, we also have an inverse which is denoted by \capital D, and it does exactly opposite of this small d here. Now if we write here capital D in place of small d, what will happen is it will return the character here. It will return true for everything other than a digit. Now if we remove this small d from here and save it, here you can see it says null because we haven't included the / sign here. Save it, and here you can see it says A321. It will return true for anything except for a digit. Even if we put a symbol over here, then also it will return the output as true. For example, if we write here, let's say we are including $sign here. Let's say we are including $2 here. Save it and it will return $2 signs. That's because we are using the plus operator here. obviously. Let's include as many signs as we can. Save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here on our output. So this is how capital D character class works, or we can say inverse character class of small d. This is how it works. Now the next class we'll be going through is the wordly character, denoted by the letter W, small w, and is used in place of any character that can be an alphabet, a number, or an underscore sign. We can use this character over D if we are unsure about the character present before the pattern. For example, if we write here, let's say \W BER. Now here we have used the BER pattern which is present at the end of number, right? Here BER is present at the end of number. Now this statement will return M only because we are not using any plus operator here. If we use any plus operator, then it will return the whole number, because it will return everything until it encounters a space or something like that. So for now we are not using any plus operator, so we'll be writing here this only. Now here it will return M because it can take up a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. It will return false if it finds any space or something other than these three. These three means a number, an alphabet, or an underscore sign. Fine. Now save it, and you can see on the console that the output says MBER. Let me zoom it a bit. So here you can see the output says MBER, right? Present at index 14. It will return null if we put a space before the pattern. Like if we write here NUM space BER, save it, you can see it says null for this. Now we can use the plus operator as well here for this particular character class. Now what will happen is it will return every character present before the pattern until it encounters a space or something like a symbol or any sort of thing. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here W plus BER, and we'll remove this space from here. Save it, and here you can see it says number. What if we remove this space from here, remove it, save it, and here you can see it says phone number. It will return every character before the pattern until it finds any space or any other, let's say, symbol. So let's say we are including here dollar, percentage, and caret sign. Save it, and here you can see it says NE number. So it's returning it from here because it will not return true for any of the symbols here. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as phone number again. So that's working totally fine. Like the inverse character class for digits, we have the inverse character class for this also, and it returns true for everything other than an alphabet, number, or any underscore sign. Now if we write here, instead of small w, let's say we are writing here capital W. And let's do something with the string as well. So let's put a space here again, and we are good to go. We are not doing anything more than that. So it will return null because before BER we have M here, right? If we remove this M with a sign, let's say if we are removing this with a dollar sign or with an empty one, like we are writing here space, nothing, then it will return the index number and the pattern. So let's do it, save it, and here you can see it says dollar, then it says BER, and the index number is 14. You can count the index number, so 0 for U, and then similarly 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, up to 14 for dollar. So dollar is present at index 14. It will return the index number here. Now the plus operator also works for this inverse character class as well. Right here plus BER, and we can insert as many characters or as many symbols as we want. So like here we have inserted so many symbols. This doesn't mean anything, but we are inserting them for example purposes or for practical purpose. So save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here in a array, and the index number is still 14. If we remove these N and U from here, now save it, the index number will change to 11. That's quite easy. Now the next class we have is the simplest of all. This class works for white spaces only. It means that it will return true or give us the index number of the expression from the string only if a white space exists before the pattern. It is denoted by small s and works for spaces only. Now if we write here, let's say \s, okay, we have made a mistake. We'll write here \s and we'll write here phone. So this is the pattern and this is the character class. \s is the character class. Now what we'll do is we'll remove it from here and we'll write the string as this again. We'll write here user's phone number is this and this. Now for this regular expression, it will return the index number of this space. The space is present at index 5, 0 for U, 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, and this space is present at index number 5. So it will return index as 5 for this particular space. Now don't get confused guys for this index number as 5. The index number is for the space present in the screen before the pattern phone. Right. Now if we try to do the same for users as well, let's suppose if we write here users, it will return null in this case because there's no space present before users in the string, right? Save it and here you can see the output says null in this case. Fine. Now we can also use the plus operator here for more than one spaces present in the string. It will return all the spaces until it finds a character or something other than the spaces. Like if it finds any symbol or any character, then only it will return false. Otherwise for spaces, it will return true. So if we write here too many spaces, if we put too many spaces before the word phone, or let's say we are changing this word to phone, save it, and here you can see we have all the spaces here. It's denoted by a single space, but the index number is changed to 19. Now we have so many spaces present here before the pattern phone or before the word phone. So this is how we can use space character class in JavaScript. Now we have also the inverse class for this character class as well. It returns true for everything other than empty spaces. If we write here, let's say we are removing this and let's say we are let's say we are writing here users and we are giving so many spaces here before the word users. Now it will return null in this case because there are spaces present in front of the word users. If we include a character or something in front of this word, then only the output will change and return the index number along with the string. So save it first, and here you can see, okay, we have used the small s. In place of small s, we'll write here capital S. Save it, and you can see here the output says null for capital S because this capital S will return true for everything other than spaces only. Now if we put here any symbol, let's say we have these symbols here, save it, and here you can see now we have a hash symbol present before the word users. That's because we have used capital S only. Now if we use your plus operator, save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present in a array. We have the index number as 11, we have dollar, percentage, caret, and hash present over here, right? So this is how the inverse of character spaces in JavaScript actually work. So these are the character classes we have in JavaScript. We discussed all the 6 character classes. 3 of them were inverse. I hope you guys got it. These character classes are sometimes used in place of character sets and ranges, as they make searching and comparing tasks easier for us during the validation process. We'll go through the validation part in the next video. So we'll go through how validation is used with HTML, and then we'll move on to validation with JavaScript. If you guys see, we have 2 text boxes over here. One is for the username and the other one is for the password. Creating such text boxes in HTML is quite an easy task. We have to use the input tag, which we discussed a few sessions back, and we are using some more properties here. So you can see we have type as text for username, and for password the type is password. So before we move on to validation with JavaScript, let me tell you guys that we can do certain things with HTML as well. Like if we want that none of the 2 text boxes over here remains blank, we can write here inside these input tags. So if we write here required, save it,
And now if you try to click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. It will not allow the user to submit the form until there is any value present for the name. So if we write here any random name and submit it now, you can see the form is getting refreshed. That's because we have used the form tag over here. Now if we try to submit without writing anything, we'll get the pop-up as please fill out this field. And we can do the same for password as well. Like if we write here required and save it. Now if you write any name over here for the username, and if we leave this password field blank, submit it, you can see it says please fill out this field for password as well. So HTML can let you do all this stuff, but when it comes to actual validation, like if you want the user to enter only if the name or password matches the one present in the backend, or maybe we can say in the server, we have to use something more than HTML. Now the case with JavaScript is a bit different. If we talk about validation in JavaScript, we can use JavaScript for client-side verification. The scenario here will be the one we'll discuss in today's video. What we'll do today is we'll create a basic sign-up form with 3 text boxes. One is for the username, the other one is for the password, and we'll add one more box for age. Half of the work is already done, and we have to add one more box now for the age. So age is just a number, right? So we can add a text box over here. What we have to do is we have to write here before the submit button, we'll write here input type is equals to number, and we'll provide it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is age. We'll use the ID attribute later, and inside this placeholder we'll write here age. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes over here. Inside the age we can't write any character or alphabet because we have defined the type as number for this, so we can write numbers here only. Now the next part is to link this page to another web page such that if the credentials are correct, the user will enter the home page of our website. For that we have to use the action attribute in HTML. Now the question here is, when do we want the user to enter the home page? Only if the credentials are correct, right? We have to use the action attribute with the form tag. So you can see over here we have already mentioned the form tag. Now what we'll do is we'll write here action, and what we want is we want it to redirect the user to another page or another web page, the home page of our website, after checking the credentials, and if the credentials are correct, the user will move on to the home page. So we have already a file named homepage.html. So we'll write here homepage.html and save it. Now on clicking the submit button, okay, we have to fill something for name and for password as well. So we'll write random values over here, submit it, and you can see we have been redirected to another page, and this is the home page of our website. However, it doesn't look like a home page. Still we can assume it, right? So now we know what should be done if the user has correct credentials to enter the home page. We are almost done with the HTML part. We'll make some more changes to this file later. The next thing we have to do is to validate the credentials entered by the user, right? For validation purposes, we'll use the if-else control statements in a JavaScript file. We'll create a function in a JavaScript file and call that function when the user clicks the submit button. But there is a difference. We'll not call the function on clicking the submit button. Instead, we'll call the function on submission of the form. So instead of writing here on click and then calling that function, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag, we'll write on submit. So this is an event, and on submit what will happen is it will call a function named validate. We'll create this validate function in our JavaScript file now. So you can see here we have already used the ID attribute with all the input tags in order to get the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll first declare a function named validate. So we'll write here function, and the function name is validate, and then we have the body of this function. Now we'll take 3 variables to get all the values entered by the user, because we need to check for all the values, right? So we need to check if the user's name and password match the one we want, and the user should be aged above 13 to enter our website. For all these, we need the values entered by the user. So we'll use the get element by ID method to get all the values. Now for that we'll take three variables. So let's say the first variable is uname. It will hold the value entered in the username text box. Let me go to the form again, and here you can see we have three text boxes: username, password and age. So we'll take three variables. For username we'll write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID is uname. Let me confirm it once. So you can see here the ID for username is uname. For password it is pass, and for age it's age. So we'll write here dot value. The next thing we'll do is we'll create another variable for password. We'll write here again document dot get element by ID, and the ID is pass. We'll again write here dot value, and the third variable will be where age. It will hold the age of the user. So we'll again write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID for age is age. We'll again use the dot value property. Now we are done with the values. We have three variables holding all the values entered by the user. Next up, we'll use these values to validate the data entered by the user. Now the first condition we can have here is that we don't want the user to leave any of the text boxes empty, right? If we click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. Now we can do it with the help of HTML as well, but for now we are using JavaScript. So we'll remove these required keywords so that we can do it with JavaScript only. Save it and submit it. Now you can see it is redirecting us to the home page of our website. So it's working totally fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write a condition if the user leaves any of these fields empty. So we'll write here if uname is equals to blank, or pass is equals to blank. Okay, pass is equals to blank, or age is equals to blank. Now what will happen is it will give the user a pop-up with the message. Let's say the message is missing credentials. Fine. Save it. And if we leave any of these fields empty now, a pop-up will appear with the message missing credentials. So the first condition is done, but there's a loophole in this condition. So let's check it out first. We'll leave username and password empty. Submit it. You can see it says missing credentials, right? Now the next thing is if we write here, let's say a random name and password as well, but we are leaving this age text box empty. Submit it. It still says missing credentials because we haven't entered the age, and it's working totally fine. Now there's a loophole in this condition. The exciting part is it will work fine if the user enters more than one space in all the fields. Like if we are giving here spaces for more than once, and similarly for password as well. Submit it, and you can see it says missing credentials because we haven't filled the age. So let's do one thing. We'll write some spaces for username and password, and for age we'll say the age is 4. Submit it, and you can see we have no error over here. Now to overcome this problem, we have a predefined JavaScript method that treats all the spaces the same. No matter the number of spaces, whether it be one or more than one, it will treat all the same. We have to include the trim method within the if-else statement. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot trim for username, and similarly for password as well we'll write here trim, and for age as well let's say dot trim, and save it. Now move back to our sign up form, and if we try to give more than one spaces here, and let's say the age is 4, submit it, you can see it says missing credentials for more than one spaces as well. So this is working totally fine. Now the following condition will be for validating the name. Let's say the required name is Kaushal or anything else. The required password is let's say 12345, and the age should be more than 13. then only the user can enter the website. So for that we have to use the else if statement, and what we'll do is we'll write here else if, and inside this we'll give our conditions. So let's say the conditions are uname is equals to Kaushal, and pass is equals to 1 2 3 4 5, and age should be greater than or is equals to 13. Then it will give the user a pop-up, and which states that we'll write here alert, we'll write here sign up successful. Fine, save it. Now the user can enter the website with these credentials only, otherwise a pop-up will appear. So let's give the else condition as well. What we'll do is we'll write here else, and we'll use another alert. Inside this we'll write wrong ID and password. Fine. Now we have all the conditions here. Save it, and now we'll check for different inputs. So let's move back to our form, and what we'll do is we'll write the username is, let's say, Ravi, and the password is, let's say, any random numbers, and the age is, let's say, 6. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong ID and password. Now what we'll do is we'll give it the correct credentials. We'll write here Kaushal, and the password will be 1 2 3 4 5, and the age is, let's say, 21. Fine, the age should be greater than or equals to 13. So submit it, and you can see it says sign up successful. Now we have different conditions over here. Like if we write here any random name, and if we write here any random password, now it will return wrong ID and password. But if we write here correct ID and password and correct username as well, let's say we are writing here Kaushal, and let's say the age will change to 11. Submit it, and you can see it still says wrong ID and password. We can add one more condition over here, like we'll write here else if age is less than 12, it will give an alert that you are underaged or some sort of that. So we'll write here else if age is less than 13, an alert which states underaged. Fine, save it, and what we'll do is we'll move back to our form, and we'll write here Kaushal, password is 1 2 3 4 5, and age is, let's say, 11. Submit it, and you can see it says underaged now. So it is working totally fine. Now one thing that seems a bit irritating as well is it redirects us to the home page every time, right? It doesn't matter if the credentials are correct or not, it redirects. To overcome this issue, we have to make some minor changes in the HTML file and include the return keyword in a if-else conditional statements. So let's go back to our HTML file, and what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. Now we have on submit over here, so what we'll do is we'll write return before validate. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file. Now this return keyword will let the form perform any action only if the value returned by the function validate is true. Otherwise it will not allow the form tag to perform any action. The action here is redirecting the user to the home page, right? So let's do it here. We know that the function should return true only if all the credentials are valid. So we'll write here for all other conditions we'll write return false. Fine. For this one we'll write return true, because this is the condition when all the credentials are correct, and for all other conditions we'll write return false. Similarly for else as well, we'll write here return false. Now save it, and we'll move back to our sign up form. Save the HTML file as well once, and what we'll do is we'll write here Kaushal, password is 1 2 3, and age is, let's say, 4. submit it. You can see it says underaged. Click on OK, and now it is not redirecting us to the home page, right? Now if the credentials are correct, what we'll do is we'll write here the password as 12345 and the age is, let's say, 21. Submit it. Now you can see it says sign up successful. Click on OK, and you can see we are in the home page. It is working totally fine. So if all the credentials are valid, then it is redirecting us to the home page, exactly what we wanted. So these are the basics of validation in JavaScript. Obviously, we can't validate a form with JavaScript in the real world because we don't have to deal with one user only. We need the backend to do all the validation and all. But simple validation can be done with the help of JavaScript. We did it just now. We have many things to do with validation in JavaScript, like adding some more conditions or using regular expressions to validate forms in JavaScript. Using regular expressions for validation in JavaScript is what we already saw in the previous videos. So we have gone through it already. I want you guys to show some creativity and do something new on this topic, and let us know what you have done in the comment box. Here is the sign up form we created in the last video. You can see we have a username, password and age here, and we have used certain conditions to validate this form. We have used if, else if and so many more things in that video. So if you haven't watched it yet, please go through it once and it will be easy for you to understand. Now, today we'll add another text box here wherein the user will enter the mobile number, and then we'll validate it in two different ways. So let's add another text box here. What we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, and let's give it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is mobile, and the placeholder will say enter your mobile number. Fine, save it. So you can see we have another text box here. What we'll do is we'll add a break tag here. We'll write here br. Save it now. So this is our form, and here we have username, password, age and mobile number. One thing to notice here is we can use the type as text as well, as we are using mobile number that consists of digits only, so we are using type as numbers here. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll do the rest of the part there. So we'll take the user's input and store it inside a variable to compare it, right? So let's add another variable here. Here you can see we already have three variables for username, password and age. We'll add one more. So let's say the variable name is where mob is equals to, we'll use the document dot get element by id attribute. So we'll write here get element by id, and the id we used is mobile. So let's cross check it once. So here's the id mobile, and we'll take the value. We'll write here dot value. So this variable mob holds the user's mobile number and will make certain changes to this existing if else statement. So the first thing we'll be doing is we'll check if the user is writing something inside the text box or not. So we'll add another condition here. We'll write here mob dot trim is equals to space. If the user leaves this box empty, so this will pop up in his screen and it will say missing credentials, right? Next up, we'll change this condition as well. We'll write here end. So let's say the mobile number is 09876543221, some sort of this, and we'll write here mob is equals to 0 to 1. Now the last thing we are doing here is we'll be adding one more else if to check if user enters any other mobile number than this one. So like we did for age, similarly we'll do it for mobile number as well. So we'll write here else if mob not is equals to 09876543221, then it will return wrong mobile number. And it will also return false. Save it. Now we have made three changes here. First one is we added the mob.trim so that the user won't leave this space empty. The next one is we checked if the number entered by the user matches the one we have in our system.
And the last one is for the number entered by the user doesn't match, then it will return wrong mobile number. Fine. So we are done with it. You can check it here. We have a condition here. If the mobile number does not matches, it will return wrong mobile number. So let's do it here. We know the username is Kaushal, the password is 12345, and the age should be above 13, right? So let's say we are writing here 15. Now here we are in the mobile number. So let's add a random number here. What we'll do is we'll write this and submit it. You can see it says wrong mobile number. Fine. Now the next thing is we'll write here 0987654321. Let's suppose this is the mobile number. Submit it and you can see it says sign up successful and it will redirect us to the home page. Now this is working totally fine, and this is the traditional way of checking the phone number of a user. Only if we already know what the user has to put in the text box to enter the website. Now the next thing we'll be doing is pretty simple as well, but for that method one should have a clear understanding of regular expressions in JavaScript. Now we'll use regex to validate the user's phone number. And if you haven't watched the previous videos on regular expressions yet, I suggest you to go through it before mobile number validation in JavaScript, and this task of validation will be so easy for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll move on to another HTML file. Let's create one here first. So we'll create another HTML file. Let's say the HTML file name is mobile.html, and here what we'll do is we'll create another text box. So let me connect it to another JavaScript file first, and we'll create another JavaScript file as well. Fine. So we'll write here mobile.js. So this is a JavaScript file, and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll write a heading here. So let's say we are writing mobile number validation in JavaScript. Fine. Save it and open it with live server. So here is a new HTML file and this is the JavaScript file. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll create another text box, right? We'll create a single text box. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. We can either use numbers here as well, and then we'll use the ID attribute. So we have to do it later, but we are doing it right now. Placeholder as mobile number. Fine. Now we'll create a submit button as well. We'll write here input type is equals to button and value is equals to submit. What we'll do is we'll call a function on clicking this submit button. So we'll use the onClick event here as well. So we'll write here onClick, and let's say the function name is val. Fine. Good to go. Save it. And here you can see we have a text box for mobile number and a submit button over here. So what we'll do next is we'll move on to the JavaScript file to create this val function. Now we'll create a function, and that function will check if the number entered by the user is in the proper format or not. So let's create a function first. We'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function val. So this is the name of our function, and then we have the body as well. Now the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be writing a program here. So what we'll do is we'll first take a variable. Let's say the variable name is var mobile, and this variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So we'll write here document dot get element by id. So here's a id is, I guess, mobile. So let's check it once. So here you can see we have the id as mobile. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot value to get the value entered by the user. And now what we are doing is we are using regular expressions for this purpose, right? So we'll create another variable for the regular expression, and we'll leave it empty for now because we'll change it later. First we'll write the whole program. So what we'll do is we'll again use the if else control statement. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here mobile dot trim to check if the user is leaving the place empty or not. And in this condition here we'll write alert, and then inside alert we'll write please enter a mobile number. Fine. I hope you guys got it. So you can see here we are getting an error here in the if statement. That's because we haven't written something over here. So if we write something inside a regular expression, so the error will go. But for now we are not using any regular expression because I'll explain it to you after this. So leave it here only for now. The next condition will be writing here using the else if. So we'll write here else if, and we'll use this regex variable with the test function to validate the user's mobile number. So we'll write here regex dot test, and we'll pass this mobile number as a parameter to check, right, to compare between regex variable and the mobile variable. So we'll write here mobile. Fine. Now this else if will return something, so we'll use the alert method again. We'll write here mobile number submitted successfully. Now you might be thinking why we are doing so, because we know that this test function is used to compare the values, and if this test function will return true, then only a pop-up will appear with the message mobile number submitted successfully. I hope you guys already know about this test function. We have already discussed it a few sessions back when we came across regular expressions in JavaScript. So I think it might be easy for you guys. And at last we'll write here else for any other input. So we'll again use the alert method and we'll write here wrong mobile number. Fine. Here we have written everything inside this function, even the conditions as well. We have three cases over here. The first one is if the user leaves the field empty and tries to submit. The next one is for checking the number entered by the user, and the last one is for everything else. So we haven't written the regular expression yet because let's discuss it before writing. So guys, what we want is, we want a 10-digit mobile number, and the number should start from either 7, 8 or 9, because we know mobile numbers generally starts with these digits, either 7 or 8 or 9. Fine. Then it has 10 digits only. Now for checking the length of the mobile number, we could have used the mobile.length property, right? But the regular expression gives us a simple and easy method to do so. We discussed the shorthand character classes in regex a few sessions back, right? So now we want all the inputs to be digits only. So what we'll do is, we'll write here inside this regular expression \d. So this is a shorthand character class, and we'll use these curly braces and we'll write here 10 inside this. So this statement over here will check the length of the string, but we have to do some more things here. The next thing we need to do is the initial digit of a mobile number. That can be 7, 8 or 9. So for that, what we'll do is, we'll define a range for initial number, and we'll write here before this character class. What we'll do is, we'll define a range over here. So we'll use square brackets and we'll write here 7 to 9. Now this particular statement defines a range that consists of only 3 numbers, 7, 8 or 9. Now this regular expression is sort of complete, we can say. Now one thing we have to keep in mind, that we have to write here 9 now instead of 10. That's because we have already defined the first number, right? And we need 9 more digits apart from that particular digit. So let's check it out. Save it, and we'll write a mobile number here. So let's say the mobile number is this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and what will happen is, it will return wrong mobile number. That's because the number here starts from 1 instead of 7, 8 or 9. So submit it and you can see it says wrong mobile number. Now we'll try for another condition. We'll leave this field blank and submit it. You can see it says please enter a mobile number. So this is also working fine. Now the next thing we'll be doing is, we'll be starting the number from 9, and let's say the number is this. So this is a 10-digit mobile number. Submit it and you can see it says mobile number submitted successfully. So this is also working fine. Now the only problem here is if we write anything before this particular phone number. Like if we write here before 9, if we let's say we are writing here A B C D E, any character or alphabet as well, submit it, you can see it still says mobile number submitted successfully. Now it will not give any error because it finds the expression present in the string. Right, we have to mention the starting and the end points of a regular expression for this purpose. We have two meta characters. One denotes the start, that is the caret character, and the other one denotes the end of the string, that is the dollar sign. So we'll add both of them in our expression. What we'll do is we'll write here caret. This will denote the start of the string, and here we'll write dollar. This will denote the end of the string. Save it. And now it will work fine. And one more thing guys, don't misunderstand this caret character with the one we use inside the brackets to exclude any particular string. Like if we remove this from here and if we insert this caret character inside this bracket, what will happen is it will exclude this particular range. It will exclude 7, 8 or 9. We have already discussed the use of this caret character. Now if we write it here, it will denote the start of a string. So you will not get confused if the concept of meta characters and character sets are clear to you. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll check for certain phone numbers now. We'll check for that particular condition only. We'll write here 9876543210. So this is a correct mobile number. If you submit it, it will say mobile number submitted successfully. But now if you write here something before this 9876. Now if we write here any characters or alphabets and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number because we have used the caret character and we want at the start of the string either 7, 8 or 9. Now similar thing will happen at the end as well. If you write here anything and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number because we have added dollar sign as well. Fine. Remove it. And if you are adding any numbers here as well, save it. And you can see it still says wrong mobile number because the length is more than 10 and the end will be denoted after 9 digits. So these are the 9 digits and this is the end of the string according to a regular expression. So these are the ways how we can validate a user's phone number in JavaScript. Obviously we can do so many things in validation. I want you guys to do something exceptional on this topic and let us know in the comment box what you did. In the previous video where we came across mobile number validation in JavaScript, we saw two different methods of validating a user's phone number, right? The first method is used when we know what the user has to enter. If the user enters something else, then it will give an error. The other method is with the help of regex in JavaScript, wherein we validated the format of the mobile number entered by the user. And today we will do something similar to what we did in the previous video. So we'll use regular expressions again to validate the email ID entered by the user. So let's move on to the programming part directly and we'll create a text box here to take the user's input. So what we'll do is we'll create a text box. We'll write here input type is equals to email, ID here as let's say mail. Fine. The next thing will be a placeholder and the placeholder will say enter email ID here. Fine. We'll close this input tag and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be creating a submit button. We'll write here type is equals to button, value will be submit and we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click. So we'll call a function on clicking this button. We'll write here validate. We'll create this validate function in a JavaScript file. Now save this piece of code and you can see we have a text box and submit button here. Now if you write here something, you can see nothing is happening over here. Now the next task we have to do is the one we already know. We'll move on to the JavaScript file. We'll create a function there and use the if-else control statements to check if the email ID entered by the user is in accordance with the pattern or not. Quite a simple task because we have been doing it for quite some time, right? So let's do it quickly. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file. I forgot to create one here. So let me create one. And the name will be email.js. So this is a JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. So we'll write here function validate. The next thing is the body of this function. So we'll write here everything other than the regular expression because the rest will remain the same as mobile number validation. So we'll write here, we'll create a variable here, we'll write here where email is equals to, we'll write here document dot get element by id and the id is mail. Now we'll use the dot value attribute. The next thing is we'll again take a variable for regular expression and we'll leave it for now. We'll move on to the next part. What we'll do here is we'll use the if else control statement again. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here if email dot trim is equals to null. Then what it will do is it will give a pop-up. So we'll use the alert keyword and inside this we'll write please enter a valid email ID. Fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the test function in regular expressions. So we'll write here else if regex dot test and we'll pass this email variable as a parameter. Here it will check if the input given by the user matches the pattern of the regular expression. We'll check for it. So we'll write here alert and inside this we'll write email submitted successfully. Fine. And at the last we'll use the else statement and we'll write here alert wrong email ID. Fine. Save it. Now we are almost done with everything apart from the regular expression. We didn't define the regex until now because we'll discuss it first. Because you know guys, using a regular expression for email validation is slightly different from other things. Like we have several parts for a regular expression. Let's discuss it first. So let's take an email ID first. So let me write here. Let's say we have an email ID as kaushal@simplilearn.com. Fine. We can't write here two dots. So this is what a primary email ID looks like. An email ID consists of 4 parts. The first part is the name, that can be anything. It can have alphabets, digits, or sometimes dot and underscore as well. So we can have the name as, like if we write here, let's say Kaushal11, or if we write here Kaushal.11, or we can write here Kaushal_011. Right, so these names are allowed in an email ID. The next part is the @ symbol. It's mandatory to add the symbol in each email ID, as you know. So the third part is the domain name. That can be the name of any particular organization. Like here Simplilearn is the domain name, or it can be Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or any of these. So that depends on the user where they have their email ID. Now the last part is the extension, which comes after a dot. So after this dot we have an extension over here. This com is an extension. Fine. An extension can be .com, it can be .in or .net, or it can be .co.in. So now that we have an idea about how an email ID looks like, the next thing we'll be doing is working here on the regular expression to create a particular format of this type. Right. So we have 4 parts, but we have to compulsorily add an @ symbol and a dot before the extension. So what we'll do is we'll take 3 pairs of parentheses or round brackets, we can say, for defining the rest 3 parts. So what we'll do is we'll write here. So we need 3 parentheses, right? Now we have to mention @ and dot compulsorily here. Fine. The rest we'll define, but we have to add these 2 symbols compulsorily in each email ID. The caret and the dollar signs are meta characters used to define the regular expressions starting and the end points, right? So I hope you guys are clear with regular expressions till now, as this is the last video on this topic. And still, if you have any doubts about regex, feel free to comment your doubts and we'll get back to you. So let's define the first part here. The first part is the name consisting of alphabets, digits, or some specific symbols like dot and underscore, right? We'll define a range here. So we'll use square brackets to define the range. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z or A to Z or 0 to 9. Fine. Here we have defined three ranges: a range for small letter alphabets, capital letter alphabets, and a range of numbers from 0 to 9. Now we could have used the global modifier at the end of this regular expression instead of defining a range of capital letter alphabets. We have already discussed the concept of modifiers a few sessions back. Now the next thing is to add specific symbols like dot and underscore. We can't write them simply because if we write here dot or underscore, the meaning will change and it will return true for any character in place of dot. The concept of meta characters, remember? So we have to put a backslash before writing the symbols. What we'll do is we'll put a backslash over here. Now we have added the special symbols as well. The next part is the length of this name. Now it can be either 10 or maybe 20, or we can say in some cases, let's suppose it can go more than 20. Now what we can do is we can either define the length inside curly braces like this. We can write here 2, 20. So this is the range for length, but we can't do it here because we are keeping this thing in mind that the username might go above 20 characters. So what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator. The plus operator will let the user enter the name as long as they want. Instead of using these curly braces over here, what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator here. Fine. Now the next part is for the domain name. After this @ symbol over here, what we'll do is we'll write the domain name. That has to be there in each email ID, right? The domain name can be the name of any organization, as we have already discussed. We don't need digits in the domain name, right? So what we'll do is we'll simply write here A to Z and A to Z. So we have defined two ranges for domain name, one for the small letters and the other one is for the capital letter alphabets. Fine, we did it almost the same as name. Now again the domain name can be of any length, so we have to use the plus operator here. What we'll do is we'll first put them inside square brackets. I forgot to mention them here, and then we'll use the plus operator. Now the regular expression looks a bit complicated, right? But we don't have to worry about it because these all are easy things, just a little bit lengthy we can say. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be going through the last part of a email ID. After this dot symbol, what we have to do is we have to define another range for the extension. Right, the extension can be any alphabet with a length not more than 6 to 7, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z only consists of small letters, or we can include capital letters as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z as well. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll define the length of this extension. So we don't need the plus operator here because the length of any extension can't be more than 4, 5 or 6 maybe, right? So what we'll do is we'll define a range of length. We'll write here 2 and 6. So 2 is the minimum length of extension and 6 is the maximum length. Now save it and let's check the output. So we'll check for several email IDs now. What we'll do is we'll write here abc@gmail.com. Fine, submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. Let me zoom it out a bit. The next thing we'll do here is we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. So one thing we have forgotten here is to include the caret character and the dollar character. So we have to specify the starting and the end point here. So what we did is we have included the caret character and the dollar sign here. Now we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is a valid email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using any random symbol. So let's say we are using here abc*@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says a wrong email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll write any number here, let's say, and we'll write here Kaushal112.3. Fine. So this will return wrong email ID because we have included numbers in domain name, and we haven't defined any range of numbers for the domain name. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong email ID. Now remove these numbers from here and submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is working totally fine. Now the last thing is, what if we have an email like kaushal112.3@gmail.co.in. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong email ID. In this case, we have to define another range in the regular expression that can be optional. So we have the question mark symbol that acts as an optional character. It means that any range or anything written before this meta character will be optional. So we'll use this symbol and we'll write here before this $sign. We'll again use parenthesis and we'll write here dot A to Z, and then we'll define the range as 2,6, and we'll use the question mark sign here, or we can say this optional meta character here. Save it, and now what if we write here kaushal@gmail.co.in. Now submit it, and you can see it says email submitted successfully, and this is totally optional. If we write here kaushal@gmail.com, submit it, and you can see it still works fine. So this is how we can validate a user's email ID in JavaScript. We can do a lot more stuff in this. I want you guys to do it. You can see we have an image slider over here. The images present inside this box keep on changing. We can also click on these radio buttons to go over a specific image. If we click on this last radio button, you can see we are moving to that particular image. Now suppose you go through the home page of any website like Amazon or Flipkart. Interesting, in today's video, we'll go over some specific animations like fading of an image on several events. We'll see how easy it is to make those style changes in JavaScript, which we can't do with CSS or HTML. We are particularly talking about style changes during events. So talking about style changes, we have done it in the past using CSS and HTML and JavaScript, of course. So guys, we generally say that JavaScript is used to make a web page more interactive, right? To make a web page more interactive or engaging, we have to do something nice to it. So adding fade in and fade out animations to a picture makes the web page more engaging to the user. So what we'll do today is we'll take an image and use specific JavaScript properties to make changes in that image. Let's move on to the VS Code and you will understand it much better. Now let's add an image to the web page first. So we have a picture on our computer and we'll add it. So what we'll do is we'll write here img src, source will be html.png, and the next thing we'll be using the alt attribute. We'll write here, let's say JavaScript. So we can take any random image. We are doing this for experimental purpose only. So what we'll do next is we'll close this img tag, we'll save it, and here you can see we have an image over here. We'll reduce the size, and so this is the perfect size, I guess. Now what we'll do next is we'll use the ID attribute as well, because we need to access this particular image. So let's say the ID is img. Fine. Now here we have an image and we have two possibilities to perform those animations. Either we can add two buttons and add functionality to them, or we can use the on mouse over and on mouse out events. So we'll use two buttons for now, and then we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out events to do the same task. Now let's add two buttons here. What we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to button, and then we'll write here value. Value will be, let's say, fade in for first button, and we'll use the on click event. Fine. So we'll write here on click and we'll call a function on clicking this particular button. So this will be a function name, fade in. Now we'll do similar thing again. We'll copy paste it and we'll change certain values here. We'll write here fade out and we'll call a different function. So we'll write here fade out. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two buttons over here, fade in and fade out. So nothing is happening on clicking over these buttons. We can change the size of this image using CSS, right? So we'll use CSS here only. we'll write here class is equals to, let's say, size, and we'll use the style tag here. We'll write here dot size, and inside this we'll write width is equals to 50 pixels, let's say, and the height will be 50 pixels as well. Fine, save it, and you can see the image is pretty small right now. So what we'll do is we'll write here 250 instead of 50. Save it now, and you can see it's working fine, I guess. The size is decent. Let's change it to 300. Fine. So we have to keep these things in mind, like what size we want for our image, and we can use CSS for that, right? That's quite easy. What we did is we defined a class. We use the class attribute here inside the img tag, and we have defined it using the style tag over here. We are not using any separate CSS file for that. So save it, and you can see we have our image over here with decent size, and then we have two buttons, fade in and fade out. Now the next task for us is to add functionality to these buttons. We'll move on to the JavaScript file and create our functions there. So this is our JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. Let's say the function name is fade in. So this is the first function, and then we have the body of this function. Now the next thing is to use the style property to fade this image. Let's talk about it in detail. We need to access this image, right? So we'll use the document.getElementById method to access the image. We have already used the ID attribute in the HTML file. So what we'll do here is we'll write here document.getElementById, and the ID is img. Fine. Now we have to use the style property. The style property is used to add styling to any particular element or event with the help of JavaScript. We can do it with CSS, but we want to add styling as a functionality, right? This means that we want to style an element or image by clicking a button. For that, we have to use the style property here in our JavaScript file. So we'll write here style. Now the next and the last thing is fading the image. Now we have a term named opacity in programming. Opacity refers to the fact of being opaque. In programming, if the value of opacity is 1, then we can't see through the image, like making an image transparent. And if the value is 0, we can see through that image, or we can say that the image will totally disappear if the value is 0. So let's try it out here, and you'll understand it. So what we'll do is we'll write here style.opacity is equals to 0. Now save it and click on this fade in button. Click on this fade in button, and you can see the image disappears by clicking the fade in button. Now we'll add functionality to this fade out button as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to create another function here. So the function name will be fade out, and then we have the body of this function. The working will remain the same. We'll again use the document.getElementById method. We'll again use the img as id. We'll write here .style.opacity. Now what we want is we want to bring back our image, right? So we'll write here 1. Now here the values are 0 and 1 respectively for fade in and fade out functions. Let's check the output here. Save it. Click on this fade in button, and you can see the image totally disappears. And on clicking the fade out button, you can see the image is here again. Now to actually make the image a slight fade, let's say we don't want the image to be disappeared completely. What we want is a slight fade in an image. Now what we have to do is we have to choose a value between 0 and 1. Like for 0, it totally disappears, right? If we write here 0.5, save it now and click on fade in, you can see the image fades slightly. So this is how we can use the fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript, and it will be totally fine if we write here 0.1 as well. Save it,
And if you click on this fade in button, you can see we have this image over here still, but we can say it's almost transparent or disappearing. You can see it's over here. Maybe it's visible or maybe not, but if you write here 0.3 or something like that, and now click on this fade in button, you can see we can see this image, but the image is faded, right? So this is how we can use the fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript. Now we can do the same thing using on mouse over and on mouse out events in JavaScript. We have to make some more minor changes in a HTML file only. Instead of using these buttons, we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out events inside the img tag. So what we'll do is, let's do it as well. We'll move to our HTML file and we'll comment these two lines. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out event, right? So we'll write here on mouse over first, and we'll call the fade in function on taking the mouse cursor over the image, and the second event will be on mouse out. So we'll write here on mouse out, and we'll call the fade out function, fine, on taking the mouse cursor away from the image. Save it, and you can see we don't have any buttons over here now. Now on taking the mouse cursor over this image, you can see the image fades a bit, and on taking the mouse cursor away from the image, you can see we have the original image here. So this is how we can make fade in and fade out animations work in JavaScript. You might hear that browsers do not support this method of using fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript. In my case, I have checked with 3-4 different browsers like Microsoft Edge, Firefox, Chrome and Internet Explorer. So it is working totally fine. I want you guys to check if it is working or not with the browsers you have on your computer. If not, then do let us know in the comments and we'll figure it out. Make sure that you have the latest version of whichever browser you are using. The fade in and fade out effect in JavaScript was easy to use. All we have to do is to use the style property with opacity in between 0 and 1. Quite a simple task, right? Now in this video, we'll see another animation effect in which we'll change the size of an image by hovering over that. We see such animations in many e-commerce websites where if we take the mouse cursor over any product, the size increases. So let's do it here. It's a simple task. We'll add an image to our HTML file first. So we'll write here img, and the source will be, we have an image named as coffee.png in our system, and then we have the id attribute. The id will be, let's say, img, and then we'll use the alt attribute here. We'll write here coffee. Let's assume that this is a product of any e-commerce website and we want to increase the size of this product on hovering over that. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be defining the width. So let's say the width will be 200 pixels for this particular image, and then we'll use certain events here. So we'll use the on mouse over. So on taking the mouse cursor over, we want to increase the size of this image, right? And on taking the mouse cursor away, we want to decrease the size, right? So we have used these two functions. We'll define these functions in our JavaScript file. So we are done with this img tag. Save it, and you can see we have an image over here in a browser. So we are done with it. We have the default size of this image as 200 pixels. We can change it here. We can make it 300 or 400 or any size we want. So you can see the image size change if we write here 300 instead of 200. So for now we'll be using 200. That's fine, I guess. So what we want is we want to increase the size of this image by taking the mouse cursor over it, right? And the size will be back to normal if we take the cursor away from the image. So for that, we have to define these two functions, increase and decrease. So let's define them in a JavaScript file. What we'll do is we'll first write here function, and we'll define function increase. Then we have the body of this function, and we'll write here document.getElement by id. The id is img, and we'll write here style width is equals to, we can't write here 400 pixels simply, it will throw an error. You can see a red line over here. So what we have to do is we have to write this inside single inverted commas, right? Save it, and on taking the mouse cursor over the image, you can see the image size increases, but it's not getting back to its original size because we haven't declared the decrease function yet. Let's declare the decrease function as well. So what we'll do is we'll again use the same logic. We'll write here function decrease, and inside the body we'll write document dot get element by id. We'll write here img dot style dot width is equals to the width, let's say, will be default, so the width will be 200 pixels. We'll write here 200 pixels. And the decrease function will make the picture get back to its original size, that is 200 pixels. So save it, and you can see here on the browser that the image is zooming in and out on specific mouse events. That is one of the most easiest tasks to do in JavaScript. All we had to do is we had to define two functions, a function increase and the other one for decreasing the size. So the function increase will increase the size by 200 pixels and the function decrease will get the image back to its original form. Fine. Now there is an older method of changing the size of an image using the setInterval method. HTML5 documents no longer support this method. So suppose that we want the size of the image to grow gradually. Like after every 10 milliseconds, the size should increase up to a certain level. All we have to do is to use the setInterval method. We are all aware of this concept in JavaScript. So let's take a look at the HTML part. So here's the HTML part, which is the same as we used for the previous program. Not even a single change here. You can see we have the image source as coffee.png. Then we have the ID as img1. Then we have used two mouse over events, one to increase the size and the other one to decrease the size. And then we have the width as 100. We have changed the width here. The initial width will be 100, and we'll notice that the initial image size is smaller than the one we used in the previous program. Now the JavaScript file will look different. Let's move there first. So here's the JavaScript part, and we have three variables here: width, addition, and interval ID. Now the initial value of width is the same as that of image, which is 100, and then we have the variable addition, which will be responsible for the increment of the size, as we want the size to be increment by 2 pixels after every 10 milliseconds, right? The following variable is interval ID, which we'll need later on while using the setInterval method. Now we have two functions over here, the increase function and the decrease function. So these are the two functions we have in a JavaScript file. Inside the increase function, we have used the setInterval method. You can see here we have the setInterval method, and we have called the zoom in function after every 10 milliseconds. So it will call the zoom in functions again and again after 10 milliseconds. So if we want to make it 1 second, we have to write here 1000, right? We are already aware of this concept, so we are using milliseconds for now. Now if we remove this clear interval method from here, then the zoom in and zoom out effect will not work correctly in between. We'll try it later. So same as the case for decrease function as well, and it will call the zoom out function after every 10 milliseconds, right? So we have to define these two functions as well. So here are the functions zoom in and zoom out. So let's take a look at the zoom in function first. The zoom in function is actually responsible for the increment in the size of the image. If the width is less than 200, let's suppose the initial width is 100, which is less than 200, right? Then what will happen is the value of width will be increased by width plus addition. It will be increased by 2. So it will check if the width is less than 100, the value will be 102. Then 104, 6, 8, 10 up to 200. And then the value will be assigned to the style property to increase the size. So this statement is we are using for a long time now. So what we are doing is we are assigning the value of this width to this style property. And then we have used the console.log to check the increase in width. Now the else statement will stop the setInterval function, and the increment in image size will be stopped as soon as it reaches the 200 mark. For the value of width as 200, the setInterval function will stop. Same as the case for zoom out function, which will decrease the size of the image until the size reaches 0. The size will be reduced by 2 after every 10 milliseconds. The logic remains the same. What we are doing is we are using here minus instead of plus, and we are checking if the value of width is greater than 100. Fine. So let's check the output of this program, save it, and we'll open this file with live server. We'll click on live server. Now
Here we are on the browser and take the mouse cursor over the image. Oh, it's not working. The reason behind it is this method is not supported by the current version of HTML. To make this program work, we have to put our browser in quirk mode. Now for that, we have to do a simple task. We have to go to a HTML file and we have to remove this particular statement. We have to remove this doc type as HTML. Remove it. Now this quirk mode is used to make older websites compatible with the browser. If your program doesn't work sometimes, do check this out by removing doc type from your HTML file. Sometimes it happens that a particular method or a particular type of program doesn't support in your browser. So do check this method out. Try running your program in quirk mode and maybe it will work. So let's check the output now. See, on taking the mouse cursor over here, the image size increases gradually, and on taking the mouse cursor away, the size decreases. It looks nice, right? Now imagine you are working on an e-commerce website and you want to make your website more interactive. Then you can put this effect over products and it will look nicer, right? So we have already mentioned it that what if we remove this clear interval method. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll see what if we remove this particular clear interval method from it. So we'll remove these clear interval methods. We'll remove this one and this one. Save it now, and you can see there is something wrong on taking the mouse cursor over this image. So you can see the image is shaking slightly, right? Now this is because the clear interval method does not stop the set interval method on calling the increase and decrease function every time. So this is how we can make our web pages more beautiful and interactive in JavaScript. Try doing something new by yourself and let us know in the comments what new you learned. Before we dig deeper into this topic, let's create an array here. So we know that an array is basically a single variable used to store multiple elements, right? So let's create one array here. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll create an array over here. So we'll write here where arr is equals to. So this is the syntax for array. Let's add some elements as well. We'll write here BMW. Then we'll write here, let's say Audi. Then we have Mercedes, and then finally let's say we have a company named Honda. Fine. So this is a simple array with 4 elements. They all are car manufacturers. So let's print this array on the console. We are doing some basic tasks as of now. So we'll write here console.log and we'll print this array in a console. Let's also print the length of this array. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here arr.length. Fine. We know that arr.length is the array property and it is used to determine the length of a particular array, right? So let's save this program. We'll open a console inside a browser. So here you can see we have array, and this is a array. We have 4 array elements: BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda, present at index 0, 1, 2 and 3 respectively, right? And then we have the length of the array as well, which is 4. So 4 is the length of the array. Now this was the primary task. We haven't done anything extra yet. So let's talk about iterators in JavaScript now. Iterator itself defines the meaning of the term. It means to traverse something. Till now we have been using the traditional method, or we can say we are using the for loop for traversing any array, right? The syntax was easy. What we have to do is we have to write here, let's traverse this array once. We'll write here for, we'll write here let I is equals to 0. I is a variable which will be used to traverse this array. And then we have the condition if I is less than array.length. And then what we'll do, we'll increment the value of I by 1, right? So this is a for loop. Inside this we'll write here console.log and we'll print arr of I. Fine. So we are done with it. Let me just comment these 2 statements. We are good to go. Now the variable I will go through each element present in the array and print them in sequence until it reaches the end of the array. So let's check the output, save it, and here you can see we have all the elements of our array present in the console. So we have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. We have all the elements here. Now let me tell you guys an alternative to this existing for loop. The alternative is for of loop in JavaScript. The syntax is so simple that we have to write only few words and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax of for of loop. What we'll do is we'll write here for, we have a variable I of array. So ARR is a array name, and then we have the body of this for of loop. Now what we'll do inside here is we'll write here console.log and we'll write I only. So we are good to go. Let me comment this for loop as well, or it might create a confusion for you guys. So we are good to go. Save it now and you can see the output remains same. We have BMW, Audi, Mercedes and Honda. Now this variable I over here will traverse through the array and print all the values in the console. Now you guys might be wondering why we are discussing this concept of for of loop in JavaScript, as the syntax of for loop is also pretty straightforward, right? But there is a problem with the for loop that if we try to nest a loop inside any loop, the complexity grows. Also, the chances of any error increases if we have several variables inside the loop. Now that's why I told you this alternative to for loops in JavaScript. So let's move ahead and we'll move on to iterators in JavaScript now. Now an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with two properties. The two properties are value and done. We'll discuss these two properties later on in this video. Now talking about traversing an array, we can do it with for loop or the for of loop we can say. But you know guys, we can do the same thing with iterators in JavaScript. We can traverse each element present in the array one by one. We are not going to traverse all the elements present in the array at once. We are going to do it one by one. We'll traverse a single element, then we'll print it, and then we'll move on further. Now the concept of iterators is a little bit tricky, but you'll get it if you go through it keenly. What we have to do is we have to create a function first. So let's create a function. We'll comment all this piece of code, and here is our array. We'll be working on this array only. Now let's create a function over here. We'll create a function, let's say cars, and then we have the body of this function. Now this function cars over here will have arrays passed to it as parameters. Let's create a variable that will traverse the array just like we had the variable I in for loop. So let's create a similar variable here. What we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0. So this is a variable. This index variable will go through each element present in the array, and this cars function will return an object. By the definition of iterators, we know that an iterator is an object that returns an object with two properties, right? So what we'll do here is we'll return an object. What we'll do is we'll write here return, and we'll use curly braces over here. Now this function cars will return an object, and this object will use a function next that will return the two properties we were discussing about. It might sound a bit tricky, but let's do it here and you'll understand it much better. What we'll do is we'll write here inside this next. So this next will be a function, and then we have the body of this function. Now next is a function here which will be called to print the current element's value, and it will take the index variable to the next array element. It will return the properties as well. The two properties are value and done. Now the traversing of the array starts here actually. What we want is we want the index variable to traverse the array until it reaches the end. So we'll use the if else statement to do this task. We have the array length property. Now we'll write here if index is less than values dot length. What will print over here? We'll write here value is equals to values, and we'll make an increment in the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, then we'll use comma, and we'll write here done, and the value of done will be false. Fine. Now the if condition will be checked, and this object will return the value and done properties. We can write here anything other than done as well. The program will work totally fine. It's not that we have to follow specific rules in iterators. We can also write here end or reached end in the place of done. That's up to you guys. So let's include the else part as well. We'll write here else and then we'll write here return, and we'll write here done as true. This error over here is because we haven't included anything here, so we have to write here return. Fine, now the error is gone, you can see. Now the value of done is true means that the variable index has reached the end of the array and there are no more elements present in the array. So save this program and let's check the output. Now you can see we have no error over here. What we have to do is we have to create a variable to use this object or iterator, we can say. What we'll do is we'll move over here and we'll create a variable here. So we'll write here var new cars is equals to cars and we'll pass array to this variable. Fine. Now we have been using this for quite a long time. We already have enough knowledge about objects in JavaScript. So what we'll do next is we'll write here new cars and we'll write here dot next. We'll call the next function. So this new cars variable will pass our array to the function cars in the form of a parameter. The next thing is we are calling the next function along with this new car variable. So let's check the output quickly. Save it and you can see we have an error over here, right? So you can see it says index is not defined. Okay, we have made some, you can see here we have right here INDE. We have forgot to put an X over here. So save it now and you can see here we have an object with the value as BMW and the done is marked as false here. It is an object with two properties we discussed earlier. You can see it has two properties, done and value, right? Done is false and value is BMW. Now the benefit of using iterators is if we execute this statement again, the output will be the value present in the following index of the array. So what if we write here console.log again? We'll copy this line over here and we'll paste it again. Save it now and you can see we have another value as Audi and the value of done is still false. So the good thing is it prints all the elements if we try executing the same statement again and again until it reaches the end of the array. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log 4 times, or we can say let's do it 5 times. Save it and you can see here it says true at last, right? We have all the values. We have BMW first, followed by Audi, Mercedes and Honda, and at the last it says the value of done is true now. It means that the variable index has reached the end of the array. The value of done is true means it has reached the end of the array. Of course we can access the values as well. What we have to do is we have to write here dot value after this. So if we write here dot value and save it, you can see we have BMW only. Let's do the same for all. We'll write here dot value again and save it now. You can see it says BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda and then undefined. It means that the array ends at Honda. There's no element present in the array after Honda. So we have all the values present in the array in a sequence. It is working totally fine. Now let me tell you guys the practical use of iterators in JavaScript. There's no practical use of this topic, but you may find it helpful from an interview point of view. You may get questions from such topics because these topics are pretty tricky and time consuming as well. So this is an excellent topic though. If you want to access the elements of an array or maps in a sequence, then you can use iterators for such tasks. We used iterators previously and we know that an iterator is an object that uses a method to return an object with two properties, value and done, right? Now the code was easy, so let's go through it once quickly and then we'll move on to generators. So guys, here's the code for iterators in JavaScript. You can see we have created an object that was giving us two properties, and every time the next function will be called, the next element of the array will be printed until the value of done is false. Now once the done is changed to true, this means that this is the end of the array and there are no more elements present in that same array. Now this was easy, but the method was a little lengthy and we have to be more careful while writing the code for iterators. This code was more prone to errors as well, and we had to loop so many things inside a single function. Quite a tricky task, right? Now guys, what if I tell you that we can do such tasks so easily in JavaScript without giving so much effort and just by writing few lines of code? Yes, we can do it with generators in JavaScript. A generator function allows us to define an iterative algorithm by writing a single non-continuous function. The syntax is also not tricky. All we have to do is to create a function with a asterisk sign and we are good to go. So let's go through the syntax and you'll understand it much better. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function asterisk. Let's say the function name is generate. Fine. And then we have the body of this function. Now this asterisk over here tells the system that this is not a regular function. This is a generator function that has some specific task to do. That is to generate the value on the go. Now inside here of this function, we have to write that part which we want to access. Like if we write here, let's say we are writing here let I is equals to 0. So let's say I is the variable that we'll be using for traversing purpose. And then we'll write here yield BMW. We'll copy this statement and we'll paste it 4 times, let's say, and we'll change the values. So first we have BMW, then we have Audi, third we have Mercedes, and fourth we have, let's say, Honda. Fine. So let's assume that these are the array elements. It means that these are the elements present inside an array. Let's assume it only. Now the yield keyword is used to stop the generator function and it returns the value following it. Think of it as a return that is generator based. It returns the value to the user upon calling the generator function. So let's call it first and the calling part will remain the same. We'll use a variable to call the generate function and then call the next function in the console. So what we'll do is we'll write here let's say gen is a variable and we'll write here generate. So we'll call this function here and we'll write here console.log. Inside this we'll write gen.next. Fine. Now save it and go to the console. So here's the console and you can see we have an object as output. Click on this object and you can see we have done as false and value as BMW. Now the good thing with generators is that we don't have to specify this next method anywhere in the code. It has the next method predefined that makes the task sort of easy for us, right? Now if we write this statement here again and save it, so what we'll be doing is we'll be copying this particular statement and we'll paste it here, save it, and here you can see we have the value as Audi and done is still false. Now we have Audi here with done as false because this is not the last element present, right? It will return done as false until the values are printed. Once it reaches the end, done will change to true and the value will be undefined. Easy task, right? We have been through it already. Copy it and we'll paste it several times now. Save it. And here you can see we have value as BMW for first, gen.next, then we have Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and finally we have the value as undefined and done is true. It means that Honda was the last element present in the array. Now the next thing is to use it with a loop. If you want to do this task with a loop, we can do it. What we have to do is we have to write here inside this function, we have to create an array over here. So we'll remove these elements and we'll write here where AR is equals to, so let's say this is a array. We'll write here BMW, Audi, Fine. This is our array. Now what we'll do is we'll take a loop. Let's say we are using while loop. We'll write here while I is less than ar.length. So this is an array property, and inside this we'll write yield. Yield keyword we have already discussed, and we'll yield ar of I. Fine. And then we'll increment the value of I by 1. We are good to go. So what we'll do is we'll remove this piece of code. Now save it, and you can see we have the first value as BMW and done is false. Now use console.log again here for the second element, which is Audi, and then we'll use it again for Mercedes. And finally, if we paste it here again, you can see we have Honda over here, right? So Honda is the last element present in the array. If we do it once again, press enter, save it, and you can see the value is changed to undefined and done is true now. Now we can also write here gen.next.value. So if we write here dot value, the output will be BMW only, of course the value only. So we can do it for each console.log. Save it now, and you can see we have the values here: BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Honda, and undefined. Now we did the same thing with iterators as well. So we concluded that the concept of generators is easy and more reliable than the concept of iterators in JavaScript. Both can do the same task, but generators can do it more easily, right? Creating an object in JavaScript is what we have been doing for a long time now. We'll not go deep into that topic, but let's create an object here with some properties just to brush up some things. So the syntax was simple. What we have to do is we have to write here where, let's say my object name is my car. We'll write here new object, and then we have the body of this object. Now we'll add some properties to this object. We'll write here my car dot manufacturer is equals to, let's say, Ford. Fine. And then we'll write here my car dot name is equals to, let's say, Raptor. Fine. And then we have my car dot color. So let's say the car color is black. Fine. So this is our object. Now we have created an object here named my car, and we have three car properties: car, manufacturer, name, and color. So we can access the whole object. Now to access the whole object, what we have to do is we have to write here console.log, and we'll write here the object name. Fine. So this is our object. Save it and go to console. So here you can see we have an object over here. Now on clicking this object, you can see we have all the properties of our object. We have color as black, manufacturer as Ford, and name as Raptor. Quite an easy and helpful task, right? We can also access particular properties. For example, let's say we want to know the car's color and nothing else. So we have to do a simple task for that. We have to write here my car dot color. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have the value as black on our console. And apart from this, we can also add properties to an existing object from the outside. We have already done it. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here my car dot, let's say, make. So this is the manufacturing year, let's say. So let's say 2012 is the manufacturing year of my car, and we'll remove this color property from here, and we'll print the whole object on our console. Save it, and you can see we have an object with color, make, manufacturer, and name. We have all the properties. In fact, the make property is also added to the object's properties. Now the question here is, why are we discussing objects before maps? There's a specific reason for this, guys, because maps in JavaScript are similar to objects, and one can use objects in place of maps, or maps in place of objects, we can say. But still there are some differences between objects and maps. Although both of them use key value pairs and give us the required output, but there are still some minor differences between them. So let's understand the difference between them with a simple example. What we'll do is we'll create an empty object. So here's our object. What we'll do is we'll remove all the properties of this object. So this is an empty object. Now what we'll do is we'll create an empty map as well, right? So the syntax for maps is quite similar to that of objects. We'll write here where my car is equals to new map, and then we have the body of this map. Fine. And we'll write here console.log my car. Fine. Now we have two different objects here. One is a simple object and the other one is a map object. There's a slight change in the object name you can see over here. The map object here is with 2R. So let's check the output on the console. Now save it. You can see here the difference between a regular object and a map object. Click on this empty object. You can see the prototype is object and the prototype for map object is a map. Fine. Now let's move on to VS Code again and we'll go through maps now. So this is a minor difference between maps and objects. So let's discuss maps now. What we'll do is we'll add key value pairs to our map now. So like objects, we have several methods for maps as well. Values can be added to a map with the help of set method. Now the syntax is simple. We'll see it. So what we'll do is we'll write here my car dot set. So set here is a method, and inside this bracket we will provide a key and a value. Now let's say we are writing here 1 comma BMW. We'll add another property. We'll write here my car dot set. We'll write here 2, and let's say we'll write here Audi. Fine. And then we'll write here my car again dot set 3 comma Mercedes. Fine. Now the set method has keys and values for each map property. Unlike objects where we can assign only string and specific symbol as property name, we can use anything here in maps for doing the same task. A key can be a number, a key can be an object, function, or in fact anything. It can be a string as well. So that's the benefit of using maps in JavaScript. This is also a difference between objects and maps. Now that we have added values to our maps, so let's check the output now. Save it. And you can see here we have 3 entries on our map, keys and values for each entry separated by an arrow. You can see 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value, separated by arrows. Fine. We can access any of these entries with the help of the get method. Just like the set method, we have another method in maps. We'll write here mycar.get and we'll pass the key here. So let's say we are passing here 3. 3 is the key for Mercedes. Save it, and here you can see we have the value as Mercedes over here on our console. This get method will give us the value present at key 3. We can get any value here just by passing the key number to this get method. We can also determine the size of this map. Now to determine the size of this map, we have another method here. So what we have to do is we have to write here mycar.size. So this will determine the size of our map. Save it, and here you can see the size is 3. Fine. So as I mentioned previously that a key can be a number, a string, a function, or in fact an object. So let's try to use them as keys and see if it works or not. So this is our map. What we'll do is we'll remove these 3 properties from here and we'll print this map only. Fine. Now inside here we'll write mycar.set. So let's say the key is string for value 1. So we'll write here my car name is, and then we'll pass the value here. We'll write here BMW. Fine. So we have a string as key now. Next up, we'll write here my car.set. We'll pass an object as a key, and the value is, let's say, Honda. Fine. Lastly, we'll pass a function as a key. We'll write here myCar.set and we'll pass a function over here. And the value is, let's say, Mercedes. Fine. Of course, we can define these functions or objects somewhere in the program. But for now, we'll keep it simple so that you guys can have an idea of what we are trying to do here. So save it. And you can see here, there's no error or any sort of problem in the console. It's working fine. We can access any particular value by passing the key to the get method. You can see here we have my car name is BMW present at 0. And then we have an object at 1 and a function at 2. So we can pass any function or object as a key as well. Now we simply cannot pass this curly braces to the get function to get the value, or even the function we cannot pass, so it will return undefined. To get a particular output, what we have to do is we have to use variables first. We have to define these functions and objects using variables, and then we can use those variables. So that's a different task. So what we'll do here is we'll write here myCar.get and we'll pass object here. Save it, and here you can see the output is undefined. Now this isn't what we were looking for, right? So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to write here let obj is equals to an object and let func is equals to a function. Fine. Now we can use these variables. So instead of writing here curly braces, what we'll do is we'll write here obj, and instead of using the whole function here, we'll write here func. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do here is we'll write here the variable name. So we'll write here func, save it, and here you can see we have the value as Mercedes present for function here, right? We can also do the same for object as well. If we write here obj and save it, you can see we have the output as Honda. What we did here was an easy task. We just used separate values for the object and function and then used the variables as keys. Now the next thing is maps can be used with arrays as well. All we have to do is to define an array with key value pairs and pass the array to map as a parameter. And the rest is the same. So let's do it as well. What we'll do is we'll remove this. We'll remove this as well. Fine. We'll write here where my ARR is equals to, we'll write an array over here. We'll write here 1 comma BMW. Then we'll write here 2 comma Audi, and finally we have 3 comma Honda, let's say. So this is our array. This is our key value pairs. 1 is the key, BMW is the value, 2 is the key, Audi is the value. Now what we have to do is we have to pass this array to the map. Fine. We'll cut this from here and we'll paste it over here. Now this is our map where my car is our map. Now we have to pass this array here. We'll write here my ARR. Fine. We can remove these curly braces. Now if we write here myCar.get, or let's say if we write here console.log myCar. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have a map with keys and values. We have the same map over here, but this time we have used arrays. And we can access any particular element as well. We'll write here .get and we'll pass the key here. Let's say we are passing 2. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as Audi. Good to go with it, right? Now we can also use the for of loop to traverse this array and get the keys and values. It's a simple task. I hope you guys are getting all this. So for the for of loop, what we have to do is we have to write here for let, and we'll write here key comma value of my car, and then we have the body of this for of loop. We'll write here console.log and we'll print the keys and the values. Fine. So we'll write here key, then space, and then we'll write here value. Save it, and here you can see we have keys and values here. We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi, and 3 Honda. Fine. We can also print keys and values separately as well. What we have to do is we have to make some changes here. We have to write here only key, and instead of my car we have to write here my car dot keys. So this is a method, so we have to put brackets over here and we have to remove this from here. Save it, and here you can see we have all the keys 1, 2 and 3. Similarly, we can access all the values as well by writing values in place of keys. So we have another method here as myCar.values. We have to use that for values. Now the last thing before we wrap up this video is we can also clone maps in JavaScript. Now cloning refers to creating a copy of something, right? So let's say we want to clone this particular map. We have an array over here. We'll remove this statement, and then we have used the for loop. So let's remove the for of loop as well. Now we have an array over here. Array contains 3 key value pairs, BMW, Audi and Honda. Now we want to clone this map. So this is our map, my car is our map, and we want to clone this, right? So let's say we have another map over here. We'll name it as where your car, and then we'll write here is equals to new map, and we'll pass my car as an argument here. Fine. Now we have a clone of our map here, and we'll write here console.log. Instead of my car we'll write here your car. Fine. Save it, and you can see we have a new map over here with the exact same key value pairs, right? We have 1 BMW, 2 Audi and 3 Honda. But the fun part is these two maps are not equal. It means that if we write here console.log, and if we compare these two maps, if we write here my car is equals to your car, save it, and you can see the output says false. They are not equal. Now there are several methods present within maps in JavaScript. We can't discuss them all, but we have discussed almost every important method in this video. I want you guys to go through other methods present within maps in JavaScript and let us know in the comments what you did with these methods. Set in JavaScript is an object that lets us store unique values inside it. We have seen the difference between maps and objects in JavaScript previously. So we know that maps are another type of object present in JavaScript and different from traditional objects. Now, sets are similar to maps in JavaScript. It means that they are also objects, but they perform various activities other than maps. So the syntax is almost the same, and even the properties are also the same to some extent. So let's take a look at sets in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier, sets let us store unique values. It means that if we create a set and try to keep a single value inside the set more than once, it will not allow us to do so. So let's see an example of it first. What we'll do, we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here where my set is equals to new. So here we'll write set, and this is the syntax of sets in JavaScript. Next up we'll write here console.log and we'll print my set. Fine. Now save it, and here we have created a new set and we don't have any values until now. We'll add values in a moment. So open the console on the browser. You will go to a browser and we'll open console here. So here you can see we have an empty set over here with no entries. If we click on it, you can see we have no entries, we have no properties, and the size is 0. Now let's add some values to this set. What we'll do is we'll write here myset.add and we'll add a value over here. So we'll do it for 3 or 4 values. We'll write here myset.add, we'll write here 2. We'll copy this, paste it here for 2 more times, and we'll write here 3 and 4. Fine. Now we have added these 4 values to our set, a basic task, right? The same add method we used for maps is what we did for sets as well. Now save it, and you can see here on the console that we have the size as 4. Now you can see here we have values 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the size is also 4. And we can add as many values as we want to our set, but we can't add any value to our set again. For example, if we write here, let's say if we are writing here myset.add and then we'll write here 3. Fine. What we are doing is we are trying to add 3 again to this set. Our set has a value 3 already, so this is the value 3. Now it will not allow us to add 3 again. Save it, and you can see we still have 4 values present in our set. The new value we added to our set is not present inside the set. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3 and 4. This 3 is not added to our set. So this is the benefit of using sets in JavaScript. So let's take an example of an array as well. Let's say we have an array of some numbers and several elements in the array are repeating themselves. So let's create a new array here. What we'll do is we'll comment out this piece of code so that there will be no confusion for you guys, and we'll create an array over here. So let's say this is an array with name ARR, and we'll add elements to this array now. We'll write here 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3 and any values, any random values we are adding to this array. So you can see we have so many elements here which are repeating themselves like 2, 3 and 1 and so many elements, right? Now we have an array here and the elements inside the array are repeating, right? So we have 2, 3, 4 so many times. Now what we want is we want unique elements from this array. Traditionally, we had to follow a particular pattern to achieve this task, wherein we had to iterate through each element in the array using nested for loop, and we have to check if the element present inside the array are repeating or not. Quite a lengthy task, right? Or a hectic task to do. But with sets in JavaScript, we do not have to follow this method anymore. All we have to do is to pass that array as an argument to the set, and we'll get the unique elements of the array. So to do so, we have to write here. So let's say we have a set named myset2. So this is a different set from the previous one we used. We'll write here new set, and we'll pass this array as an argument. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here myset2. Now save it, and you can see we have all the distinct elements of our array. You can see here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The size of the array is, or we can say the size of the set is 7. Fine. We can also print this set again in the form of an array. We just have to write here let my ARR. So this is a new array, and we'll write here array dot from, and now what we'll do is we'll pass this myset2 as an argument to this array. Now we'll write here console.log and we'll print here my ARR. So this is our array. Save it, and here you can see we have an array over here with all the unique elements. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 5 and 6. The length is 7, and here you can see we have the set in the form of an array. Fine. We can also traverse all the elements present inside the set or array just by using the for of loop in JavaScript. So we have to write here, let's say for, we'll take a variable let item of, we'll use set this time. We'll write here myset2 and we'll print this item on console. We'll write here console.log and we'll print item. Fine. all of this is easy, right? You must have got it. We have all the methods present for sets as well, just like we had for maps in JavaScript. Now save it. And here you can see we have all the elements of this particular my set. So my set 2 consists of all the elements of this array, all the unique elements we can say. So here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 and all the unique elements of my set. Now if we comment out this, or we can say if we are using an array in this for of loop, if we write here my arr and save it, here you can see the output still remains the same. We have all the elements of array now. We have all the elements of my arr and all the elements are unique. Now we can also delete a particular entry from the set by using the delete method. The delete method is same for maps as well. What we have to do is we have to write here my set2 dot delete and we have to pass that particular element. So let's say we want to delete 45 from this set. Now save it, and what we'll do next is we'll print this set again and we'll write here my set 2. Fine, save it, and here you can see we have the size as 6 now. You can see we have the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 45 is not present here, and here you can see initially we had the elements as 1, 2, 3, 4, 45 as well. So you can do it with the help of delete function in JavaScript. Now same thing we did for maps as well, and if we want to delete all the entries from the set, we can use the clear method. What we'll do here is we'll write here my set2 dot clear and we'll run this statement and we'll print set again. Fine, we'll write here my set2, save it, and here you can see the size of this set is 0 now. If we comment out this piece of code as well, now save it, and here you can see we have the size of set as 0. This was initially showing the size of our set, which was 7, and if we click on this as well, you can see we have no entries because it will not print any values once the clear method is executed by the system. So this is working totally fine. Now that we have covered almost every property of sets in JavaScript, I think you guys will be able to use sets now as per your requirements. So please try to do something different with sets in JavaScript and let us know in the comments what extra you learned about sets by yourself. Destructuring is used for assignment tasks in JavaScript. It allows us to unpack those values from an array or properties from an object into different variables. It might sound a little bit tricky, but trust me guys, it is one of the easiest tasks one can do in JavaScript. So let's take an example of how it works and you'll understand everything much better. So let's say we have few students present in our program. Like if we write here, let's say we have student 1, student 2 and student 3. Fine. Now these are the 3 students. These are basically 3 different variables: student 1, student 2 and student 3. Next up, we'll assign names to these students, and let's say we have more than 5 or 6 names for these students. So what we'll do is we'll write here bracket student 1 comma student 2 comma student 3 is equals to, let's say we are writing here Ravi is the name of first student. Then we have, let's say, Abdul, and we'll add one more here. We'll write here George, and let's say we have another student named as Varun, and let's say one more is Salman. Fine. So here we have 5 names. We have Ravi, Abdul, George, Varun and Salman, and we have 3 variables only: student 1, 2 and 3, right? Now if we want to access any of these student variables, we will get the name corresponding to that student. So student 1 will get Ravi, and similarly student 2 and 3 will hold Abdul and George respectively. So let's print them on the console. We'll write here console.log. We'll write console.log 3 times because we have 3 different variables. So we'll write here student 1, then we have student 2, and then finally we have student 3. Fine. Now save it and open the console on the browser. So here we are, here we have our console, and you can see we have the output as Ravi, Abdul and George. Rest of the two names are not here. Either we can use two separate variables to print those names, like we can add here student 4 and 5 as well. But instead of that, we can also use destructuring assignment syntax to assign all the last three names to a single variable. What we are talking about here is the student 3 will get all the three names. The three names are George, Varun and Salman. We'll save these three names inside a single variable. Fine. So destructuring assignment will do this task for us. So let me give you an example and you will understand it much better. So what we'll do here is we'll write here before student 3, we'll put 3 dots over here. Fine. And we are good to go. So rest of the program will remain the same. All we have to do is to add 3 dots here before the variable. And now we'll get the remaining values inside a single variable in the form of an array. You can see here, if we save this program, you can see we have Ravi for student 1, Abdul for student 2, and for student 3 we have an array of 3 different values, right? We have George, Varun and Salman present at index 0, 1 and 2 of the array. Fine. The length of this array is 3 and we can access any particular name from this array. Like if we write here console.log student 3 and we'll pass the index number. Fine. So if we write here index 1, so it will return the value present at index 1 of this particular array. Save it, and here you can see we have Varun over here. So if we comment this piece of code and save it now, you can see here we have Varun as the value present at index 1 of the array. Fine. It's easy to understand, right? We can in fact do the same thing with arrays as well. For example, let's say we have an array of several elements. So what we'll do is we'll create an array over here. We'll comment this piece of code and we'll create a new array now. Fine. Now we'll write here, let's say const color is equals to, we have several elements present inside this array. We'll write here color names. Let's say we have red, and then we have black, green, pink and brown, and finally let's say we have the last color as yellow. Fine. Now we have an array of colors with 6 different colors here. Now we'll assign these colors to different car manufacturers. Right. So what we'll do here is we'll use car manufacturers. Next up, we'll write here, let's say Mercedes, and we have BMW, Honda, and finally let's say we have Hyundai. Fine. Now we'll assign color here. So this is our color variable which has the values present in the form of an array. Now the color array is assigned to corresponding car manufacturers. Mercedes will be red, BMW will be black, and similarly Honda and Hyundai will be green and pink. Fine. Brown and yellow will be left out. So let's print them on the console. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste them here. Fine. Now we'll write here Mercedes, and then we have BMW, Honda, and finally we have Hyundai. Fine. Now save it, and you can see here we have all the values of the array. We can assign the last 3 elements of the array to Hyundai only in the form of an array. So we have to mention the dot notation here and we'll be good to go. So you guys might be wondering why we are assigning the remaining values to the last element only. Why not the one before the last element? So let's try to do it here and you'll get the answer to this question as well. So what we'll do is we'll assign all the values to Honda. Fine. Save it, and you can see an error message over here on the console. It says rest element must be last element. It means that JavaScript will not allow us to assign the values to any other element other than the last element. Now what we'll do is we'll assign the values to the last element again. So we'll remove these dot notation from here and we'll put them here before Hyundai, because Hyundai is the last element, right? Now save it, and here you can see we have red for Mercedes, black for BMW, green for Honda, and for Hyundai we have three different values. We have pink, we have brown, and we have yellow. Fine. Now we can also use destructuring for swapping variables in JavaScript. The easiest way to swap the value of two variables, we can say. So why easiest? We'll see it in a moment. So swapping means swapping the values of two different variables, right? So let's say if we have a variable a and the value of a is 10, and we have another variable b and the value of b is 20. Fine. Now swapping refers to the value of a will be changed to 20 and the value of b will be changed to 10. So how to achieve this in JavaScript? We have different methods to do this, but for now we'll be using the destructuring assignment syntax. So what we'll do here is we'll comment this piece of code as well. Now we'll write here let a is equals to 10, and we have another variable let b is equals to 20. Fine. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here a comma b is equals to b comma a. Fine. Now we'll print both the variables on our console. We'll write here console.log a and then console.log b. Fine. Now we are good to go. Save it, and you can see here the value of a is 20 now and the value of b is 10. So initially the value of a was 10 and the value of b was 20, and the values are now swapped. Right. It was simple and easy. So we can do the same thing for objects as well. For example, let's create an object over here first. We'll comment this piece of code as well so that there will be no confusion. We'll create an object. We'll write here const. Let's say the object name is car, and this is the body of our object. Now we'll write here properties. So let's say the first property is manufacturer, and we have the manufacturer as Mercedes. Then we have color. The color of a car is black. We have to write here colon instead of equals. Then we have model. So let's say the model is 2012, and then finally we have a function. Fine. So we'll write here function. The function name is wheels, and we'll write something inside of this function. So let's say we are writing here console.log, and we'll write here all-wheel drive. Fine. Now here we have an object named car with several properties such as manufacturer, color, model, and a function that tells us that this car is all-wheel drive. Let's destructure this object now. So what we'll do is we'll write here const, then we have curly braces. We'll write here manufacturer, comma, color, comma, model, and then finally we have wheels. Fine. And we'll assign car to them. Fine. Now this will take corresponding values accordingly. Now what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, let's say manufacturer. So it will return Mercedes. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as Mercedes. Instead of manufacturer, if we write here color, save it now, and here you can see we have the color as black. But we have to mention these four variables the same as the properties, because if we write here let's say model 2 and we are printing here model 2, now save it, and here you can see it says undefined for model 2. We have to write here model only. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see that we have the model as 2012. Now we can access any of the properties of this object. We can even call this wheel function from the outside. So just write here wheels. We are calling this function. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as all-wheel drive on the console. So guys, this is how we can use destructuring in JavaScript. I hope you guys got it. The concept is easy and small, yet very useful. We have been using the console for a long time now. We have seen how we can use it to print the output of a program in the console. That's quite simple. Now, debugging refers to finding and fixing errors in a program. Now, to remove those errors, we need to identify them and analyze the solution for them as well. So in this video, we will see how to identify an error in a program with Chrome developer tools. And what we'll do today is we'll create a simple HTML program and we'll try to understand the concept of debugging in JavaScript with the help of that program. So let's do something here. Now we'll create two text boxes over here. So what we'll do is we'll take the user's input to add two values entered by the user in those text boxes. So what we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, because we want to perform addition of two numbers, and then we'll write here id as, let's say the id for number 1 is n1, and then we'll write here placeholder right here, let's say number 1. Fine. Now we'll do the same for second number as well. We'll write here number id is equals to n2, placeholder is equals to number 2. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to insert a submit button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and we'll write the value as submit, and we'll use an event over here. So we'll write here on double click, we'll call the function add on clicking. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two text boxes over here and a submit button. Fine. We tried a new on click event here. Instead of using the regular on click event, we have used the double click event. Now the functioning will remain the same. The only change is that we have to double click on the submit button to call the add function. Now we are done with the HTML part. The next task is to create a function that can perform addition over the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So we'll write here function. The function name is add, and then we have the body of this function. We'll take three variables. We'll write here var number 1. We'll use the document dot get element by id, and the id for number 1 is n1. We'll write here dot value. Fine, we'll do the same for number 2 as well. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Instead of number 1, we'll write here number 2, and the id will be number 2, and then we'll take another variable where number 3 that will hold the value after addition. So we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Let's give some space between them. And the last thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using the alert keyword, and we'll be printing the output on a browser. So we'll write here the sum is plus number 3. Fine. Now save it. And here we have created a simple function to add two numbers. The value of the first number will be stored inside variable number 1, and the second value will be held inside variable number 2. For instance, if the user enters 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, the expected output will be 30, right? Let's check it out. So save it again, and we'll write here 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, and we'll double click on the submit button. And here you can see the output is different from what we have expected. The output is 1020 instead of 30. Now what's happening here is the system is taking the numbers as strings, and then the plus operator is used to append those values. So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to use the parseInt method, and it will take care of the rest. We have already discussed this parseInt method in the previous sessions, right? So we'll write here before this document dot get element by id, we'll write here parseInt, and we'll keep this inside brackets. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. We'll write here parseInt, and we are good to go. Save it now, and we'll write here 10 and 20 again. We'll write 10 inside the first box and 20 inside the second one, and double click on this submit button, and you can see the output is 30 now. It says the sum is 30. Now we have used the alert keyword here to print the output, but we could have used the console.log to print the same, right? So let me just take you through the developer tools first and then we'll discuss about it. So we'll maximize this Chrome, we'll go to the Chrome browser and we will press F12 here. So on clicking the F12 key from our keyboard, we have this over here. So we have the elements tab. The elements tab consists of the structure of the document. If you hover on anything over the elements page, you will see that we are getting the output of what that particular statement did on the web page. You can see if we hover on the body tag, we are getting the whole area occupied by the body tag inside the web page. Now the next part is the console. We already know what the console can do for us. We know that we can print the output over a console and perform some temporary logic building here. The benefit of using a console is that it can get you all the errors that the VS Code can't. For example, if we move back to our VS Code and let's say when we were writing our program, we made a small typing mistake and we wrote here var b instead of where. You can see VS Code will let us know that there's something wrong in this statement. There's a red line over here. So we have to fix this problem and the console will also let us know about it. But there are some errors which the VS Code can't detect. What we'll do is we'll comment these two lines for now. So we'll correct it first and then we'll comment these two lines. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log and inside this we'll write here the sum is, and we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Now this is also the same thing we just did. Instead of using the alert box to print the output, we have used the console for it. So let's check the outcome first. We'll save it first and then we'll open the console here. So here you can see on writing the numbers inside these text boxes and on double clicking this submit button, you can see we have the output as 1020. Now one thing we have to keep in mind is we have to write here parse int. So we'll write here parse int again and we'll put these two numbers inside brackets. Save it now and we'll go back to our Chrome browser. We'll write here 10 and 20 again. Now double click on this submit button and you can see it says sum is 30. It's working totally fine. Now imagine a situation where we forgot to put the plus sign here, right? What I'm saying is imagine a scenario. So let me just do one thing. Let me put this console here and what we'll do is let's say we forgot to put this plus sign over here. Fine. The VS Code is not giving us any hint about the mistake we just made. We have no idea about it and we came to know about it during execution. Save it and write here 10 and 20. Fine. Now we are expecting the output as 30, but we don't have any idea about the mistake. Double click on the submit button and you can see we have an error message over here in the console. So the console helps us in finding those hidden errors in our program. You can see we have the information about the mistake we made in the console here. So we have the exact location of the error. The error is present on line 5 of this file. So here's the error. It will let us know everything about the error. Now another way to find the error in a program is by going through the sources tab. So what we'll do is we'll move this console to the side again and we'll go to the sources tab and you will notice that this particular line is highlighted in red color. We can change it here, but the change will not be visible in our main JavaScript file. So we have to change it there in our main JavaScript file. Let's correct the error over there. What we'll do is we'll zoom this VS Code as well. So we'll put the plus sign here again. Now save it and we are good to go. Now the sources tab is used to find the errors as well as we can go through the execution of the program step by step. Now we have the navigator here on the left hand side. So this is the navigation part. And on the right hand side, we have the debugger. Here you can see we have so many options over here. We have certain breakpoints. We have scope, call stack, DOM breakpoints, global listeners, event listener breakpoints. So breakpoint refers to the point or place where we intentionally stop the program so that we can review the further execution process. For example, we have an event listener in our program, right? The on double click event. What we can do is we can stop the execution process when the system reaches there. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the event listener breakpoints and we have to select the mouse option over here. Now inside this mouse option we have certain events, right? You can see we have click, double click, mouse down, mouse up, and we'll click on this double click event. Now write any numbers over here inside the text boxes. So let's say we are writing here 20 and 30. Double click on this submit button and you can see the screen turned gray. Now this code looks a little bit long because we are using the live server. So let me just pause the live server and then I'll come back to you guys. Now we'll open this page and inside here what we'll do is we'll choose the mouse option. We'll choose the double click option inside mouse. So here's the mouse and we'll choose the double click option. So we are doing the same thing. Let me just increase the size a bit. Now we'll write here 20 and 30 inside number 2. Double click on the submit button and you can see the rest of the browser screen turning gray and the execution is stopped at this particular line because we have a double click event over here. Now what we can do is we can go further step by step in our program. We have 4 options over here. You can see we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 options. Now the first option is the resume script execution. The resume script execution will execute the entire script and give us the output. The next option is the step or next function call and it will take us to the next function call present in the program. Then we have the step into the next function call and it will do the same as the step over next function call. And then we have step out of the current function. It will take us back to the initial function from wherever we are. Now the last option is the step option and it takes us a step forward in the program. Fine. Now click on this step function again and again. So when you click it once, you can see we are in the next part. So this is the next line which will be executed in the program. Click on the step again and you can see we are going for the step by step, right? And then you can see the JavaScript file is executed and it will move back to this double click event and the final step it will print the output on the console. So if we go here on the console, you can see we have the output is 50. Fine. So this is how we can review our program step by step. And one more thing is it will show us the error as well. Now let's try to create an error in our program. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll remove this I from here. Fine. So save it now and move back to Chrome. And what we'll do is we'll refresh this file and we'll write here 2 numbers. We'll write here 20 and 30. Double click on the submit button. You can see the program is stopped at this particular breakpoint. Now click on the step button and you can see we are going for the step by step. The moment it will execute this line, it will give us an error and you can see the moment it executed this particular line, the line turned red. Fine. If we go to our console, you can see here we have the error over here. It says parse int is not defined or parseInt is not defined. So this is a reference error. And this is how the Chrome developer tools help us in finding those errors and fixing them. Now a big question here is why we are using the developer tools. The program is small and we can find the error by ourselves. So guys, this was just an example to illustrate how we can find those minor hidden errors in a program. The scenario can be different at times. Suppose we have a program that has over 1000 lines of code, and in that case we simply can't go through each line to find that particular error. We need something with which we can see the error quickly and more efficiently. So that's where the developer tools come into picture and help us. almost all the browsers these days support developer tools. So there's no such problem that you can't use the developer tool with any particular browser. So try it in the browser you are using and let us know about your experience in the comment box. So let me give you a simple example of drag and drop elements first. Here we have two different folders. One is where we have all our JavaScript and HTML files we have worked on till today. And the other one is an empty folder with no file at all. Now, drag and drop means taking something from one place and leaving it at another location. For example, select a file from this folder. So let's say we are selecting this file and try dragging this file from here. You can see we have this file stuck with our mouse cursor. So wherever we are taking our mouse cursor, the file is going with it. So we can place it anywhere until the left button of our mouse is clicked. And the moment we unclick the left mouse button or put our finger away from the mouse is where the file will be located from now on. So if we move this file here and if we put away our finger from the left button, so you can see the file is located in this folder now. So the file will now move to this new folder, and this refers to drag and drop in real life or the computer world, we can say. Quite an easy task, right? We already know much about it. Now, what we'll do today is we'll try to achieve this same thing using JavaScript. So let me close these two tabs for now. Now, let's start with the programming part and we'll see what we can do to achieve this drag and drop elements in JavaScript. First of all, we'll try to do some part with the HTML and CSS in which we'll add some specific space in our web page, like 2 boxes or something sort of that, so that it'll become easy for us to track the drag and drop effect. So let's write some code now. Enough of this theoretical part we did. Now what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. So we'll take 3 divs for this particular tutorial. So we'll write here class is equals to box. What we are doing is we are creating 3 boxes over here. So we'll close this div and we'll copy this whole statement from here and we'll paste it twice again. Now what we are doing is we are adding 3 boxes to a web page. So we have added 3 div tags here. We can say 3 boxes as well. So let's add some style so that we can identify the 3 boxes. What we'll do is we'll use inline CSS, or we can say we are defining our CSS part in this particular HTML document. We are not going to use a separate CSS file for styling. So what we'll do is we'll move to our head part and we'll write here style. So this style tag is what we are using for our CSS styling. Now our primary focus will be on the JavaScript part. So the styling will be limited. So what we'll do here is we'll define this box class. We'll write here dot box, and inside this we'll use some CSS properties. So we'll write here float and we'll give the value as left. Then we'll write here background color, and the background color is, let's say, this one. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be defining the width and the height. So let's say the width is 400 pixel and the height will also be 400 pixel. Fine. Now the next thing will be margin. So we'll write here margin, and let's say the margin is 10 pixels. Then we'll use padding as well. We'll use the padding as 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here border. So the border will be 1 pixel thin, basically a thin border. So we'll write here solid. We'll use the solid border and the border color will be, let's say, black. Fine, save it, and here you can see we have 3 boxes over here in a web page. Next up we'll add an image to the first container so that we can drag that image from this container to other 2 containers. So the code for that is quite easy. We'll write here inside this first div tag, we'll use the img tag to add an image. We'll write here class as image, and the image source will be, let's say, j1.png. so this is a picture in a folder. We'll write here draggable is equals to true, and then we'll write the width of image will be, let's say, 300, and the height will also be 300. Fine. Now save it, and here you can see we have an image over here inside the first container of a web page. Now you might notice here that we have used the draggable property or the draggable attribute we can say. So this draggable attribute here indicates if a particular element can be dragged or not. It can either be true if we want the element to be dragged or false if we don't want it to be dragged freely. Now images can be dragged by default in modern JavaScript. So we can drag this image if we don't include this property as well. Now if you want to see how this property actually works, we have to write here false for now. Save it, and if you try to drag this image now, you can see we are not able to drag this particular image inside a browser. So this is how the draggable attribute actually works. Now what we'll do is we'll write here true again because we want to drag this image and this will be required. So we can drag this image now, you can see. Now we'll leave the other two containers empty so that we can drag and drop the image from container 1 to the other two containers. Now you can see that the image is not well structured inside the container on the browser. You can see the image is not centered as well. So we'll apply some style to this image as well. So what we'll do is we'll leave margin here from the left and the top of this image so that the image will be well structured or centered, we can say. So we'll write here dot image because this is the class of our image, and then we'll write here margin top as 50 pixels and margin left as 50 pixels. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have an image in the center of the container. So this is how we can use HTML and CSS to style an image or to center it in the middle of a container. So we are done with the HTML and CSS part. Now we'll do nothing more with the CSS to make this video more easy and understandable for everyone, because doing so much styling and all might lead to confusion for you guys. So let's move on to the JavaScript part quickly, which is no doubt the most essential part of this tutorial. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. Now before we begin, let's discuss something. The logic is simple. We have to drag this image from here and drop it in another box here. Right, we have to drag it from here, we have to drop it here. The logic seems easy to speak, right? So let's start with the coding part and we'll see things in between. Now, first thing first, we need to access two HTML elements for this, the box and the image inside it, right? So for that, we can either use the ID attribute, we can use the tag name or the class name method as well, or we can also use the query selector method. It depends on you totally what you want to do here. For now, we'll use the class name method to access both the elements. So what we'll do is we'll write here const image is equals to document dot get element by class name, and the class name for image is image, and we'll write here again const box is equals to document dot get element by class name, and the class name is box. Fine. The image variable holds the image tag which we used in the HTML file, and the boxes variable holds all the three boxes within it. So what we'll do is we'll write here const boxes instead of box. Next up, we'll add event listeners to our JavaScript file. Now we have already been through event listeners in the previous videos. So event listeners are predefined events used to perform some specific task in JavaScript. So here we need two event listeners, drag start and drag end. Now the drag start event will call a function. That function will create separately, and the drag end event will also call a function. So we'll create those functions separately. First of all, we'll add events. So we'll write here image dot add event listener, and we'll write here drag start, and the function name will be drag start. Fine. So you can see the difference between the function name and the event name. Now next up, we'll write here image dot add event listener. We'll write here drag end, and the function name will be drag end. Fine. Now remember that we are using these events on the image only for now to drag this particular image from one place to another. We could have done it on the HTML file as well, wherein we can include these events inside the img tag like we were doing in the earlier videos. But it can be confusing because we have to include so many functions there, which is a bit confusing. Now moving ahead, we'll create these two functions now, the drag start and the drag end function. So the drag start function will obviously start the dragging part and the drag end function will stop it. So for that we'll write here function drag start, and then we have the body of this function. Similarly, we'll create another function which will be drag end. And we have these two functions here. One will start the dragging event and the other one will end the event. For your ease, we'll write here for now console.log and we'll see when the functions are being called. Fine. So we'll write here console.log and inside this we'll write dragging. And here we'll write console.log and dragged. Fine. So let's understand the working. Save it and we'll open our console. So let me zoom this for you. Now what we'll do is we'll open our console and here you can see it says add event listener is not a function. So we have done something wrong here. Now what we'll do is we'll check what we have done wrong in a JavaScript file. So is nothing wrong here, but let's do one thing. Let's try to access this image with the help of document.getElementById by ID method instead of this class name method. So for that we have to move to a HTML file and we have to write ID as, let's say, img1. Fine. Save it here and we'll move back to a JavaScript file. And we'll write here instead of document.getElements by class name, we'll write here document.getElement by ID. And the ID we have given is img1. Fine. Save it now. Move back to console and here you can see the error is gone. So it was because of the document.getElements by class name method. Now once you start dragging this image, the drag start function will be called and you can see here it says dragging. Right, the drag end function will be called once we leave the image somewhere. So if we leave this image here, you can see it says dragged over here. Fine. So these two functions are called when we try to drag an image and when we leave an image anywhere in the web page. So these two functions are working totally fine. Now we want to drag this image in such a way that there remains nothing left behind in the first box. So the first box should be empty. Right now if we are dragging this image, you can see the image is still there in the first box and we don't want that, right? So for that we have to move to a CSS file, or we can say we have to add a style property in the CSS part. So what we'll do is we'll move to a HTML file and we'll write here after this image, we'll write here dot invisible and we'll write here display is, let's say, none. Fine. Save it now. Now this invisible property will make the space empty. It will make the space in the first container empty after dragging the image from that. So to give this class to the image, what we have to do is we have to write inside the drag start function. Fine. So what we'll do here is we'll remove this console.log first and we'll write here this dot class name is equals to invisible. Fine. Now save this HTML file, save this JavaScript file, and let's try to drag the image now. You can see on dragging the image it becomes completely invisible. So we don't want that to happen. What we want is we want this image to disappear from the first box with a minimal delay. So what we'll do is we'll use the set timeout method for that. We have already been through this method. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside this drag start function set timeout, and inside this set timeout method we'll use a callback function. So we'll write here this and we'll cut this piece of code from here and we'll paste it inside this set timeout method, and the time will be 0 because we want minimal delay. Right now this will work totally fine. Save it and move to console. So we'll open console, and here you can see now this is working totally fine. On dragging this image, there's nothing left behind in the first container. So this is working totally fine. Obviously the image is invisible once we leave the mouse button. So for that we have to write something inside the drag and function. So let's do it here as well. What we'll do here is we'll write here this dot class name is equals to image. Fine. So this will be the class name. Save it now, move to console. Here you can see it's working totally fine now. It's not completely draggable, but you can see it's not invisible anymore on leaving the mouse button. So it is working totally fine. I hope you guys understood it till now. Next up, we'll add some more events to the boxes as well. So till now we have been using events for the image only. Now we'll add events to the boxes as well. So for all the boxes, we have to loop through them and we have to use certain functions. So what we'll do is we'll use the for of loop to loop through the boxes, and let's do it here first. So we'll write here for let box of boxes. So we'll loop through all the boxes. We'll write here box dot add event listener, and we'll write here we'll use an event which is drag over, and we'll create a function for this as well. So we'll write here drag over and camel. So we'll copy this for 3 more times because we'll be adding 3 more events here. So instead of drag over, we'll write here drag enter for the image to enter in another container. So we'll write here drag enter as well, and here we have to write small e instead of capital E. So the next event will be drag leave, and we'll write here drag leave. Fine. The last will be drop, and the function name will also be drop. Fine. Save it now, and it will create no change in the web page. So here we are adding 4 different events to the boxes for 4 different scenarios. Now we have to declare these functions to achieve the drag and drop part altogether. So you can save it once and check on the browser. You can see it says drag over is not defined. And what we'll do is we'll define these functions now as well. So we have 4 functions over here. So we'll define all the 4 first. So we'll write here function drag over, and then we have the body of this function. Then we'll write function drag enter. Then we'll write here function drag leave, and finally we have function drop, right? So we'll write here function drop, and then we have the body of this function. So these are our 4 functions, and there's one more thing we have to do, and we are almost done with the video. So let's start defining these functions, and we can see what we can do with them. We can also see the functioning of these functions real quick. What we'll do is we'll again use console.log and write something inside to check when these functions are being triggered. So we'll write here console.log. For the over function, we'll write over. For the drag enter, we'll write console.log enter. For leave, we'll write console.log leave, and for drop, we'll write console.log drop. Fine. So save it and go to the console. Now start dragging this image, and you can see the different functions being triggered on various events. You can see when we take this image over another container, the drag over function is being called. When we take it out, the leave function was called, and then the enter function because the image entered in a new container. So this is how these functions actually work. Now the drop function will not even trigger. We'll see why. So now we have to cancel the default working of this drag over function, drag enter function, and the drag leave function, because we want to assign a particular task to the drop function and we don't want them to follow their default behavior. So what we'll do is we'll use the event listener parameter for it along with the prevent default method. So let's do it first and then I'll explain it to you. We'll write here inside the drag over function, we'll write here e. So e will be the parameter. We'll write here e dot prevent default. Fine. We'll do the same for drag enter and drag leave, and we'll pass e as the parameter for both the functions as well. Save it now and we'll move back to a console and start dragging the image, and you can see the drop function is being called now. So this is why we have used the prevent default method. This prevent default method is used to prevent the browser from executing the default action of the selected element. Next up, we'll move to the drop function quickly and we'll see here. So here we are inside the drop function. Now, if you are changing the style of boxes on certain events like drag enter and drag leave, then remember to change the styling back to the original one while dropping the image to another container. So for that, we have to use the class name again. So what we'll do is we'll write here this dot class name is equals to box, and we are good to go. So the last thing we are left with is the image on the new box. For that, we have to append the image to a box on dropping it, right? So what we can do is we can write here this dot append and we'll pass image as a parameter now. Fine. So the image here is the class name and it will append this image to the box. Save it, go to the browser, close this console here. Now start dragging this image, drop it here, and you can see we are good to go now. We can drag an image from anywhere and we can drop it on any of these containers. We can drop it here, we can drop it back and forth, we can do anything. Like we can add one more container here. For that, what we have to do is we have to move to a HTML file, we have to copy this line and we have to paste it 2 times, let's say. Now here you can see we have 5 containers. We can drag this image and drop it on any of these. So it is working totally fine. And this is how the drag and drop elements in JavaScript actually works. So I hope you guys understood this. We have come across almost every important topic in JavaScript, whether it is an important one like regular expressions in JavaScript or the one mainly asked in interviews like promises in JavaScript. Each topic has its own value in JavaScript and every topic is important. So in today's video, we'll come across 2 different types of games. The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between 2 walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once, and here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here and we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random, and if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly. And we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the wall. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div id is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create 3 more div tags. So we'll write here div
id is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div id is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div id is equals to bird. We'll close this div and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file and we'll write here for the whole document the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0 and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine. We are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with two different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these two different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use two different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient and we'll write here RGB 175, 75, 75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are three particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31 and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it. And you can see here we have three different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference. And you can spot the difference here in the output. We have three different colors over here. We have red, black and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with id as game and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border and the border will be 1 pixel solid black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. We'll write here background image or we'll write here background only. we'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser. And here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine, save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine, save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine, I hope you guys got it. So let's style the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file and we'll write here hash block. Fine, so this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0% left
will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as minus 50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to minus 50 pixels in the left. Fine, save it and we'll go to the browser. You can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with id as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file and we'll access that particular element with id as hole. So we'll write here hash hole, and inside this we'll write height of the hole will be 150 pixels less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine, so let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels and top will be minus 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this hole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the hole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the hole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the hole. This yellow part represents the hole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this hole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the hole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels, and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels, fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now. Let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where whole. So whole is the ID of whole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot getElementById, and we'll write here whole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot getElementById. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the whole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this whole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here whole dot add event listener, and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener, and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ran whole. Fine. So this is a function. It's random whole. So we'll write here ran whole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ran whole, and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math.random. So this is a function, and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value, and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350, and 150 will be added to that particular value, because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10, and the whole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the whole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of whole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the whole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the whole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the whole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top. Now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now, before we move on to the fall and game over function,
let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0. The initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. We'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with id as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center, and the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the id of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels
background color is green, color is white, font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this rem again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word rem. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below, and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer, and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text, margin top will be 1 rem, and font size will be 2 rem. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part, and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if else statements and all, and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game, and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go here in result, and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now, and it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was a mistake. Save it now. And now here you can see we have a card for game over here. And if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now. And let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by id, and the id is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by id, and the id is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this renewal function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping
is equals to 0. The body of if statement will write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So here in this function we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with id as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0. So the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds now. Save it. And here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here % window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here % window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than -50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon, we'll use here dollar, and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird yop. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground, or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now if the block left is less than 50 and greater than minus 50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than edge top means the bird is hitting with the top of the block or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now in all these cases the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with ID as text will show the score here, and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again, and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down, and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop, and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout, and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function, and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6. And if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again, the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right, now save it and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5 and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game and I want you guys to try it. It's fun and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. So we are done with our first JavaScript game. And as we mentioned earlier that we'll go through 2 different games in JavaScript, but it might not be possible in this particular video because the length is already too long. And we'll go through another JavaScript game in the upcoming video, guys. So till then, I want you guys to do something more creative with this particular game, and I want you guys to tell me in the comment box that what else you can do with this particular game, and you can let me know that if the pixels we used in this particular video are fine or not. So whatever you are doing with this video, please let us know in the comments below. Before we move ahead to this another JavaScript game, I'll recommend you to go through the previous video wherein we created Flappy Bird from scratch. So I want you to go through that video because many of the things will remain same in this particular video as well. So please go through that video as well. Today we'll create a car game in which we have to save a car from obstacles coming towards our vehicle. I don't know the exact name for this game, but let me give you an overview of this game real quick. So here's the game you can see over the screen wherein we have a red car on the road and we have to protect this car by moving to the left or right. All we have to do is to protect this red car from collision with the blue one. Now, I know the graphics for these games are not too much appealing, but if you want to make a high-end graphics game, then JavaScript is not the only language you can use. We have to use many different JS libraries and maybe several other programming languages along with JavaScript to achieve this task. So let's focus on these small games for now and we'll go ahead step by step. Now, in this particular game, if you see here, we have 3 images. One is of red car, the other one is of blue car and a road behind them, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. And most of the parts will remain the same like that of Flappy Birds. Let's move on to VS Code. So here is a game. This is the HTML file and then we have a CSS file and a JavaScript file for this game. Now, what we'll do first is we'll create a div tag. We have to protect a block, right? We have to move the container either to the left or to the right. So for that we have to create div tags. So first of all we'll write here div. We'll take this particular div tag for the game and we'll write here another div with id as game. Fine. Now we have 2 div tags over here. Now what we'll do first is we'll add images for red car and for blue car. Right, so what we'll do is we'll take 2 div tags and we'll write here id as blue car for the blue car, and then we'll write here img src. The source will be blue dot
blue.png. So we have a file named blue.png which is actually an image, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt. So the alternate will be blue car. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same for red vehicle as well. So instead of blue car, we'll name the ID as red car. The image source we have in a computer is red.png and alternate will be red car. Fine. Now we have added the two cars to our div tag, or we can say to a HTML file. Save it, go to the browser. So this is our document. You can see here we have a blue car and we have a red car. You can see we have both images over here, but the size is different. The blue car looks big and the red one is pretty small, right? Not to worry, we'll figure it out in the CSS part. So let's do the rest of the HTML part here. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file again. And now one thing you might have noticed in the game here is on collision, we are getting a card for game over. So we have to create this div tag as well. So let's finish the HTML part first. What we'll do is we'll write here div again. And this time the ID will be result. So we are preparing for the game over part, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write here h1 heading. So inside h1 we'll write game over. So let me show you why we are doing this. So if you can see here on collision we have game over, right? So game over we have to write here. Now what we'll do is we'll write here game over like this. The next thing we need is the score. So what we'll do is we'll write here p. So we'll use the paragraph tag. The ID will be score and the score we'll do in JavaScript part. Now what we have to do is we have to add the restart button as well. So for that we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and we'll use the on click event. So on click we'll write here location dot reload. We'll call this function. So this is a built-in function in JavaScript. What this function will do is it will refresh the whole page. Fine, the game will start again. So we have added another div tag for the score here. We have a heading game over and a paragraph with ID as score, and then we have a button to reload the web page. Now let's style these elements and make them look like a game. So what we'll do is we'll move to the CSS file. Now here's a CSS file. We'll first write here some code for the whole HTML document. So for inside this we'll define margin and the default margin will be 0. Similarly we'll define padding as well. So the default padding will also be 0. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here some code for the body. Fine. Here what we'll do is we'll use two colors at a specific angle of 45 degrees. We have already been through the WebKit linear gradient property in the previous game, which is Flappy Bird. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's take a background color. Let's say the background color is this kind of sky blue. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll take a background image and inside this we'll write WebKit linear gradient. We have already been through this in the previous game. So we'll write here 45 degree. This is the angle, and then we'll define two colors here. So our two colors will be gray, and the next one will also be gray but a little bit different from this one. So we'll write here 45%. It will take 45% of the screen, and then we'll write here hash. So this is the code for dark gray color, and it will take the rest 55% of the screen. Fine, save it for now. Go to the web browser. So you can see here we have two different colors present over here in a web browser. The colors are divided at an angle of 45 degree. What we can do here is we can write here 50-50 instead for both the colors. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see, you can clearly spot the difference here. So here you can see these two colors are different now. We'll leave it here. You can do this thing as you wish. So moving ahead, we'll write here min. Height will be 800 pixels. Fine. Save it now. move to the browser, and here you can see we have a background color set for this particular web page. Now, so after the body tag, we'll do some styling for the game container. So here you can see we have the ID as game for the first div tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here game. We'll write some properties here. We'll write here height. So the height will be 500 pixels. Then we'll write here width. The width of the box is, let's say, 300 pixels. And the border will also define. So the border will be black, and the border will be 1 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine, save it. You can see over here. So we can't see anything for now. So let's style this first completely. What we'll do is we'll write here margin. So the margin will be 1 rem auto. Now right here we'll write background image. So the background image is the one we already have in a folder. The name for that image is road1.png. Now we'll write here background size. So we'll write here contain to fit this image inside the container, and we'll write here overflow as hidden. Fine, save it, move to the browser, and here you can see now we have a div tag present over here. We have a container over here, and we have the blue image only for now. Now what we'll do next is we'll style these images as well. So first we'll do the same for blue car. We'll write here blue car, and inside this we'll write height as 100 pixels, width will be 130 pixels. So there's a specific reason behind writing this 130 pixel. We'll understand it later. Now the background color for this car will be, let's say, blue for the blue one, and we'll write here position. So the position will be relative. Next up we'll write here top. Top will be 0 pixels. So remember the value for these properties. We'll need them later in the JavaScript part. Now what we'll do next is we'll write here left as 0 pixels. Now next up we'll write here text align as center, and animation. So this animation we have already been through it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here move. After 1 second the animation should be linear and it should be infinite. Fine. Now this animation we have to define, but before that we'll write here blue car img. So here what we'll do is we'll define the height of image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Now save this, go to the browser, and here you can see we have a blue car present at the top left corner of a container. Now what we'll do is we'll define the animation for this particular div tag, right? So here is a car present at the top left corner. So what we'll do is we'll move this box to the middle of the screen. So we have already done it, I guess, but there is some mistake. So here you can see we have given space between 1 rem. Save it now. And here you can see we have a box present at the center of a screen. Now we are good to go. Next up we'll define the animation. So we'll write here @keyframe, and instead of identifier, the identifier we have here is move. Fine. So inside this we'll write here 0%. At 0% the top will be 0. Fine, 0 pixels. And at 100% the top will be 501 pixels. Fine. Now one thing to notice here is the total height of the container is 500 pixels and the animation will go till 501 pixels. Save it now, move to the browser, and here you can see the car is still not moving. So we have made a mistake here. So here's a mistake. We have to write here move only. Save it now And here you can see the animation is going swiftly now. So the car starts from 0 pixel and goes till 501 pixel. So it will happen infinitely because we have used a infinite inside the animation property. What we'll do next is we'll do the same for red car as well. Fine. So here you can see we have a red car. The ID is red car for this. So what we'll do is we'll write here hash red car, and we'll start styling this red car as well. The height will remain the same. The height will be 100 pixels, and then we have the width. The width will be 130 pixels for this car as well. The background color will be red because the car color is also red. Position will be relative for this as well. The top will be 250 pixels, let's say, and the left will be 130 pixels. Fine. Now what we are doing here is we are taking the left as 130 pixels. Why so? Because what we want is we want the car to be present at 130 pixels away from the left corner of the box. So that's why we have written 130 pixels over here inside the left property. Now the next thing we'll write here is text align, and text align will be center. Fine. We'll do the same thing for red car as well here. We'll write here red car img. We have to write here hash as well. Now inside this we'll define the height of this image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Go to the browser, and here you can see we have a red and blue car over here. Now the box seems to be a little bit less wide for these two cars. So what we'll do is we'll write the width here as 390 pixels so that it will be divided equally in 3 parts. Save it now. And here you can see now this box looks totally fine. We have a red car present in the center. We can move it to the left and to the right. So we are done with styling these 3 images. Next up, we have to style the result part as well, right? So here you can see in this particular game, we have a card over here with a different background. The game over color is white, and this color is gray, I guess. The button color is black, and the restart color is sky blue. Fine. So we have to keep all these things in mind. We have to style this box as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here result, and inside this we'll write height. Height will be 200 pixels for this box. Then we'll write here width, and width will be 400 pixels. So we want a rectangle for this. Next up we'll write here background color. So let's define the RGB value. The RGB value for this particular color is 231, 105, 105. That's because we want to make the exact same game. So that's why we are using the RGB values here. Save it now. Move to the browser. And here you can see we have the game over card over here. And the game over color is black and the card color is pinkish, we can say. Now we'll move to a CSS file. We'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem auto. Next up we'll write here border radius. So we want the box to be a little bit round from the edges. So for that we'll write here border radius as 20 pixels. And then we have font size as 30 pixels for game over. Then we'll write here text align. We want to align the text at the center of this box. Game over color will be white. Fine. So we'll write here white, and we are done with it. Save it. And here you can see we have a box over here. We have a game over card over here. Now what we want is we want to hide this thing, right? So for that we have to write here display as none. Save it now. And you can see we don't have this game over box over here anymore. Now moving back to our CSS file, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular statement for now. Save it. And here's our box again. We'll add this property later. So for now what we'll do is we'll write here score. Now what we have to do is we have to write here font size as 2.2 rem. I hope you guys must have searched for the rem keyword. Now we'll discuss this keyword again in the next video. So for now we'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, take any color of your choice. So we'll write here gray, or we can say let's take goldenrod. I don't know which color is it, but let's take it once. Save it. And you are not getting anything over here because we haven't defined it yet, so we'll see it later. Now the last thing we have to do here is with the button, right? So we'll use the button ID for that. We'll write here btn, and inside this we'll write padding. So padding will be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for left. Now we'll write here border radius for this button is 20 pixels because the button is a little bit round at the corners. Next up we'll write here border is none. We don't need any border for this particular button. Then we'll write here background color is, let's say, black. We'll write here the color is, which color we should take? Let's take this one. Now we'll write here margin top. So let's say the margin top will be 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here cursor. So cursor will be pointer. Fine. Cursor will change to pointer on taking it over the restart button. We'll write here text transform. We want to transform this text to uppercase. Fine. Save it now. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a game over here, but this tag is not working for now. So let's see what's wrong here. Okay, so we have to write here restart. Save it now. And here you can see we have a button over here. We have a restart button over here. The button looks a little bit small. So what we have to do is we have to do some styling change here. We'll take, let's say, the font size. So we'll write here font size is, let's say, 25 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see the button is quite right now. So we are done with it. What we'll do is we'll add the display property here. We'll write here display none. Save it. And the box is gone. Fine. Now we are done with the CSS part as well. Now we have to make this game responsive only. That will do with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript file first. Here's a JavaScript file. Now we'll access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript file because we need them. So what we'll do is we'll write here where blue car is equals to document dot get element by ID. So the ID for blue car is blue car. We'll write here where red car document dot get element by ID. So the ID is red car for the red one. Next up we'll write here where a result. We'll get result as well. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and inside this we'll write a result. Fine. We are accessing all the elements with the help of get element by ID method. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where score. So the score will write here document dot get element by ID, and again we'll write here score. Then we'll write here where game document dot get element by ID. The ID for game is game. Fine. We'll take another variable here. Let's say the variable name is variable counter to count the number of cars passing through the red one to get the final score basically. So we'll initialize the value as 0 for this counter variable. Now the next thing we have to do is to make the blue car move randomly in 3 positions, right? For that we'll use math.random function again. We have used this function previously in the Flappy Birds game. So we'll write here blue car dot add event listener. We'll add an event. So we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a predefined event listener in JavaScript. So for this, we'll create a function here. We'll write here function and we'll define the function as well. Fine. So we'll take a variable, let's say random, and we'll write here math.floor, math.random. So this is a predefined function in JavaScript. We'll write here into 3 and right here we'll write 130. Fine. Why 130? Because 130 is the default width which we have taken in our CSS file. So we'll write here blue car dot style dot left is equals to the value of random in pixels. Fine. Then we'll increase the value of counter after every car passes through, after every blue car passes through the red one. Save it and move to the browser. You can see the blue car has 3 positions over here. Can either come from the left, right, or from the center. Any random number from these 3 numbers will get multiplied to 130. So we have 3 positions only. Any random position. Let's say the position is 1. It means that the car is present at the left. So that particular number will be multiplied with 130 and the left value of the blue car will change to that particular number. The logic is simple. If the number randomly taken is 2, then the random value will become 260 in that case, and the blue car will have a distance of 260 pixels from the left side of the container. So this was the reason behind taking the width of container as 390. I hope you guys can relate to it now. So let's move ahead and write the code for moving the red car as well. So you can see the red car is not moving as of now. We'll make it move. So let's write the code for that as well. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here window.add event listener. We'll add an event here. We'll write here key down and we'll define a function here. Fine. So we'll take a parameter inside this function. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 39, then what will happen is we'll take a variable where red car left is equals to, we'll write here parseInt window dot get computed style. We'll get the computed style of red car and we'll write here get property value. Fine. We'll take the property value here as well. We'll take the left value. So we'll write here left and we'll write here if red car left is less than 260 pixels, then red car dot style dot left will change to red car left plus 130 and the value will change to pixels as well. Fine. Now we'll write the code for another key as well. So we have to add 2 keys over here. What we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 37. This key code over here represents the left and the right arrow key of our keyboard. So that's why we are using here key code as 37 and 39. 39 is the default key code for the right arrow key and 37 is for the left arrow key. So what we'll do here is we'll write here where red car left is equals to %. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. This will remain the same. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if red car left is greater than 0, then it will change the style. So we'll write here this, and here what we'll do is we'll change the value of red car to red car left minus 130 pixels. So we are moving the car to the left or to the right. Fine. Now we are done with it. Now save it and move to the browser. And now here you can see we are able to move the red car to the left or to the right as well. Fine. Now we are good to go. So the next thing we have to do is to write the code for collision of these two cars, or we can say the function for game over as well. Fine. So let's head back to our JavaScript file and we'll create another function over here. So what we'll do is we'll take certain values and pass them through some conditions. If any of the requirements fail, then the game is over. The logic is simple. Let's implement this logic. So what we'll do is we'll write here set interval. So we'll use the set interval method and we'll write here function. So let's say the function name is game over. We'll now define the body of this function. Now let's discuss some things. What we need is we need the top property of blue car, we need the left property of blue car, and then we need the left property of a red car. Fine. So we'll take three variables. We'll write here where blue car top, then we'll take where blue car left, and then we'll take where red car left. Fine. So we have these three variables over here. Now what we'll do is we'll get these values first. So we'll again use the get computed style property and the get property value. We'll write here %, and inside this we'll write window dot get computed style. So the computed style is of the blue car. Then we'll write here get property value. We'll write here top because we need the top value. We'll do the same thing for blue car left and for red car left. Fine. So we'll change the values here. We'll write here left for the blue car left, and we'll write here left for the red car. Fine. We are good to go. We have these three variables and we have the properties, right? We have the value of these particular properties. Now we'll write here certain conditions. We'll use the if statement again. We'll write here if blue car left is equals to red car left. Let's replace this left with a capital L. And we'll write here and then blue car top is greater than 250 and blue car top is also less than 450. So we need the blue car in between 250 and 450 for collision, right? What we'll do is we'll write here result dot style dot display. So we'll change the display property of a result element. We'll write here is equals to block. Now we need a game over card over the game, and we'll also change the display property of game as well. We'll write here game dot style dot display as none. Fine. We don't want the game for this. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here score. So for that we'll write here score dot inner HTML is equals to, let's say it says your score is, and we'll write here $. We have a variable counter, right? We'll print the value of counter here. Fine. Now there is
an error over here, you can see. So what we have to do is we have to put them inside this. We'll not use the double inverted commas, we'll use this instead. And you can see the error over here is gone now. So we are good to go. Now, after that, we'll change the value of counter to 0 again. In case the user wants to restart the game, the value of counter will start from 0 again. Now, we want to call this function after a certain interval of time. So we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So the set interval method will be called after 10 milliseconds. Now, the same thing we did for Flappy Birds as well. So some conditions here are almost same and the output is also the same as we had for Flappy Birds. Now save it and you can see on the browser that our game is completely fine now. It's working totally fine. So we can play this game. Now let's play it once. So here you can see we can move our red car and the blue car is coming randomly from any of the three directions. It means that it can either come from the left or from the center or from the right. Fine. On collision, you can see it shows that the game is over and the score is 13. Now on clicking the restart button, we can restart the game, the page reloads again and it's working totally fine now. We have to create this particular game and we can see that the game is completely done. We can play this game anytime. And it's fun as well, of course. So we can do certain things with the graphics as well. I want you guys to do that thing and let us know in the comments below what else can we do to make this game more appealing to the user.
Before we move on to the programming part, let's discuss what a Wordle game is. The Wordle is a popular 5-letter word guessing game that has become popular in the last couple of months. The game was actually designed by a software engineer as a gift for his partner. But with time, the game gained popularity and now everyone on social media is talking about this game only. The rules for this game are simple. The game tells you if the letters you picked are in the word and if they are in the right place as well. If the letter is in the right spot, it shows up green and the correct letter in the wrong spot shows up yellow. A letter that isn't present in the word at all shows up gray in color. So let's go through the game once and you guys will understand it much better. Here we are in the browser. You can see we have blocks over here and a keyboard present beneath them. We have 6 rows over here and each row contains 5 columns for each letter of the word. The task is simple. We have only one correct word. If we write something on the first row, the system will check for all the letters. If a letter is present at the correct place, then the color of that particular letter will change to green. For example, if we write here river, and press enter key, you can see all the words or all the letters of this word change to green. This means that none of these letters are present in the word. So let's try another word. We'll write here apple, press the enter key and you can see A is correct but present at the wrong spot. Let's try some more now. We'll write here, let's say Tokyo. Fine. Click on enter and you can see O is also correct and the last word is O. Now we have 2 letters of the word. We have A and O. O is present at the last and A is present in the word. So let's think of any word which is like this. The word coming in my mind right now is, let's try mango over here. So we'll write here mango. Click on enter and you can see mango is the correct word for this Wordle game. Fine. We can get any random word from the word list we have in a JavaScript part. So we'll discuss about it later on. So I hope you guys got what this game is. So let's move again to the programming part now. So here we are in the HTML part. Now the task is to create this whole game again from scratch. So here we are in the VS Code and we'll start writing the code for the same. Now we'll create the layout of this web page using HTML first. So let's say what we are doing here is we are writing here inside the body. We are writing here h1. Let's say the ID is h1 title. Fine, title is the ID for this. And now what we'll do is we'll use an underline tag. So we'll write something over here. We'll write here Wordle using JavaScript. Fine, save the program and this is our actual program. save it now, open it with live server once again, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, which is underlined as well. Now let's write the code again. So what we are going to do here is we are going to use a break tag. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to take a div. So this div is going to be for the board. So we are going to create the board of this game later on in the CSS part. We'll keep this div empty here. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to use another break tag, and then we have to print the answer as well, right? So we'll write here br. Now we'll write here h1. So inside h1 the id is going to be, let's say, answer, and then inside this h1 we'll keep this empty. Fine, we are done with the HTML part. We'll manage the rest in the CSS in the JavaScript parts as well. So let's move on to the CSS part now. But before that, let's save this program, and you can see nothing is changing over here in the browser. So let's move on to the CSS part now. Here we are in the CSS file. What we'll do is we'll write here body. Now we'll first style the body tag of a whole web page. So we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be Gill Sans, and then we'll write here Gill Sans MS MT, sorry, and then we'll write here Calibri, and then we have this over here. So we'll write here Trebuchet MS, and then we have sans serif over here. So here we are done with this, and it's showing some error over here. So what we have to do is we have to put this inside single inverted commas as well. Now let's zoom out the VS Code, and here you can see something is wrong over here. So the wrong thing is we have to put this sans serif inside single inverted commas and Calibri like this. So we are done with the font family. Next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write a text align at the center. Then we have background color. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the linear gradient over here. So we'll write here linear gradient. Now inside this we have to pass the degree or the angle, we can say. So we'll write here degree as 120. Then we have specific colors. So we'll write here 33B7CE. Fine. So this is one of those colors. Then we'll write here 50%, and then we have another color. So we'll write here hash 218ED6. So we'll write here 218ED6, and this is a second color. We'll write here 50% again. Now save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see if this is working fine. So this is working fine as of now. We'll check back at it later. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to style the HR tag as well. So we'll write here width as 500 pixels for this HR tag. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see nothing has changed over here. So the next thing we have to mention over here is the title tag. So we have the ID as title for our title. So we'll write a title. Now inside this we'll write the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixel for the title. Then we have font weight. So we'll write your font weight as bold. Then we have letter spacing. So we'll write here letter spacing as 2 pixels for this. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see we have this heading over here which says Wordle using JavaScript, and that's it. So the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for board. So we'll write here hash board, and we'll write here width of this board is going to be 350 pixels. So we'll write here 350. Then we have the height as well. So we'll write here the height as 420 pixels. And then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. Then we have margin top. So we'll write here margin top Okay, so we have to write a margin top, and margin top is going to be 3 pixels. So we'll write here 3 pixels. Then we have the display as flex, and then lastly we have the flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap as wrap. Now save the program, and here you can see some things are changed over here. Now let's style other things as well. So the next thing we have to change here is the tile. So tile is a class over here. We'll go back to HTML, and you can see we have no class named tile over here. So we'll define this class later on in the JavaScript part. So we'll write here tile. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll style the box first. So we'll put a comment over here as box. Then we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels solid, and the RGB value of the border color is 19. Then for green we have 18, and for blue we have 18. Fine. So this is the border color. Then we have width. So width is going to be 60 pixels, and then we have height as well. So we'll write here height. Height is going to be 60 pixels again. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 2.5 pixels, let's say. Now we'll style the text as well. So we'll mention it over here. We'll comment text over here. Now we'll define the color. So the color for text is going to be black. Then we have the font size. Font size is going to be 36 pixels. And after font size we have the font weight. So we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as flex, and then we have justify content at the center, and finally we have align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at center. So here we are done with the styling of the body, title and board. Now we are left with the keyboard, the colors for correct, absent and present letters. So we'll write the code for it later on. For now, let's move ahead to the JavaScript part. But before that, let's save this program once and we'll check. So here you can see nothing is changed as of now. So let's refresh it once and we'll see if something is wrong or not. So here you can see nothing is wrong. Everything is working totally fine. Let's go back to the JavaScript part and we'll go through the logic behind this whole game now. So here we are in the JavaScript part. We'll start writing the code over here. So here you can see we have the keyboard already with us. So this is going to be our keyboard. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take a variable as height. So the value of height is going to be 6 initially. So this is basically the number of guesses we have in our program. So basically we have 6 number of guesses. That's why we are taking the variable height as 6. Then we have the variable width. So width of each word is going to be 5 letters. So the width is going to be 5. Then we have a variable as row, and the initial value of row is going to be 0. That's because of the current guesses, or we can say the current attempt. Then we have a variable call. So we'll use 0 for this variable as well. So this is the current letter for that attempt. Now we'll take another variable over here. We'll take a variable game over, and the initial value of this variable is going to be false. Fine. The game over variable is for game over. If the game is over, then the value will change to true. Here we have taken the height variable as 6 and the word's width is 5 letters. The current row will be 0 and the call variable is also set to 0. The game over variable is initially set to false. That's it, right? So let's move ahead and we'll create 2 lists now. The first one is going to be a list of words and the second one will be a list of guessed words. So if the user enters a word, then the guessed word list will be checked if the word is present in the list or not. If the entered word is not present in the list, then the system will return that the word is not present. So what we'll do is we'll write here where word list. So we'll write here where word list is equals to, we are going to take a list of words. So let's say we have some words over here. We'll write here apple, and then we have mango. So there are basically a lot of words present inside this list, maybe more than 1000, 2000 or 3000 words. So for now, it's just a prototype of this whole Wordle game. So we are going to take 4 or 5 different types of words. That's it. The next word we have is river. Then we have hyped. So we'll write here hyped. And then we have Tokyo. So we'll write here Tokyo, let's say. We'll take another word over here. So let's say we have title over here. And we have Ouija. Fine. So we have to write here hyped with a small h. And that's it. This is our word list. Now we are going to create another list. This time we are going to create the guess list, which will contain all the words that can be guessed by the user. So inside the guess list, we'll write here apple, then mango, then we have river, hyped. So we are basically going to take all these words and we are going to paste them over here. Now let's use some more words. So let's say we are using here carbo, then we have, let's say, another word over here, proxy. Fine. So we have these words in the guess list as well. Now the next thing we have to do is the guess list will also contain the words from the word list, right? So what we'll do here is we'll write here guess list, and guess list is going to be guess list dot concat. So what we are doing here is we are basically performing concatenation. So we'll write here word list inside this, and that's it. Now it's time to pick up a random word from the word list we have. For that, we'll use traditional math.random method. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here where word, and we are going to take this variable and we'll write here word list. Then inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here math.floor. Then we have math.random. So this is a method, basically method.random. So we have to put parenthesis over here. Then we'll write here asterisk word list dot length. So we'll write here word list dot length. And finally, what we are going to do is we are going to change the word to uppercase. So that's why we are writing here to uppercase over here. So this is also a method. Now that's it. Let's print this word, and what we'll do is we'll write a console.log. We are going to print this word on a console. Fine. So here we are done with the task of picking up a random word from the list of words. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and then on the screen keyboard. Now the next thing we have to do is to work upon the body of this game and the on-screen keyboard we have on our web page. But before that, let's save this program once. Move back to the browser, open console, and here you can see again on refreshing the web page, the word is changing over here. It's taking a random word from the word list. You can see on refreshing we have river as of now. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see it, so let me zoom it out a bit. Now refresh this page and you can see the word is changing over here. We have a list of words and a random word will be picked at once. So here you can see it. Now it's working totally fine. So let's move on, and now we'll write the code for the body and the on-screen keyboard. So we'll write here window dot onload. So we'll write here window dot onload, and on loading we are going to create a function. Fine. So we are going to initialize. So we are going to write here initialize, and we are going to call this initialize function. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to create this function. So we'll write here function initialize. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game board now. So for that we are going to use the for loop. We are going to write here for let r is equals to 0. So the initial value of r is going to be 0. R is less than height. So this is the condition, and we are going to write here r plus plus. Fine. Now inside the body of this for loop we have to take another for loop. We have to take the for loop for column as well. So we are going to write here for, let's say we have a variable c and the initial value is set to 0 and the condition is going to be c less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width and then we'll write here c plus plus. Fine. Now we have to write here again this curly braces because we are going to write inside this for loop now. So we'll write here let tile. So tile is a class we have in a CSS file. So we have used tile over here. We'll write here document dot create element. So we are going to use document dot create element over here and then we are going to write here span. Fine. Now the next thing we have to write here is the tile ID. So we'll write here tile dot ID is equals to r dot toString. Fine. So we have to write here r dot toString is a method. So then we have to write here plus. Now inside double inverted commas we have to put a dash over here. Then we have to write here plus and we have to add the c value over here. So first we'll convert the value of c to string and then we'll add it over here. So we'll write here plus c dot toString. So we'll write here c dot toString. We are going to call this method again and that's it. Fine. The next thing we have here is tile dot class list. Then what we'll do is we'll write over here add and we are going to add the tile class over here. So we are going to write here tile and the next thing we have to do is tile dot inner text. So we have to write here inner text and we have to give the value as null over here. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here document dot get element by id. Then we have to get the element of, basically we have to get the value of board. So what we are going to do is we are going to pass here board and we are going to pass append child over here. So we'll write here append child and we are going to append the values of board and tile. So we'll write here tile. Fine. That's it. Save the program, move back to the browser and you can see we have this board over here. So you can see the board over here. We are able to see it. So we have 5 columns. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 rows over here. Fine. So it is working totally fine till now. Now let's create the keyboard as well. So we have to write here after this for loop. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a keyboard. So let's write a comment over here. We'll write here keyboard and we'll start writing the code over here. So we are going to take a variable over here. So let's say the variable name is keyboard and now what we have to do is we have to write the values present inside the keyboard. We already have those values over here. So we'll copy these from here and we are going to paste them over here. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's write it this way. So we have the keyboard over here. We have all the keyboard keys of the keyboard. You can see we have Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P. Then we have the next line and finally we have the enter key, Z, X, C, V, B, N, M and backspace. Fine. So this is a symbol for backspace basically. You can download it from Google as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to define here a for loop. We'll write here for. We are going to take a keyword, let I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than keyboard dot length and then we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So now inside this for loop, what we are going to do is we are going to take a variable. So we'll write here where current row. So we'll write here where current row is equals to keyboard and what we are going to do is we are going to pass here I inside this. Then we have let keyboard row is equals to, then we'll write here document dot create element. So we'll write here document dot create element and we are going to create a div tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here div Then we'll write here keyboard row dot class list dot add. We are going to add the keyboard row class over here. So we'll define this class later in the CSS file. Keep this thing in mind. We'll write here keyboard row. So we'll write here keyboard and then we'll write here hyphen. Fine. So this is going to be a class. We are going to define it later in the CSS part. I keep mentioning it again and again so that you guys will remember what we have to do later on. So we'll take another for loop over here. Let's say we have a variable named as j. We'll write here let's j is equals to 0, j less than current row dot length, and we'll pass j plus plus over here. Fine. Now we'll write inside the body of this for loop again. So we'll write here let keytile. So we'll write here let keytile is another variable we have taken over here. So we are going to write here document dot create element, and then we'll create a div tag over here. So we'll write here div, and then we'll write here let key. So key is another variable over here. So we'll write here current row and we'll pass j inside it. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text. So we'll write here key tile dot inner text is equals to, and we are going to pass the value of key over here. Fine. Then after this we'll use the if else statement. So we'll write here if key is equals to enter. So what will happen is the key tile ID will change to enter. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside this key tile dot ID is equals to enter, and we have to use the else if statement as well for other keys. So we'll write here else if key is equals to backspace. So we have a symbol for backspace here. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste the symbol over here, and now inside the body of this else if statement we'll write key tile dot id is equals to backspace. Fine. So the id is going to be backspace. Then we have another else if. So we'll write here else if, we'll write here a, and we'll put less than equals to sign, and we'll write here key. We'll pass another condition. So we'll write here key is less than equals to z. And what will happen is the key tile ID is going to be key plus key. Fine. And that's it. We are going to add an event listener over here to process the key. So after this, what will happen is we'll put a semicolon over here first, and after the body of this else if tag, what we have to do is we have to write here key tile dot add event listener. So we have to add an event over here. We'll write here click comma process key. Fine. So this is going to be the event, and now we have to write some more code over here. So we'll write here if, and we'll write here key is equals to enter again. Then what will happen is key tile, the key tile dot class list. So we are going to add a class over here. So we'll write here add, and we are going to rename the class as, let's say, enter key tile. Fine. So we'll create this class later on in the CSS part again. Then we'll write here else, and we are going to write here key tile dot class list dot add, and let's say we have the class name is keyTile. Fine. That's it. Then after this we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. So we have to write here keyboard row dot append child. Now we are going to append the keyTile class over here. So we'll write here keyTile. And after this we have to write here document dot body dot append child, and we have to write here keyboard row. Fine. So that's it. Now we'll do this letters entering task from the system keyboard as well. That's basically the keyboard we have in our system. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here document dot add event listener. So we are going to add an event. Then we'll write here key up. Key up is going to be the event. Then we'll write here e inside this, and we'll create an arrow function over here. So this is going to be an anonymous arrow function. Now inside the body of this function, what we'll do is we'll write here process input, and we are going to pass e over here. Fine. So this is basically the keyboard part we have. Save the program, move back to the browser, and we'll see. You can see the process key is not defined over here is the error. So we'll define the process key later. Now what we'll do is we'll write the CSS part for the keyboard, and for that we'll move back to the CSS file. So here we are in the CSS file, and what we'll do is we'll define the classes over here. So the first class we have is the keyboard row class. So we'll write here dot keyboard row. Now we'll write over here width of the keyboard. Width is going to be 400 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto for this keyboard. Then we have the display as flex, and finally we have the flex wrap. Flex wrap is going to be wrap, and that's it for the keyboard row class. Then we have the keyTile class. So we'll write here keyTile, and now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to mention the width again. Width of the keyTile is going to be 36 pixel. Then the height we have of this keyTile, so we'll write here height. Height is going to be 40 pixels, let's say. Then we have margin. So margin is going to be 1 pixel again for the keyTile. Then we have the border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid in nature, and the RGB value is 12, 12, 12, which is black. So then we have the border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels again. And then we have to mention the font family for the text. So the font family is going to be this one. And then we have Cambria, Cochin, Georgia, Times New Roman, and serif over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention for the text is the font size. So we are going to write here font size as 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have the display. Display is going to be flex. And finally we have to justify content at the center. Fine. Then we have to align these items at the center as well. And that's it. Now we have to write the code for the enter key type. So we'll write here dot enter key tile, and inside here we have to mention the width. Width is going to be 76 pixels for the enter key. You have seen the enter key is bigger in size than other keys, so we have to mention the height. Height is going to be the same as 40 pixels. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 1 pixel again for this enter key, and we have the border as well. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid. So we have to write here 1 pixel solid, and the RGB value is going to be 0, 0, 0. So we'll remove this blue and green from here, and that's it. The RGB value is black basically. Then we'll write here border radius. Border radius is again going to be 5 pixels for the enter key as well. Now we have to mention for the text as well. So the font size is going to be 20 pixels. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be bold, and then we have display as flex. Finally we have justify content at the center, and we have to align items at the center as well. Fine. So we are done with the enter key tile as well. Now what we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript part, but before that let's save this program and we'll move back to the browser once again. You can see it says process key is not defined. We'll define it later on. So for now let's move back to the JavaScript part again. Now what we have to do is we have to create a function over here. So we are going to create the function process input. Before we move on to the process input function, what we'll do is we'll create the process key function, because we are getting the error for this again and again. So we'll write here function, then we'll write here process key. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here e is equals to code, and then we'll write here this dot id. Fine. So I guess it will work fine. Then what we have to do is we have to write here process input, and we have to pass e over here. Fine. We have to call the process input function for me. So save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see now we have the keyboard over here. So you can see on clicking any key over here, it says process input is not defined. So let's define it as well first, and then we'll see if the keyboard is working totally fine or not. So for the process input function, we have to write here function, then we'll write here process input. We have to pass e as a parameter over here, and we'll write inside the function if game over is true, then return from here. Fine. Now we have to write the e dot code over here. So we'll write here if key a is less than equals to e dot code, and then e dot code is less than equals to key z. Then what will happen, we'll write here inside the if block, we'll write if column is less than width. So we'll write here let current tile. So we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we'll write here get element by id, and id is going to be row dot to string plus, then we'll put a dash over here, or we can say a hyphen. We'll add, what we'll add is we'll add call dot to string. Fine. So we'll write here call dot to string. This is again a method. So we have to write here this, and we have to write here row dot to string. Fine. So I guess this will work totally fine now. Now after this, what we'll do is we'll write here again if. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text is equals to nothing. Then inside the body of this if statement, we'll write current tile dot inner code, or we can say inner text over here. So we have to write here current tile dot inner text equals to e dot code. So we have to write here 3. Then we have to change the value to column plus is equals to 1. Fine. So we have to mention the else if statement as well. So we'll write here after this if statement, we'll write here else if e.code is equals to backspace. Now we'll delete the letter. So we'll write here backspace. And inside the body of this else if, we'll write if 0 is less than call. So we'll write here 0 less than call, and call is less than equals to width. Then what will happen is call minus is equals to 1. So basically what we are doing is we are deleting the letter. So we'll write here this, and after this else if, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the else if only, we'll write let current tile. So we have to write here current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here row dot toString. So we'll write here row dot toString. This is a method. Then we'll write here the same thing again, and we have to write here call dot toString. Fine. So this is a method again. We are good with it, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here current tile dot inner text is equals to null over here. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for enter key as well. So we'll write here after this, we'll write here else if e dot code is equals to enter, and what we have to do is we have to call the update function. Fine. So this is going to be a function. We are going to create the update function after this function, so don't worry about it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if game is not over, so we'll write here not game over, and then row is equals to height. And what will happen inside the body of this if tag, we have to write here game over is equals to true, and we have to write here document dot get element by id, and we have to get the id of the answer. So we'll write here answer dot inner text is equals to word. So we are going to print the word. Fine. If the row is equals to height and the game is not over, so basically if we have all the blocks filled, we have all the rows filled, and if the last row is also filled, then what will happen is it will print the answer in word. So it will print the word as the answer. Fine. So save it now, move back to the browser, and we'll see. So you can see as of now this thing is not working, but we have no error over here. So let's refresh it once, and you can see there's no error still. So I guess it will work fine after we'll do the update function as well. So let's write over here. What we are going to do is we are going to create the update function for rest of the things. We'll check the input given by the user here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here function update, and what we have to do is we have to write here a variable. So let's say let guess is equals to null. For now we are going to take a variable guess, and then what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the answer. So we are going to write here answer dot inner text is equals to null for now. Now what we have to do is we have to string up the guesses into a word. So basically what we have to do is we have to take all the letters from a particular row and we have to pile them up in a word. So what we'll do here is we'll write here for, let's take a variable c is equals to 0. We'll write here c is less than width. So let's write here c is less than width and c plus plus. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id, and we have to write here again row dot to string plus, then we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put a plus, and we'll write here call dot to string. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do here is we have to take another variable, so we'll write here let letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and then what we have to do is we have to add this value to a gas variable. So we'll write here gas plus is equals to letter. Fine. So we are done with this for loop. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to update the value of gas, and we have to change the gas to lowercase now. So we'll write here gas dot to lowercase. Fine. So we have to write here to lowercase. This is again a method, so we have to put parenthesis over here. This is case sensitive basically. Then we'll put it on the console. So we'll write here console.log and we'll write here gas. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if the gas is present in the guest list or not. Fine. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here. So let's put some space over here. We'll write here if not guest list dot includes what gas. If the guest list does not include the guest, so what will happen is we'll write here document dot get element by id, and we are going to write here answer. So instead of answer, what will be there is dot inner text is equals to not in the word list or not in word list. Basically over here we'll write not in word list, and that's it. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here return. We have to return this thing. So that's it. We are done with this guest part. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start processing the guest we have. So for that, what we'll do is we'll take a variable correct. The initial value of correct is going to be 0, and let's say we have another variable letter count. Fine. So we are going to take, so basically what we are going to do is we are going to keep a track of letter frequency. So that's why we are doing it. Now what we have to do here is we have to write here for. We are going to use another for loop. So let's say we have a variable I with initial value as 0, and then we have I is less than word dot length, and we have I plus plus over here. Fine. So basically we are done with the for loop. Let's write inside the body of this for loop. What we'll do is we'll write letter is equals to word, and then we have to check the word. So we'll write here I, then we'll use if letter count of letter, and we'll write here inside the body of this if statement letter count letter plus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write after this else. Now inside the body of else, what we'll do is we'll put the letter count to 1. So we'll write here letter count. Now inside this we'll write letter is equals to 1. Fine. So basically what we have to do is we have to write here after this console.log, and we have to print the let account. Fine. So till now we are done with this. Now what we'll do is we'll check for the first iteration. We'll check for all the correct ones first. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this for, we are going to use another for loop for this. So let's say we have a variable c, the initial value of c is set to 0. We'll check the width of c, so we'll write here c is less than width. Then what will happen is c will increase. So we'll write here c++. Now inside the body we'll write let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. Now we are going to write here the same thing again, row.toString. We have a method as row.toString. Now we have to put a hyphen over here, then we have to put call.toString over here. Fine. Now we have to take the letter variable. So we'll write here letter is equals to current tile dot inner text. So basically it has the value of the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text. So is it in the correct position? Now we are going to check it. Fine. So we'll write here if word. So what is the word? C is equals to letter. Then what will happen is the current tile value. So we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. So basically we are going to create a class for correct, which will change the background color of that particular key and of that particular box or tile. Fine. So we'll write here correct. So we are going to create this class in the CSS part. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here let key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Then we have key tile dot class list dot remove. So we have to write here the present class, and then we have to write here key tile dot class list dot add the correct class. So we'll write here correct. Fine. So we are going to define these two classes in the CSS part. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to increase the value of correct by 1. So we'll write here correct plus is equals to 1. Fine. Then we have letter count, and we are going to decrease the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Let's put some space over here as well so that it will look good to you guys. Now we are done with the letter count as well. So what we'll do next is we are going to write here after this particular if statement. So right here we are going to write if correct is equals to width, then what will happen is game over will change to true. Fine. This is another condition we have. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to print the console, or we can say we are going to print the letter count on the console. So we'll write here letter count inside console.log. And now what we'll do is we'll go again and mark which ones are present but in the wrong position. That means the yellow color ones, right? So we'll write here after this console.log, we'll write for, we are going to use another for loop. So we'll write here let c is equals to 0 again, c is less than the width. So we'll write here c less than width. Then we'll increase the value of c by 1. So we'll write here c++. Then we'll write here let current tile is equals to document dot get element by id. So we are going to write here row dot toString, and then we have this hyphen over here, and we'll write here plus all dot toString. Fine. So we are going to take the values of these, and then after this what we are going to do is we are going to set the value of letter variable. So we'll write here let letter is equals to what's present inside the current tile. So we'll write here current tile dot inner text, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to skip the letter if it has been marked correct. So for that what we have to do is we have to use the if statement. So we'll write here if not current tile dot class list dot contains, what it contains is the correct class. So we'll write here correct. If it contains correct, what will happen is we'll check if it is present in the word. We have to make sure that we don't double count, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here again inside this if statement, we'll take another if statement and we'll write here word dot includes. Now we have to write here letter, and we have to mention it over here. After this we have to write here letter count. Now what we have to do is we have to write here letter, and we have to write here greater than 0. Fine. Now what will happen is we'll write here current tile dot class list dot add. We have to add it to present class, so we'll write here present. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write here let tile is equals to document dot get element by id. What we have to do is we have to write here key plus letter. Fine. Okay, so we have to write here after this what we have to do is we have to take another if. Fine. So we'll write here if not key tile dot class list dot contains which class? The correct class. So we'll write here correct, and we'll write here inside this key tile dot class list dot add. What we have to add over here is the present class. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll deduct the value of letter count by 1. So we'll write here letter count, and we have to pass letter inside here, and we'll write here minus is equals to 1. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to write the code for else as well. So we'll write here else. Now what we'll write inside else is current tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add now is the absent class. Fine. So we'll write here absent. We are going to describe this class, or we are going to define this class in the CSS part later on. So for now we have to write here absent, and we have to change the value of key tile. So we'll write here key tile is equals to document dot get element by id. We have to write here again key plus letter. Fine. So let's put a space over here, and that's it. What we have to do is we have to change the key tile class as well. So we'll write here key tile dot class list dot add. Which class we have to add again is the absent class. Fine. We are almost done with the JavaScript part as well. What we have to do is we have to start a new row for a new word. So we'll increase the value of row as row plus equals to 1, start a new row, and we have to change the column value to 0 again. Fine. So basically we are done with it. So before we move on to the final outcome. Let's do one thing. Let's go through the CSS part once again and we'll define these three classes, the correct, present and absent class. Fine. Save the JavaScript part here. Save it now and let's move back over here, and what we'll do is we'll write after this tile class. What we'll do is we'll write over here dot correct. We are going to define the correct class first. So the correct class, the background color is going to be this one, hash 3fc, and the value is 031. So the green color, basically the font color will change to white, so we'll write here color as white, and then we have border color, so border color will also change to white. Fine. Then we have the present class as well, so we'll write here present, and inside the present class the background color will change, and the value of background color is hash f5ce23. Fine. So this is basically yellow color, so the color and the background color will remain the same. So okay, so we have to write here border color, not background color. So we'll write here border color, and again we are going to define the border color here. Fine, so we'll write border color. So border color is going to be white in this case as well. Now we have to define the absent class as well, so we'll write here absent. For the absent class, the background color will change to gray. Fine, so we'll write here hash 787 C7E. Fine. So this is the gray color we have. The color is going to be white, and then we have the border color. Fine. So the border color is again going to be white. That's it. We are done with everything now. Save the program, save the JavaScript part and the HTML part once again. Move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a program. So if we click on the keyboard, so it's not working as of now. Maybe we have some error over here. So let's check it out once again. We'll move to the JavaScript part. And if we can see here, key tile is fine, so we have to write here key tile like this, and let's check the other key tile as well. So everything else is fine. Save the program now, save the CSS part and the HTML part as well. Move back to the browser, and I hope this will work now. So you can see it's working as of now. Now we have written over quote. You can see it says not in word list. We have quote over here. So the word we have is title. Let's write title over here, and you can see the second line is not working. So we have to get back to this, and we have save it now. Move back to the browser. Okay, it's working now, and you can see, so the word we have here is hyped. So let's try to write, okay, we have to remove this first. That's why it was not working. So we have to write here another word. Let's say we have a word mango. Click on enter, and you can see now it's working fine. Now the word we have here is hyped. So we'll write here hyped. Click enter, and you can see we have all greens over here. You can see the word count as well. We have HYPED as 11111, and we have all the words here in the console. So you have seen here the program is working totally fine. The task is done here. So let me zoom it. So this is the website we are going to create in today's video. Here you can see we have an HTML web page with a navigation bar to take the user to different sections of a website. I hope you already know that we have to create several web pages for a single website to make it a fully functional website. We have to create these pages separately in different HTML documents, and then we have to provide the links to this particular home page for directing the user to various locations of our website. If you see here in the navigation bar, we have several options starting with our company's logo. So Comfort Learning is the company's logo. Here we have an icon of the book to let the user know that this website is for learning. So we'll see further in this video how we can use these logos and all. Then we have links for several other web pages of our website that are not working because we haven't added these web pages till now. The reason for this is we don't want to make this project a long one. We want to finish it quickly and we want to give you guys a basic idea of how to use JavaScript and other technologies to create a fully functional website. Next up, we have a cart button over here. On clicking, it opens the cart with items present inside it, and the user can either clear the whole cart or proceed further to buy all the things they need. Right. Following this cart button, we have a background image over here with a cart present over the image. The cart says find your favorite course here. Now, you guys might have guessed that this website is for buying courses and the user can buy some courses here which they want to study. This Shop Now button is completely working, and if we click on it, it will take us to the courses catalog, where we have several courses present to choose from. We have 8 different courses present here. You can add as many courses as you want or as many products as you want. So we can add any of them to the cart. On taking the mouse cursor over any image, you can see it gives us an option to add that particular product to the cart, right? If we click on this add to cart button, you can see it says in cart. It means that we can't add any specific course to the cart more than once. We can later change the number of items in the cart, but we can add a course only once from here. Let's add some courses to the cart and then we'll see if it's working or not. So we'll add few courses. We'll add this one. So it says this course is already present in cart. Similarly, this course is also present and we can add this course. Now we'll move to the cart. We will click on this cart button and you can see we have all the courses present over here. Now, if you notice here, we have these small arrows present, right? We can click on these arrows to change the number of items. We can either increase the number of items or we can decrease the number of items as well. Then we have a remove button over here, and if we click on this remove button, you can see the course is removed now. We can remove any number of courses we want, and we can also increase the number of products in our cart. Following it, we have two options over here. Either we can clear the whole cart or we can proceed. If we click on this clear cart button, there will be no course present in the cart and the total price will change to 0 in that case. Fine. So I hope you guys must have known the task by now. It's clear and seems effortless, right? But these small things take a lot of precise coding and attention to work smoothly. So let me show you guys one more thing before we move on to the coding part. If we reduce the size of a web page, or we can say if we remove the size of a browser, you can see the size of website also changes. If we make the browser similar to a phone, you can see we have got a menu type of thing over here, and if we click on this, we are getting the options here. We have home, categories, pricing and about us, right? So these were the options present in the navigation bar. We can get them inside a particular menu using CSS. We'll see how it actually works. So a website is responsive, right? We'll do it with the help of CSS. So let's move on to the programming part now. So here we are in the VS Code. We have all the images already present inside the images folder in our system. So if you want to see, you can see here we have all the images present over here, and we have 4 different files. We have app.js, we have index.html, products.json to add products, and we have style.css to style all the elements. Fine, here we are in the HTML file. Some of you guys may think that HTML, CSS and JavaScript were fine, but what's up with the JSON thing? We haven't heard of it in the previous videos. So let me tell you guys, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Just like we create objects in JavaScript, JSON is also used to create objects like name value pairs, and later we can use these objects to retrieve that data in a HTML file. In simple words, to add an item to a cart, we need to store it somewhere to get that data related to the object. And then we can add those items to our cart. So JSON is used to transmit the data between a server and a web application. We need to store our products somewhere so that we can use them when added to cart. So you'll get to know more about it while working on it basically. So for now, if you know enough about JavaScript objects, then JSON will be easy for you guys because the syntax remains almost similar in both the cases, that is in JavaScript and in JSON. So let's start writing the code now. Here we are in a HTML file and we have already linked all the files over here. You can see here we have used Font Awesome library for icons we'll use on our website. You have seen that book icon we have used in our logo part and several other icons like the cart icon, etc. So we'll include those predefined icons in a HTML file using this particular library. To include this specific library, you don't have to do much of a task. Go to Google, search cdnjs.com/libraries/fontawesome. Go to Google and search for this and then select version 4.7.0 under the version option. Copy the third URL with min.css as extension and paste it into your HTML file. As simple as that. I'll let you know about the classes we'll use while working on the website. Now let's start with the programming part. The first thing we have on our website is the navigation bar, right? Let me show it to you again. So here you can see we have a navigation bar. We'll first work on this one only. So let's start writing the code. So this is the output of our current website. So what we'll do is we'll minimize the browser and we'll start writing the code here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here nav class is equals to nav bar. Then inside this we'll write div class is equals to burger, and inside this we'll write 3 div tags. Fine. We'll write here div class is equals to layer 1. We'll close this div. We'll copy it from here and we'll paste it again 3 times. Fine. We'll write here layer 2 and layer 3 is class. Then after this particular div tag, we'll add another div tag with class as logo. Then inside this we'll use the span tag. We'll write here span class is equals to logo text, and then we'll write here I will use the I tag to make it a little bit italic. So we'll use the class as book. Fine. We'll write here style is equals to margin right. We'll write here margin right as 0.1 em. Then we'll write here similarly we can close this. Fine. Now we have added the book icon to our website. Then what we'll do is we'll write here again span. We'll use the span tag within this span tag. We'll write here style is equals to color, and the color code is hash F095D1. So these are the color codes for this particular website. We'll use them. We have written here F09D51. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll write here font size as 1.1 em, and what we'll do next is we'll write here before the span tag closes, we'll write here learning. Fine. Okay. So what we did wrong here is we forgot to mention comfort here. Now we are done with the logo part. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to menu bar. We are working on the menu bar for the hamburger menu. So what we'll do is we'll write here UL. So UL stand for unordered list. We'll write here class is list, and inside this we'll use li tag. So we'll write here class as, let's say, list items. We'll write here a href is equals to hash, and here what we'll do is we'll write here home. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code. We'll paste it again 3 or 4 times. We have 4 different options. We have home, we have courses, and then we have pricings, and finally we have about us. Fine. So we are done with menu as well. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write the code for cart now. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart, and inside this we'll write I class is equals to fa shopping cart for 1x. So here we have used this special class to include the cart icon to a web page. Now next up, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to number of items, and then we'll write here span class is equals to, let's say, noi. Now what we'll do is we'll write here 0 inside this. Fine. I hope you guys understood what we did till now. We are working on the navigation bar only. We have created the navigation bar. So this is the code. Firstly, we have used a class navbar for this particular navigation bar. Then we have used the div tag for burger menu. We have 3 different layers, layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. So this is actually the icon of burger menu. You can see here if we reduce the size of our website. So we have defined this burger menu, and inside this we have 4 other options which we defined later here inside the menu bar, and we have 4 options, right? We have home, courses, pricings, and about us. So we are doing totally right. So till now we did some basic tasks here, right? We have added all the navigation bar elements, and the next thing we have to do is to style our navigation bar according to the final website. It's pretty simple. Let's do one thing. Let's save it once and check the output now. Let's see if it's working. So it's totally working. We have a book icon over here. We have comfort learning written over here. We have cart icon over here, and we have 0 written over here. Fine. Now we have to style those elements accordingly to make it look like this. So we are making this navigation bar. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file, and we'll start styling by doing some default style changes to the entire HTML document. We'll write here star, margin will be 0, the default margin will be 0, padding will be 0, then we have box sizing, we'll write here border box, and font size will be 20 pixels for default. Fine. Next up, we'll write here HTML. We'll now style the HTML document. We'll write here scroll behavior as smooth, and we'll write here anchor tag. We'll write here text decoration, and we'll write here text decoration as none, and then we'll style the unordered list. We'll write here UL. We'll write here list style as none. Fine. Basic styling is done. Let's do some more for the navigation bar as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot navbar. This is the first class we have used in a HTML page. We'll write here display as flex. Then we'll write here justify content as space between. Align items as center. Height as 10 VH. So 10 VH refers to the viewport height. It will take 10% of the total height of the screen. Then we have background color as hash EC. So a little bit of grayish white we can say. Then next thing we'll do is we'll style a logo. We'll write here logo, and inside this we'll write padding. Sorry, we'll write here padding left, and the padding left will be 2M. Next up, we'll write here logo text. So this is the next class. We'll write here font size as 1.5 M. Now the next class we have to use is the menu bar class. So we'll write here width as 45% and margin left as 8.5 M. Fine. I'll let you know what this M means in a moment. So first we'll do this styling and all. Next up we'll write here dot list. We'll access the list and we'll write here inside this display as flex and justify content as space between. Fine. Next up we have the list items. So we'll write here list items and we'll of course write here A as well. We'll write here color and the color will be, let's say, black. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here font family as sans serif, font size as 0.9 M. So you must have noticed earlier that the default font size was 20 pixels. So keep that in mind. I'll let you know the use of M in a moment. Next up we'll write here transition as 0.4 seconds and we are good to go with it. Next up we'll write here list items and we'll write here hover. Fine. Then we'll write here color as black. On hovering, the color of the list items will change to black. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here cart padding right will be 2M and position will be relative. Fine. We are done with the cart. Next up we'll write here cart number of items. Fine. We'll write here display as flex, cursor as pointer. We are styling two different classes here. We are styling the element with class as cart and the element with class as number of items. Fine. We'll write here justify contents to center, align items to center. We'll write here color is white, position will be absolute, and then we'll write here left as 18 pixels and right as we'll write here left as 18 pixels and top as -7 pixels. Next up we'll write background. So the background color will be hash F09 D51. So this will be the background color. We'll define the height and width as well. So height will be 20 pixels and the width will also be 20 pixels. Fine. The last thing we have to write here is the border radius. So keep one thing in mind, guys, while you are styling all these elements, do check the website after every styling event, because this will let you know what this particular event does or what this particular styling property does to that particular element. So do it when you are writing this code. Next up, we'll write here dot number of items space dot noi. So noi was the class we have already declared. We'll write here font size as 0.7 em. The next class we'll be styling is the shopping cart. So we'll style this icon as well. We'll write here font size as 1.5 em. The font size will be equal to around 30 pixels. Then we'll write here cursor as pointer. Then we'll write here burger. We'll style the menu as well. We'll write here height. Height will be 28 pixels. Width will be 32 pixels. And then we'll write here display is none. Then we'll style the layers as well. We'll write here dot layer 1, dot layer 2, and dot layer 3. Now inside this we'll write background as black, height as 4 pixel, margin top is 4 pixel, width as 100%, and we'll write here border radius as 10 pixels. Fine. You have seen that hamburger menu, you have seen that icon, we were styling that till now. Now you might have noticed here that we have used M here in this CSS file. So I'm talking about this particular M, or we can say EM as well. Until now we were using rem or pixel to define the size of anything while studying. But today we are using M because M uses the font size. For example, if the font size is 30 for the parent class, in this case the font size is 20, the default font size is 20, and the padding is defined as 2em, then the padding will be 40 in that case. It uses the font size to determine the size of the property. That's why we are using M, and if you try it yourself you'll get to know better. So just try using M, and you can also use rem or pixel in this case, but for now we'll use M. So this might be a little bit new for you guys, but try it and you'll understand it much better. Now save the CSS file, move back to the browser, and you can see here that we have a navigation bar ready. Right, it's looking fine, although the icons are not visible. The book icon and the cart icon is not visible. So let's go back and see what's wrong in this CSS file. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll see if something is wrong here or not. So nothing is wrong in this case. The error is because we are not connected to internet. So if this error continues, just try to connect your laptop or your PC to the internet and the icons thing will work fine. So you can see here we have our icons over here. We have the book icon, we have the cart icon, and what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this logo and text a little bit, right? So here you can see the Comfort Learning is a little bit small when compared to this particular website. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file and we'll write here instead of 1.5 rem, we'll write here 2m. Fine, save it. And here you can see it's looking fine now. Actually it's equal. The difference is because of this scroll bar. We don't have this scroll bar in our website until now. So this is why it looks a little bit different to you guys. It's working totally fine other than that. So let's move on to the next part. And the next part of our website is the background image with the card present on it, right? So let's write the code for this section as well. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file, and right here we'll write section class is equals to section1. So we are using the section tag to define a particular section in the web page. Now we'll write here div class is equals to banner, and here we'll write inside h1 tag find your favorite courses or course here. Then inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here a href is equals to products. So the products file will be using JSON for this, so leave it for now. We'll write here shop now. So shop now is actually not a button. What we'll do is we'll use a link and we'll define it later. So let's save it and move to the browser. Open this website, and you can see here it says find your favorite course here, and it says shop now. It's not inside the banner because we need to style this particular section to make it look like a website. So let's do the styling part as well, and then we'll talk about it. So we'll move to the CSS file now, and here what we'll do, we'll write here dot section1 height. We'll use the calc function and we'll write here 100 vh minus 10 vh. So what we are doing is we are reducing the navigation bar's height. We are reducing 10 viewport height from 100 viewport height. It means that from the whole screen area, it will reduce 10 VH and give it to that particular image. Fine. So next up we'll write here width as 100%. We wanted to cover the whole home page. So that's why we are using width as 100%. Background. So we'll add the background image. We'll write here URL. And inside this we'll give the path of our image. We'll write here images back 1.png, and we'll write here center cover. Fine. Let's do some more things. We'll write here top as 0, left is 0, z index as -1. Fine. Save it now, move to the browser and see if it's working. So here we are. We have our image over here, but this banner is not here till now. We'll style it. So you can see the images over here. And one more thing guys, we have 2-3 images over here inside a images folder. I'll let you see all of them. So here are the images, and this is the third one. Okay, so this is the third one. So I was not sure which one to use, but if you guys liked any of these images, do let us know in the comments below and we'll use that particular image. For now, we'll use my personal favorite image. We'll use back1.png, save it now. And this is the image we are going to use in this particular video. So let me know if you have any other preference or if you know any other image. We'll use that as well. Then we'll write here section 1 and we'll style the banner as well. For that we'll write here banner height is going to be 170 pixels, width is going to be 600 pixels, background is going to be a little bit grayish, So we'll write here RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7. So this is the particular RGBA value. And next up, we'll write here position as relative, top as 50%, left as 50% of the image. We want the banner to be present at the center of the image, right? So next up, we'll write here transform, translate, and inside it we'll write minus 50% to minus 50%. Next up, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as space around, and flex direction as column, text align as center, and then we have align items as center. Font family is going to be sans serif again, and we'll define the z index as well. So the z index is going to be 8 in this case. Fine. Next up, we'll inside the h1 tag inside the banner. So we'll write here banner h1, and inside this we'll define the font size as 2em. Now we need to define the link for shop now. So for that, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as center, padding is going to be 1em, space 2.5em. Next up, we'll write here font size as 0.8em. So this is the font size for the shop now button, which looks like a button, but it is actually a link. So what we'll do is we'll define the color of this button as white, and here the background color is going to be hash F90D51. Let's use this color, and we'll write here transition all at 0.3 second. Now save it once, move to the browser, and you can see it looks fine though. The only thing that is different here in this website is the color of this link, right? Or is the color of the shop now button. So we can change the color here. The color is sky blue. So let's try to do it. So here you can see the color seems a little bit different now. I don't know the actual value of this color. That's why I'm not sure about it. So what we'll do is we'll make it a little more bright. What's that? Save it now. And you can see it looks same now. So this was the color. We found that. Now we have to change the color of this button on hovering over it. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot banner a over. So the background we are going to change. We'll write here hash D476E1. Okay, 1E. The color codes are pretty hard to remember, so we are not using this particular color, so we'll change it to a little bit blue. save it now, move to the browser, and you can see it looks nice, right? And the actual website, it's a little bit dull, but in our website it looks nice, right? It's a little bit dark than the original color. So that's fine, you can change the color according to you. So you have seen that this part is also done. It looks nice, right? Till now the task we did was quite easy. The next thing we have to do is to add products to our website, which are the courses. We'll add those images to our website using JSON only. So let's do the HTML part first. Let's finish up the HTML part and then we'll move on to the JSON part. So we'll move to the HTML file again, and inside this, now what we'll do is we'll define the section for products. So we'll write here section class is equals to section 2 and ID is equals to products. Fine, we'll use both the class and the ID attribute for this particular section. We'll write here div class is equals to title, and here what we'll do is we'll write here h1, and inside this we'll write courses we offer. Here we'll again add another div, and inside this we'll write class is product. Close this div tag, save it, and there will be no difference on the web page. You can see here we have some text present at the bottom which says courses we offer, nothing else. Let's add those images now. What we'll do is we'll move to the JSON file and we'll add those images with some properties and pictures. So let's move on to the JSON file. So here's a JSON file, products.json. What we'll do is we'll create an object here. So we'll write here items and then we'll use square brackets. Now one thing to notice while working on any JSON file is that JSON doesn't let us use single inverted commas, or we have to use double inverted commas for JSON file. So if we write here items like this, it won't work. See, it says this is an error. So in JSON file we have to use double inverted comma or double quotes, not single quotes. So now inside the items what we'll do is we'll create the object for first image. So we'll write here sys and then we'll write here ID. So ID will be 1. We have to use commas to separate the properties. So now we'll write here fields colon, and inside this we have to use title. So the title for first course will be Python programming master course. Fine. Now next thing we'll do is we'll write here the price. The price will be, let's say, $123.99, and then we'll write here image. So inside this we'll define several properties for the particular image. We'll write fields and we'll use colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here file colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here URL. So you can see it just says there's an error, so we have to remove this curly braces from here and we have to put it here. Now inside URL what we'll do is we'll give the name of our file. So our file is stored in images folder and the file name is, and the picture name is python.png. Fine. So it is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to put a comma here to again insert one more image property. So we'll copy it from here, We'll paste it for 8 times. Then what we are going to do here now is we are going to change the ID, the title of the course. So the second course is C++ master course, and the price for this is, let's say, $110.99. We have to change the path as well. This image is stored as c++.png. For the third one, we'll write here ID as 3. The title is going to be Web Development for Beginners. The price is, let's say, 99 because this is a course for beginners, and the file name is, instead of Python, we'll write here web1.png. We'll do the same for all the elements. So next up, we'll use ID as 4 and title as Java Programming Master Course. Fine. The price for this course is going to be $149.99, and the file name is java.png. Fine. Next up, we'll write here ID is 5. The title is going to be Digital Marketing Full Course. The price is going to be $109.99, and the name of our image is digital.png. Then we have ID as 6 for another course. This course is going to be Advanced Web Development, and the price is going to be comparatively high because this is an advanced course. So instead of Python, we'll write here Web2 because this is the name of our image. Then we have ID as 7, and the file name is going to be Data Structures and Algorithms Full Course. Prices you can decide by yourself. So instead of 123, we'll use 99.99 here, and inside this we'll write data.png. This is our file name. Then we have the ID as 8 for the last course. The course name is Data Science Full Course. The price is going to be $149, and image name is Data2. Fine. So here you can see it says there is an error. Remove this comma because we don't have any other image remaining. So we are done with the JSON file. All of this may sound a little bit tricky to you guys, but it is what it is, and we have to keep certain things in mind for that. We can't see these products in the browser until we are done with the JavaScript part as well. So let's do the rest of the HTML part first, and then we'll see how this works in JavaScript. Save it once, go to the browser, and here you can see we are not able to see those products till now. So what we are going to do next is we are going to move to a HTML file, and inside this we are going to do the remaining of our HTML part. So what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equal to cart sidebar. Now we are creating the structure for our cart sidebar. It means that when we use the hamburger menu or when we decrease the size of a web page or web browser, the cart will open at the side. So we are doing the coding for that. We'll write inside this div class is equals to cart, and inside here we'll write span class is equals to close cart. Now inside this we'll add an icon. We'll write here I class is equals far times, and we are done with it. Now next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the code inside of our cart. We are going to write here h2. It will say your cart, and inside this we'll write div class is equals to cart content. Next up, we'll write here div class is equals to total sum, and we are going to use dollars, right? So we'll write here h1, we'll write here your total, and we'll use the dollar sign here. After this, we'll write span class is equals to total amount. Let's say we are going to change the class name, it will be total amount. We'll close this here, and inside this we'll write 0, because at the start there will be no element or no product present in the cart, so the total price will be 0 at the initial point. So that's why we have written 0 here. Now we are going to write here div class is equals to clear cart, and inside this we are going to create a button. So the button class will be btn clear cart btn. So this is going to be our class, and here what we'll do is we'll write here clear cart. Fine. We are going to do the same for proceed button as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to clear cart. We are going to use the same class for both the buttons, because I'll let you know why we are doing this at the end of this project. Now we'll write here button class is equals to button clear cart button. Fine. We'll write here proceed. We are done with the cart function. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the menu bar, side menu bar. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, menu sidebar. Inside this we'll write div class is equals to close menu, and we'll write here I class is equals to far times, and we'll close this I tag over here. Next up, we'll write here after this class we'll write div class is equals to menu. Let's say this name is menu bar, and inside this we'll write here unordered list. Class will be menu list. We'll write here li class is equals to menu list items, and we'll write here a href is equals to hash. We'll write here home, and we are good to go. Fine. We'll do the same for categories, pricings, and about us. So we'll copy this statement, we'll paste it for 4 times. Here we'll write instead of home categories, pricings, and about us. Fine. So we are done with the whole HTML part now, and we are left with CSS and JavaScript only. Let's do that as well. Let's move on to the CSS part first and do the rest of the styling, except for the products. We'll do it for products at the last. So let's move on to the CSS file first, and what we'll do is, so that it will not create any confusion, we'll write here menu bar, because we have to write the code here between this banner style property and this menu bar for the products section. So that's why we'll start writing the code from here, and later we'll add a code here in between. So we'll write here dot menu sidebar, display will be none, and then we'll write here dot cart sidebar, background is going to be hash ec, so a little bit grayish white we can say. We'll write here position as fixed, right as 0, and top as 0. So these are the properties we are defining in our CSS part. Then we'll write here width as 450 pixels and height as 100 viewport height. Fine. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write here z index as 10. Transition is all at 0.3 seconds, and the transition will be linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here transform, and inside transform we'll write here translate x. Fine. So inside here we'll write 100%. It will go along with the x-axis, that's why we have written it over here. We'll write here overflow scroll. We are done with it. Next up, we'll write here dot cart sidebar, and we'll write here dot cart as well. So we'll define padding here. We'll write here padding as 0 in both the cases. Next up, we have dot cart and close cart, right? So we'll write here for both of them, we'll write here dot cart space close cart. The font size is going to be 1.3 em. Padding is going to be 1 em, and cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. We'll write here dot far times. Inside this we'll write margin top as 0.5 em, and we'll write here cart h2 is text. Text align will be center for the heading of a cart, which is your cart. So we'll write here width as 100%. Margin bottom is going to be 1 em. And what else we have to do? We have to include the font size as well. So we'll write here font size is 1.1 em, slightly bigger than the default font size. Then we'll write here font family. Let's use only one. Fine. Let's use Verdana only. So we'll write here Verdana, and next up we'll write here dot cart product space dot product dash image space img. Now we are going to write here something. Now we are going to write the code for all the images present inside the cart. So that's why we are writing here width as 130 pixels. Of that particular image, the width is going to be 130 pixels and the height is going to be 90 pixels, let's say. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot cart product content. Fine. Now we'll write here display as flex. Flex direction is column. And we have justify content as space around. And align items at the center. We'll write here margin left as 1em and height as 80 pixels. Fine. We are done with this as well. We'll write here dot plus dash minus. This is for increasing or decreasing the product number in our carts. Those arrows you must have remembered, which we have seen in the website. Let me show you again. So these are the arrows I'm talking about. Let me add a product. Now go to cart, and these are the arrows I'm talking about right now. So we are going to style those arrows as well. So we'll write here display as flex and transform. We are going to rotate them. So we are going to write here rotate at 90 degree. That will look cool. So we'll write here color is again hash F09D51. So this is the color code for a particular color. We'll write here font size is 1.5em and we'll write here cursor as pointer. Next up, we are going to do the styling for total sum. So we'll write here total sum, text align at the center, and margin is going to be 1em, 0, 0.5em and 0 again. So it's for top, bottom, left and right, everyone. So we'll write here next clear cart, text align at the center, and we'll write here clear cart button. Now for the clear cart button, we'll write here background. So background color is going to be again that same one, orange we can say, or little bit of orange as well. And don't know the exact name for that color, but it doesn't matter, right? We can do anything. We can use any color. So the font color is going to be white. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid and white in color for the button, right? If we go back to our website and you can see here, this is our button. So we are styling this particular button now. Let's go back here and we'll write here padding is 0.5em and 1.7em. Fine. Cursor will be pointer, and of course transition is going to be at 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here clear cart dot button. On hovering over it, what we want is we'll write here hover and we'll define the property now. So we'll write here border. Okay. We'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel thick solid in nature and of this color. So we'll write here D4761E. Fine. On hovering, the color will change, obviously. So we'll write here this. And now what we are going to do is we are going to write here background is transparent and color is black. Fine. Done with this as well. Next up we'll write here overlay. For overlay, the height is going to be 100 viewport height. The position is going to be fixed. The top is going to be 0. Similarly, the left will also be 0. We'll define the z-index as well. We'll write as z-index as 9 and width as 100%. The background color is going to be hash F3851F. Fine. So this is for overlay. We'll write here opacity as 0.3 and transition is all 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. So what we are doing is we are writing the code for this. If you open our cart, you can see this particular area or this particular field is a little bit different from what it was. It is a little bit different in color and the opacity is also different. The opacity is 0.3 here. We can make it fully opaque as well. So for now we'll use 0.3 only. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the property for none. We'll write here none. Display as none. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write the CSS part for tablets and for mobile screens. So if you remember that if we reduce the size of this Chrome browser, the size of our website also reduces and it becomes like this. So to achieve this, we have to write particular CSS code for tablet and for phone. We have to define the max width and we have to do some more things in there. So what we'll do is we'll write here @media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels. Fine. Now inside this we'll write .logo. We'll change the logo as well. We'll write here padding left is 0 and after this we are going to write here .cart. Padding right is 2em. After cart we'll write here .menu bar. So we are going to change all the properties here, almost all the properties which we'll require. So we'll write here display as none. The menu bar will disappear. We'll write here .burger and inside this we'll write margin left. The burger sign will come into existence now. We'll write here 2em for the margin left. For display we'll write here block. Next up we have to do something for section 1 and for product section as well. So we'll write here section 1 and we'll write here banner h1. So we'll write here font size is 1.5em and we'll write here banner a. We are going to change the size of our shop now button. So we'll write here font size is 0.6em and padding is 1em and 2em. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot section 2 dot title, and we'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size is 1.5 em. So we haven't defined the section 2 and title styling part yet. We'll define it later, but we'll write the code for that as well. Now next up we'll write here menu sidebar. Display is going to be block. Position is going to be fixed. Left is going to be 0, top is going to be 0. So we'll write here left is going to be 0 and top will also be 0. Then we have width is 100%, height is 100 viewport height, and z index is 11. Background is going to be gray again, so we'll write here EC. Then we'll write here overflow is hidden, and transform is translate. So we'll write here -100%, and transition is again same. We'll write here 0.3s and linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here menu as menu bar, and inside here we'll write display is flex, height is 80%, justify content at the center, and we are done. So next up we'll write here menu list. We'll change the style of menu list as well. So we'll write here height is going to be 100%. Then we'll write here display as flex. We are rewriting the code again and again, but each time we are doing it for different class, we are doing it for different element. So keep these things in mind. And we'll write here flex direction as column, align items at the center, and justify content. Justify content as space around. Now it's time to do it for menu sidebar, and for close menu. Both will use the same styling properties. We'll write here position as absolute. Right is going to be 30 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.4 em. And after this we'll write dot menu list items, and we'll write here color is hash F09D51, the default color we are using till now. And lastly we'll write here dot menu dash list items space A on hover. We'll write here color is hash F57B09. Fine. So here's a mistake. We have placed colon here twice. We'll remove it. And now we are done with the tablet part. So we have to change the style of almost all the elements. We are done with the tablet part. Next up we have to write the same code for mobile part as well.
and we'll write here @media screen. So we'll write here and max width is going to be 480 pixels. Now what we'll do is we'll write here asterisk font size is going to be 16 pixel. Here we have changed the font size for the whole entire HTML document. We have done it because we have used M in place of rem or pixels in this case or in this video. So that's why we have changed the size here, because we want the screen to be smaller in size, right? If we go back here, you can see the font size is 16 by default, and if we do it, you can see the font size changes for each and every element, right? To achieve this, we have to use M in place of pixel or rem, we can say. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section 1 dot banner, and we'll write here width as 280 pixels for both, and we'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. You can see here the height of this image is 100 pixel, or we can say the height of this banner is 100 pixel and the width is 280 pixels. So this is why we are changing the style of all these elements, because we want all these elements to fit inside a smaller screen. That's why we have to change the height, or we have to change the width as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here section 1 dot banner. We'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size as 1.2 em. Display is going to be, no, we don't have to use display here, I guess. Let's leave it. So we are done with this. Next up we'll write the code for burger. We'll write here burger, margin left is going to be 1em. For mobile the display is going to be block, and the width is going to be 30 pixel. Fine. We'll do the same for cart sidebar. We'll write here width as 100% of the screen. The cart will take whole screen, and we'll write here at the last for product. So for product we'll write here margin is 0, display is flex, justify content at the center, align items at the center, and flex direction is going to be column. So we have covered almost every HTML element in the CSS file. We are done with the styling for everything except products. We'll style them later. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now and see how we can fetch those products. So we cannot witness every style change right now, but we'll witness them while covering the JavaScript part. So let's move on to the JavaScript part first, and we'll start with the cart section and the hamburger menu thing. So save it, and if you want to witness the changes we made, you can go here and you can see the cart is not opening because we need to write the JavaScript part for that, and everything else remains the same. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see we have a menu over here. We can increase the size, and we have our image adjusting itself accordingly. So we can use it, and it's quite responsive as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now. We'll open the JavaScript file, and first of all, we'll access all the HTML elements with the query selector method. So we have several HTML elements, right? Here you can see we have several elements present in our HTML file. We are going to access few of these elements. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here const cart is equals to document dot query selector. We are going to write here nav space dot cart Then we are going to do the same for a long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy paste this piece of code again and again for several times. We are going to change the name of variables. So we'll write here cart sidebar, and instead of this we'll write here dot cart sidebar. And the next one we'll write here dot close cart, and here the variable name will change to close cart. Fine. Next up we'll take another variable as burger, and here we'll change the query from nav.cart to .burger. Fine. Next up we have menu sidebar. So we'll write here menu sidebar, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dot menu sidebar. Fine. Next up we have close menu, and here we'll write close menu again. After close menu we have cart items total. So we'll write here cart items total, and we'll use noi. Then we have total amount as well. So we'll write here total amount, and here we'll write cart price total. We have to access a lot of elements. So then we'll write here cart UI, and for this we'll access cart sidebar and cart. So we'll write here dot cart sidebar space cart. Fine. Then we have the total sum. So we'll write here total sum. We'll put a dot over here, and here we'll write total diff. Then we have the clear button. So we'll write here clear button, and here we'll write clear cart button. Then finally we have variable name cart content to access everything present in the cart. So we'll write here dot cart content. Here we'll write cart content. So these are our 12 variables, and we have accessed almost every element present in a HTML file, which we are going to need further. So I hope you guys understood this. We have used the query selector method to access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript part. Now next up we'll take two empty arrays. So we'll write here let cart is equals to an array, and we'll write here let buttons dom, and it's again going to be an array. Fine. Now we'll first create some events to open and close the cart. For that we'll write here cart dot add event listener. We'll add a click event here, and we'll write here function. Now inside this we'll write cart sidebar dot style dot transform is equals to translate 0%. Fine. So this is, we are changing the style of cart sidebar. Next up we'll write here const body overlay. We'll take a variable of named const body overlay. We'll write here document dot create element,
and we'll write here div inside this. Fine. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here body overlay dot class list dot add, and we'll write here overlay. Fine. We'll use the set timeout method, so we'll write here set timeout. Okay, we have written here SST, so we'll write here set timeout. Then we'll create an anonymous function, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write document dot query selector, and inside here we'll write body, then we'll write here append, and we'll append body overlay here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. And the time we'll pass here is going to be 300 milliseconds. We are done with this function. We'll add another event. So what we'll do is we'll write here close cart dot add event listener. Now we are closing the cart, so we'll write here click, then we'll create a function, and we'll write here cart sidebar dot style dot transform, and again we'll translate it to 100%. Previously we did for 0%, and now we'll translate it to 100% again. So we'll write here translate, and we'll pass 100% inside the brackets here. Next up, we'll again use the body overlay variable. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. We'll of course change the create element value. So instead of create element, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here dot overlay. Fine. Next up, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here body dot remove child. We'll remove body overlay from here, so we'll write here body overlay. Fine, we are good to go. Save it now and go to the browser. So here you can see on clicking the cart, our cart is working totally fine now. We are in this particular program, so we are in our website which we are creating right now. This is the original website. This is the final product. So leave it, and we are going to work on our website only. So here you can see our cart is working totally fine. Now we can open or close our cart, and we have two options over here. One is for clearing the entire cart, and the other one is for proceeding further. Next up, we'll add some more events for the hamburger menu. Now how to open or close that menu and all. So for that, we'll move to a JavaScript file again, and we'll write here burger dot add event listener, and we'll add a click event. We'll write here click, we'll write here function, and then we'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and what we are going to do is we are going to translate, again we are going to translate it to 0%. Now the same thing we have to do for this as well. We'll write here burger dot add event listener. Inside here we'll write click, and then we'll write a function which will again do the same task. It will translate to -100%. We'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and we are again going to translate it to -100% now. Fine. Save it and go to the browser. Now if we decrease the size of a web page or if we decrease the size of a browser, you can see, okay, let me decrease it first. So you can see the hamburger menu over here, and on clicking it's not working right now. So let's inspect those elements once, and there's no error, but let me check if there's any mistake. Okay, so we have to write here close menu, and now I guess it will work fine. We'll save it again and we'll move to the browser, reduce the size, click on this hamburger menu, and you can see it's working totally fine now, right? So this part is also done. Now what we have to do next is we have to create a class to get those products from the JSON file. So keep your eyes open now, guys. We'll see how it actually works. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a class named product. So this is our class. We'll write here async. I hope you are already aware of async and await. So we'll write here get product, and this is a function. We'll write here const response is equals to await, and while awaiting it will fetch products.json. Fine. Then we'll create a variable. We'll write here const data is equals to await response.json. Fine. Next up we'll write products is equals to data.items, and we'll write products is equals to products dot map function we are going to use. So we'll write here again item, then we'll use arrow function. We'll write the body of this function here. We'll write here const. Inside this we'll pass title and price of the product, and we'll write here item dot fields. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for ID as well. Inside curly braces we'll write ID, and we'll write here item dot sys. Then we'll write here const image. Now we are fetching the image, so we'll write here item dot fields dot image dot fields. We are actually giving the path, right? If you see here in the JSON file, you can see inside items we have sys fields, then inside fields we have title, price, image, and then inside image we have fields, file, and URL. So we'll access each of them. Now we'll write here after fields dot file dot URL, and lastly we'll write here return title, price, ID, and image. Fine. Finally we'll write here after this return products. Cool. Now what we are doing here is we are getting the details of all the products and storing them inside separate objects. So we have all the objects present over here. All those images were actually stored inside the local storage, and now we can fetch them from that particular storage. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the product. So if you save it now and go to the browser, you will see no difference over here because it's not working as of now. If you go to inspect elements and console, you can see it says length mismatch. It's because of the live server, so there's no error over here. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the products. We'll add those products to the cart and we can delete them from the cart. We'll do everything inside one single class. So let's do it. what we are going to do is we are going to write here class. Let's say the class name is UI, and we'll write here display products, and we'll write here products. Then we'll write here inside this let result be a variable, and we'll leave it empty over here. Next line we'll use the for each loop, so we'll write here products dot for each, and inside this we'll create an arrow function. So we'll write here const product div, let's say, is a variable, and then we'll write here document dot create element. Again we are going to create an element, so we'll write here div, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to write here product div dot inner HTML is equals to, now the main part starts. So inside these we'll write div class is equals to product card, and then we'll write img, we'll add the image. So here we'll write img src is equals to dollar product dot image. We are going to fetch it, and instead of alt, in place of alt, we'll write alt as product. In the next line we'll use the span tag again. We'll write here span class is equals to add to cart, and we'll then write here data id is equals to product dot id. We'll close this tag, we'll close this span tag, we can say. In the next line we'll use the I tag. We'll write here I class is equals to fa cart plus fa1x. Now what we are doing is we are going to show the number of items present in a cart over the cart icon. That's why we are doing all this. So here what we'll do is we'll write style is equals to margin dash right. Margin right is going to be 0.1 em, and font size is going to be 1 em. Fine. Close this as well, close the I tag as well, and in the next line right here add to cart. So the span tag is finally, we are going to close it. Now this is a single tag. I have written it in such a way because I don't want it to create any sort of confusion for you guys. So the span tag starts from here and goes till here. Now we are remaining with some more part of it. So in the next line what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is equals product name, and here we'll write dollar product dot title, and we are going to close this div tag. In the next line we are going to write div again. Class is going to be product pricing, and inside here we'll write product dot price, and we are going to close this div tag here. Close the first div tag as well, and we are good to go. In the next line what we are going to do is we are going to write here const p is equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we'll write dot product. We are going to access the element with product as class, or we are going to access the product query. Then we'll write here p dot append equal to product div. What we are doing is any item we are adding to cart is we are going to append that item inside the cart. So that's what we are doing till now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a function get buttons, basically a constructor we can say. We'll write here const buttons. We'll write here const buttons is equal to document dot query selector. We have to write here query selector all, and then we are going to write here inside this dot add to cart. Fine. We have been through all these query selector methods previously, so I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So let's move ahead and we'll write here array dot from, we'll write here buttons. Then we'll write here buttons dom is equals to buttons. We are going to pass the value of buttons to buttons dom. Then we'll write here buttons dot for each, and inside here we'll write button, and we are going to create an arrow function over here. Here what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to button dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write let in cart is equals to cart dot find, and we are going to pass item to this function. So we are going to write inside here item, and again an arrow function. We'll write here item dot id triple is equals to id. Fine. We're going to check the condition here. If we'll write here if in cart then we'll write here btn dot inner html is equals to in cart. So what we are doing is if we have added the product to cart already, then the button will change, as we have seen earlier that on adding the product once to the cart, the button will change to in cart from add to cart. So this is what we are doing here. Next up we'll write here button dot disabled is equals to true. We are going to disable that button once the product is added to cart. Fine. Next up we'll write here button dot add event listener, and we are going to create an event. We'll write here click, and we'll write e here, then we'll use the arrow function, and we'll write it here e dot current target dot inner HTML is equals to in cart. Then we'll write here e dot current target dot inner HTML. Okay, we'll write here e dot current target dot style dot color is equals to white. E dot current target dot style dot pointer events equals to none, and we are done with it. Next up, we are going to store the products in the cart. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here let cart item is equals to, so we are going to use a little bit of JSON now. We'll write here dot storage dot get storage products. We'll write here id comma amount, and the amount is going to be 1. We'll write here cart dot push. We are going to push the cart item to the cart. So we'll write here cart item. Then we'll write here storage. We are going to store it inside the cart. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart over here. Fine. Now we have to calculate the total and we have to set the total items as well. So for that, we'll write here this dot set cart values. We'll write here cart, and to display those cart item we have to write here this dot add cart item, and we have to add that cart item. So we'll write here this dot add cart items item, and we'll pass cart item over here. Fine. We are done with the working of cart as well. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to change the total value of cart. We are going to change the value of cart on increasing or decreasing the cart products. So first of all, we have to write here set cart values, and we have to pass cart over here. We have to write here, let's say we have a variable temp total. So this is going to be a temporary variable. We'll write here temp total is equals to 0, and we'll take another variable. For that we'll write here item total. So item total is also going to be 0. Now we'll map this cart. So for that we'll write here cart dot map. We'll write here item. We'll use arrow function. So for that we'll write here temp total plus is equals to item dot price into item dot amount. So this is how we are going to get the total amount, and then we'll write here item. Basically we are swapping all of that. So we'll write here item total is equal to item dot amount. We have to add these two values. So we'll write here item total plus is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we'll write here parse float, and we are going to change these values. Just like parseInt, we have parse float as well. So inside parse float we'll write temp total dot to fixed, and we are going to fix it until 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up we'll write here cart items total dot inner HTML is equals to items total, and we'll write here cart price total dot inner HTML is equals to parse float. We'll write here temp total dot to fixed, and we'll fix it up to 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here add cart item. Now we'll write here cart item, and inside this we'll write let cart item UI is equals to document dot create element. We'll write here div, we'll write here cart item UI dot inner HTML is equals to, we are again going to do the same task. So we are going to use the backtick for that. So here we'll write div class is equals to cart product, and we'll write here div class is equals to product image. We'll write here img src is equals to, we are going to fetch the image again, so we'll write here dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item dot image, and alt will be product in this case as well. Next up, we are going to close this div tag, and we are going to start another div tag here. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart product item, sorry, cart product content we can say, and then we'll write here in the next line div class is equals to cart product name, we'll write here inside h3 tag. So inside h3 tag we'll write dollar cart item dot title, and we are going to close this h1 tag over here, h3 tag, sorry, h3 tag over here. Then we'll close this div tag as well. We are again going to create another div tag. This time we are going to write the class as cart product price. We are going to fetch the price now. We'll write here again h3. So our price is in dollars, so we'll use dollars for now. We can use rupees here as well. So we can write here cart item dot price. The price is going to be in dollars. Then we'll close this tag, and we are also going to close the div tag here. Fine. In the next line, we are going to create the product remove cart. So we are going to create a div tag for that, and the class is going to be cart product remove. Data ID is going to be cart ID. So we'll write here cart item dot id, and then we'll write here href is equals to hash, and style is going to be, color is going to be red, and then we'll write here remove. I'm going to close the anchor tag and then the div tag. Fine. So we are done with this till now. Then we are going to again close this particular div tag we used previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the number of products. So we are going to use here class is equals to plus minus, and here we'll write inside the I tag class is equals to far angle left add amount. Fine. This is going to be the class, and the data ID is going to be cart item ID. So we are going to write here data ID is equals to $, and inside this we'll write cart item ID dot ID, and then we are going to close this tag, and we are going to close the I tag here. Fine. Next up, we are going to use the span tag again. We are going to write here span class is equals to number of items, and we'll close this tag here. We'll write $ cart item dot amount. We are going to close the span tag here, so we'll write here slash span. In the next line, we are again going to use data ID, and here what we'll do is we'll write here $, and we'll write here cart item dot ID. We are going to close the I tag again, and in the next line we are going to close the div tag and one more div tag. Fine. Now we are done with it. Let me close this first, and next up we'll append this cart content to the cart item UI. So we'll write here cart content dot append, and inside this we'll pass cart item UI. Fine. So here you can see we are going to close this. So this is the closed one, and inside here we'll write setup app, again a constructor. We are going to write here cart is equals to storage dot get cart. We'll write this dot set cart values, cart here, and then we'll write cart.map. Inside this we'll write item, and inside the body we'll write this dot add cart item. Fine. I hope you guys are getting this. Next up, we'll write the cart logic here. We'll write here cart logic. And we'll write here clear button dot add event listener. We are going to create an event again. We'll write here click, comma a function. Inside this we'll write this dot clear cart. We are going to call this function over here. Now we have to write the logic for remove button, so we'll do it here. We'll write here cart content dot add event listener, click, comma event, and we'll write here inside this if event dot target dot class list dot contains cart product remove. Then we'll again create a variable. Let's say the variable is let. Okay, we have made a mistake over here. We have to close this bracket here, and then we have to write here let id is equals to event dot target dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. Fine. In the next line we'll write here let div is equals to event dot target dot parent element, and we are going to use parent element for quite some time now, so we are going to write here dot parent element again for 4 times. So we'll write here parent element dot parent element. So we have written it 4 times here. In the next line we'll write here div dot remove child, and we'll write here event dot target dot, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now in the next line we are going to close this bracket, and we are going to start writing here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains add amount. Then what we are going to do is we are going to use the id variable again. We are going to write here let id is equal to event dot target dot dataset.id, let item is equals to cart.find, we'll pass item here and we'll use the arrow function. So we'll write here item.id triple equals to id. Fine. Then we'll write here item.amount plus plus. So we are going to increase the amount of items. Then what we are going to do is we are going to write here storage dot save cart, and we are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values cart, we'll write here event dot target dot next element sibling dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we are going to use another else if here. So we'll write here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains reduce amount. So we are going to change the number of products in our cart. So for that what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to event dot dataset event dot target dot dataset dot id. Fine. And item will be let item is equals to cart dot find item item dot id triple equals to id. If we are again going to use an if statement, so we'll write here item dot amount is greater than 1. If the number of items is greater than 1, then item dot amount minus minus and store it inside the cart. So we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here this dot set cart values and we'll again pass cart here. In the next line we'll write here event dot target dot previous element sibling dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount and finally we'll write here else, and inside the else what we'll do is we'll write here this dot remove item and we'll pass the id here. We'll write here let div is equals to event dot target. We are basically targeting the events. We are creating conditions for certain different events, like when the user increases the number of products and the user decreases the number of products, and if the user removes the product from the cart. So we are writing the code for that. So we'll write here event dot target dot parent element and we'll write here parent element again for 4 times. Fine. We'll write here div dot remove child, and inside this we'll write event dot target dot parent element for 4 times again. It will check each parent element. So here we are done with it. Next up, we have to create two functions for add amount and for reduce amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here add amount, and we'll write here const add button is equals to document dot query selector all. Inside this we'll pass dot add amount. Fine. We'll write here add button dot for each, and we'll write here inside this button dot add event listener, and we'll add an event over here. We'll write here click comma event, we'll pass event here, and then we'll write here like this, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, and we'll pass item over here. We'll write here again arrow function, and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here item dot amount plus plus storage dot save cart. We are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values. We are again going to set the cart values, and we'll again use amount UI, a new variable, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot children. Fine. So we are targeting the parent element along with the children. So we'll write here amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. So we have forgot to mention here if item dot id is equals to id, then do it. Fine. Now we are going to do the same thing for reduce amount as well. So we'll write here reduce amount, and inside this we'll write const reduce button is equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to pass here dot reduce amount. Fine. We'll write here reduce button dot for each, and then we'll pass button over here, and we'll use the arrow function again. Finally we'll write here button dot add event listener, click event let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, we'll map it to cart, and we'll write here item then again we'll write here if item dot id triple equals to id, then we'll write here item amount minus minus, so we'll write here item dot amount minus minus, and if item dot amount is greater than 0, then what it will do, it will store it inside the local storage. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll write here cart, then we'll write this dot set cart values cart const amount ui is equals to event dot current target dot parent element dot children amount ui dot inner html is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Again we'll write here else what will happen, we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element. So here instead of parent element we'll write remove child, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot parent element. Fine. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. We are done with this part as well. Next up we have to clear the cart, so for that we'll write here clear cart. We'll again do something for that. We'll write here let cart item is equals cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item implies item dot id cart item dot, we'll again use the for each loop here. We'll write here this, then we'll provide id here, and we'll write here this dot remove item. We'll pass the id over here. Then we'll write here const cart product. We'll create a new variable here. We'll write here document dot query selector all, and we'll write here dot cart product. We'll write here cart product dot for each item. What we are going to do is we are going to create an arrow function here, and we are going to write a if item is true, if item is there, then item dot parent element dot remove child will remove the item. Now we have to remove the item, so for that we'll write here remove item, and we'll pass id to that item. We'll write here cart, we'll update the value of cart as cart dot filter, we'll write here item, and then we'll write here item dot id not equals to id, this dot set cart values, and we'll update the cart then. Similarly, we'll again write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here let button is equals to this dot get single button. We'll write here id, and we'll change the button style. We'll write here button dot style dot pointer events is equals to unset. Then we'll write here button dot inner html is equals to backtick. I class will be fa cart plus. We are going to close the I tag here, and we'll write here add to cart. Fine. Next up, we'll write here get single button. We'll pass id over here, and we'll write the code for here. We'll write here let btn. Then we'll write here buttons dom dot for each button. What it will do is we'll check if button dot dataset dot id is equals to id, then btn equals to button. Fine. Here we'll return button. Now save it. Save this program. Go to browser, and this is our website. Go to browser, and you can see nothing is visible till now. We have to write a little more code to make everything visible here. Now we have to store the data in local storage so that on refreshing the web page we don't lose the data. So what we'll do is we'll go back to a JavaScript file, and we'll write here class storage equals to static save products. We'll pass products here. Then we'll open curly braces, and we'll write here local storage dot set item, and inside this we'll write products dot comma json dot stringify products. Fine, we are parsing the products from our JSON file now. Next up, we'll write here static get storage products. We'll pass the ID here, and we'll write here let products is equals to JSON dot parse local storage dot get item, and we'll pass products here. Fine. In the next line we'll write return products dot find. We'll write here item item.id is equals to id. Fine. Next up, we'll again write here static save cart. Now we are saving the products in our cart, so we'll write here local storage dot set item. Inside here we'll pass cart, and here we'll write JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass cart over here. Next up, we'll write here static get cart. We are getting the items from the cart. We'll write here return local storage dot get item cart. Here we'll write question mark. We'll parse the JSON file here. We'll write here JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from the cart. Fine. Here we have to put a square bracket, a pair of square brackets. And lastly, we have to write a few lines of code. So we'll write here document dot add event listener, and we'll write here DOM content loaded. So we are adding one more event to our JavaScript file, which is the DOM content loaded. So we have to write here DOM content loaded, and here we have to write inside the function const products is equals to new product, and we'll write here const UI is equals to new UI. Now we have to show cart from local storage, so we'll write here UI dot setup app, and we'll write here products dot get product dot then, and inside this we'll write products equal implies this UI dot display products. We'll write here products storage dot save products, and we'll pass products here as well. Fine. We'll write here dot then. We are using promises, so here we'll write UI dot get buttons and UI dot cart logic. Fine. Now the JavaScript part is done. We have used JSON here to make our web page more responsive towards several aspects. Apart from that, we have used JSON for adding products to our website as well. Now we are left with one more task only. Let's do it, and then we'll see the final outcome of this extended code. So we'll move to the CSS file and we'll start starting the products part. Let's try if it's working or not. Let's save this piece of code and go to browser, click on shop now, and it's not working, we can see. Okay, it says it's failed to load the resource. Refresh it, and you can see now it's working totally fine. We have all our product images over here. We have all of our products. We can add them to cart, and we can use the cart as well. So the last thing we have to do is to use products now. Now we have to style those products. So for that we'll move to our CSS file. So here's our CSS file, and inside this we have to write here. So we have put a comment over there when we were not here. So we have to style the products over here. So for that we'll write here dot section2 dot title and text align at the center. Then we'll write here section2 dot title h1. The font size is going to be 1.8 em. The margin is going to be 1.3 em. Then we have to write the code for products here. So we'll write here dot product, and inside this we'll write margin as 0.5 em. We have to write here margin. We'll write here 0.5 em, and auto max width is going to be 1300 pixels. Display is going to be grid column is going to be, so here it is going to be grid column gap, and it is going to be 2 em. Then we'll write here grid row gap, and grid row gap is going to be 2 em as well. Then we'll write here grid template columns, and we'll write here repeat. We are going to create a grid for our products, right? So we'll write here auto fit comma min max. We'll write here 350 pixels and 1 ra. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot product card, and now we are going to write here text align as center, position as relative, max width of the grid is going to be 350 pixels, and the overflow is going to be hidden. Next up we'll write here product card image. We'll write here height as 300 pixels, width as 300 pixels, and transition is 0.3 seconds linear. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for product name and product pricing. So we'll write here product name comma product pricing. Margin for them is going to be 0.3 em. We'll write here dot product pricing, and the color of the product pricing is going to be the one we have been using till now. So we'll write here F09D51. Then we have to write the code for add to cart button. So we'll write here add to cart. We'll write here align items to the center, justify the content to the center, and color is going to be white. Padding is going to be 0.2 em and 1 em. Fine. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Background is going to be the same, F9 D5 Position is going to be absolute. Right is going to be 0. Transform is going to be translate along the x-axis to 100%. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. You have to put a comma here. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds again, and linear. Cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. Then we have to write few more lines. So we'll write here product card. We'll write here hover. And we'll add to cart here. So we'll write here transform translate x 0%. We'll write here product card. On hovering over the image, so we'll write here hover img. Opacity will change to 0.7. Let's try it, and finally we'll write here dot add to cart. Hover. And here we'll write color as black. Fine, we are done with it. We have styled the products as well. We are now done with the website. Save it, move on to the browser, and let's face the truth now. So you can see it's not working as of now. Refresh the web page and the products looks really big now. What we have to do is we have to move over here and we have to see what's wrong over here. This was a mistake and it's done. Let me see what's wrong. Something is not right here. Everything seems fine, but we have to search for the error. So if we see here, max width is fine, the max width for product is fine. Let's try to do this thing. We'll write here this, save it now, and I know that this is the error we did. So such small errors sometimes cost us way more. Go to the browser and you can see our website is fine now. Try adding the products to the cart. You can see the products are in the cart. We can increase the number of products. The total is increasing with that. And it's working totally fine. Click on the clear cart button and it's not working. Click on the proceed button and it clears the cart. A simple solution for this, go to the HTML file, write clear cart over here and proceed over here. Save it, move to the browser, try adding products to the cart, go to the cart, increase the numbers, everything is fine, proceed, it's not working, clear cart, and the cart is clear. Now that we have done so many things on the website, here's a task for you guys. We have left the proceed button inside the cart with no functionality. We did it with purpose. I want you guys to do something creative with it. You can take the user further to the login or sign up page, and you can use regular expressions to validate the form. Upon successful validation, you can further take the user to the payment page. I want you guys to do that part and let us know in the comments below if you are facing any problems or if you have any doubts regarding that. And with that, we have come to the end of this tutorial. If you guys feel that we have missed out on some important topics that we were supposed to cover in this tutorial, then please feel free to drop them down in the comment section below and we'll have your questions answered. If you guys like this video, then do give it a thumbs up. Please comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe Simplicode. Thank you.